Chapter 20 Cloaked Ambitions. Ali frowned, watching as Thrilliga nimbly dusted the greenish powder in her fingers into the bubbling glass beaker before her. So, the sensory copper's a kind of psychic bonding agent? But incredibly simply, yes, the gnome woman explained, dipping a small memory stone-etched brush into the concoction and applying it in broad strokes to the palm-sized red scale on the surface below. It helps to conduct impulses from the subject's brain when infused with memory stone, allowing full manipulation of a new limb. Brains are home to memory and emotion, the spark of the soul, if one wishes to wax poetic. But the nerves and synapses rely on signals not passable through synthetic materials without proper channels. Currently, I'm teaching the sensory copper to adhere to our subject's cellular structure. She smiled wistfully. It's said that the most powerful mages of the last stage could grow entirely new organic limbs for a subject with enough time and effort. But we of the mundane present must work with what we have, I'm afraid. Mundane? Ali snorted, watching out of the corner of her eye as an intrigued-looking Ud bustled about the lab with Tanner, seeming to be on the hunt for something specific. Growing up, I knew that if I lost a limb, there'd be no replacing it. That was only for the nobles, or merchants with enough coin. Or the especially bold thief. Gefnar nodded somberly. Maybe someone with enough money could start making that sort of thing more affordable. Ali would have guessed his meaning even without their acute mental link, and found that she rather liked the prospect. Thrilliga, however, scoffed, more at the audacity of this statement than with any derision Ali detected. So long as the materials remain costly to mine and refine, that'll prove a tall task. Nelina, to Ali's surprise, seemed to be giving the prospect more thought. Money is only one of 3 currencies, the others being goods and services. One would merely have to possess a type of one of these to compensate those who hold sway over these costly materials. Just as Ali was about to voice her surprise at the level-headed input, however, a gleam came to the Tigerkin's eye. And there are always more forceful incentives. Bullying, you mean? Said Gefnar, his lip curling in disgust. I prefer extortion, Nelina replied with a shrug. That's just a fancy word for it. Is not compensation merely a fancy word for bribery? Gefnar didn't seem to know quite how to respond to that, finally managing. An actual economy helps to regulate prices to benefit all sides. Bribery always either cheats the economy or, worse, the law. Nelina flashed her teeth, clearly delighted at having drawn the temple guard into a debate. But in either case, the heart of the matter is that a good or service is worth precisely as much as customers are willing to pay. Uniform compensation holds everyone's needs as equal, Gefnar persisted, his eyes darkening. Bribery and extortion put one person's needs over another's. Any system built on that idea is flawed. Luckily, Nelina seemed to sense, as Ali did, that the exchange had struck a similar nerve in Gefnar that had caused him to confront Lord Tyrant. And, to her credit, the Tigerkin backed off, merely dipping her head down to the gnome. As you say, preferential treatment should be a personal choice. Backed off, Ali winced, but still needs the last word. Both bothersome in their own way. Norik chuckled uneasily, pulling himself up to peer over the edge of Thrilliga's table. So, Lady Tower Mage, if building magic prostheses is so expensive, why do you just have a spare one tucked away in that drawer over there? Thrilliga stiffened, her pale skin flushing as she slowly turned to glare into the goblin's wide, unsure eyes. That drawer is meant to be warded. Norik clearly wanted to shrink beneath the table, but seemed unable to break from Thrilliga's stern red gaze.
Well, it seems it must have been opened since you set any ward in place, ma'am.
The tower mage frowned, at first seeming to assess if the goblin was being truthful, a task made easier when the headless automaton designated Verily lit up in its chest. Then, her face softening in a sad smile, Thrilliga turned to regard Ud from across the lab, as the dwarf sorted through what looked to be a stack of bowls.
"He knows. He found it," she whispered.
Ali shared a knowing look with Gefnar as they both clearly arrived at the same conclusion simultaneously.
"An arm?"
Ali asked softly.
"For Ud?"
Thrilliga nodded.
"I made it for him shortly after he appeared in the tower."
Ali scowled at the peculiar word choice, but didn't interrupt as the tower mage added,
"But I came to understand that he'd be happier without it. Lighter, somehow."
"So you didn't push for him to apply it?" Nelina asked skeptically. "Even knowing it would make him a more efficient assistant?"
"He's everything I need him to be,"
Thrilliga responded sharply, turning her hard stare on the tigerkin. Something flashed in Nelina's eyes as well, but she kept her mouth tightly shut, merely nodding pensively. Ali cleared her throat.
"Well, I'll just be back downstairs."
She gestured to the broad window of the chamber opposite the entry.
"Dark soon, so there's not much point in going back to Iamet and Yosid's place, if we're planning to be at the docks by midnight."
There was a series of affirming nods.
"Were you wanting any company?"
Gefnar asked cautiously.
"No,"
Ali replied with what she hoped was clearly a grateful nod, before making for the door.
"Who'd have thought that one day I'd be heading for the ground floor of the blazing Tower of Memories for some privacy."
The chatter of her companions and the clunk of automaton feet fell away as Ali stepped onto the central platform of the tower's spiral staircase, dropping into a controlled descent for the ground floor at the flick of a dial. She actually caught sight of another tower mage returning to their chamber on one of the floors, but there was no exchange of pleasantries in the fleeting eye contact. Everyone was as intent on keeping their heads down as Ali. As she stepped back out into the stillness of the ground floor, Ali locked eyes with Orthwy, who inhaled to speak, then seemed to think better of yelling across the chamber. Smirking, Ali closed the bulk of the distance before the attendant had to shuffle too far from her desk.
"I'm sorry,"
Orthwy blurted when they could speak without raising their voices.
"For snapping at you earlier."
"Is that what that was meant to have been?" Ali waved the apology aside.
"I shouldn't have pushed so hard about Vilsane. But if you're intent on making it up to me—"
The relief on Orthwy's face faded to confusion, then conspiratorial understanding.
"Oh, yes, your literature request."
Ali nodded, unable to keep a smile from tugging at her lips at the intrigue ignited in the attendant's eyes.
"Did you have anything new for me?" "Nothing promising,"
Orthwy sighed, leading Ali back to her desk and producing a thin stack of parchments.
"Now that you've exhausted our records on visiting dignitaries, I think your next step should be sifting through Lorsyn Guard written reports. Luckily for you, Mevod hasn't thought to reverse the Ducal Assembly's ruling that such things be shared freely with the Tower, except for aspects that could compromise an ongoing investigation, of course."
A nostalgic smirk plucked at Ali's lips. She could remember eavesdropping on a potential noble mark, and, on more than one occasion, hearing them lament about that ancient ruling. Especially when the guard was being particularly stubborn, whether by greed or virtue, about not disappearing a troublesome piece of evidence.
"You know someone thinks they're important when they start talking about disappearing things." "Thanks,"
Ali sighed, accepting the papers from Orthwy.
"No memories to examine in these reports?"
Orthwy's features abruptly knitted with focused excitement.
"Not so far as tracking people entering or exiting city limits, but I did have a possible thought on that. The Lorsyn Guard does record memories when they arrive on the scene of high-profile disturbances. If your mystery nobles were involved in something like that during their time here, it may be worth investigating those.
Cold anger pulsed in Ali's chest at the image of the disintegrating flesh, metal, and stone that awful night years before.
I'll wager that would have been classified as a disturbance.
If something similar had happened when Ali's parents had first brought her to Lorsyn. Of course, if it had, that didn't explain how their bodies had been found without a mark on them. Even assuming any eruption of power would have originated from Ali or her mother, Joan, and Sharad's power in their blood had shielded the other, how had her father, Hengoel's body not been obliterated? Both had been left intact for Swidona and her husband, Golquar, to identify. But the new inheritors of the McAllister estate had been informed only that the bodies had been found on the outskirts of Lorsyn. No one had seemed to have any knowledge of their movements during their time in the city. They'd traveled simply, with only a carriage driver as their retinue, and he'd claimed to have dropped the family off well outside Lorsyn when questioned. Ali suppressed a grating sigh. With that and every other trail seeming to come up dry, Ali was well past suspecting that her parents hadn't wanted anyone to know their business in the city.
Two of the richest, most influential people in Kavorim, and they managed to slip under everyone's noses.
She'd have admired it if it weren't making things so frustrating. At least the Lorsyn Guard reports might help her to corroborate the information she already had, and maybe Swidona and her husband had missed something simple in their heartache.
A shawl?
Orthwy pressed with a hesitant frown.
Oh, yes, maybe. There might have been some sort of disturbance.
Orthwy nodded slowly.
I'll put in some requests, then. It'd be simpler if you told me their names.
Ali nodded curtly.
I imagine so.
The attendant chewed on her lip.
It's not that I think you and your friends are bad people, Ashal. I don't.
She lowered her voice, leaning over the desk.
I wouldn't have suggested that you meet my friends otherwise. I'd just like to know that my helping you isn't going to get anyone hurt.
That'd be difficult, Ali grunted to expel the lump in her throat.
They're already dead.
Orthwy blinked.
Oh.
Careful. This girl researches for a living. Any extraneous scrap of information could compromise your true identity.
Would you hurt someone else because of this?
Orthwy added warily. Ali knew Sharad was right about the other woman, but she burned too hotly at the question to keep from forcing a sharp
yes
between her teeth. She didn't think Orthwy was a bad person either, and being the new head of the greatest house in Falconcrest could only strengthen her position with Mevad's opposition.
But we're still deep in enemy territory. The fewer people who know who we are, the better.
Which was why Ali didn't so much as twitch as Orthwy studied her for a long moment, clearly watching for any further tells.
All right,
the attendant finally said with a shrug.
A wide net it is. The same dates as your other requests?
Ali nodded.
Hopefully there weren't too many major disturbances across Lorsyn in Etok of 478.
Ali couldn't help but share Orthwy's obvious skepticism.
How long should it take to hear back from the guard? A few days to a week,
Orthwy replied with an apologetic smile.
And each memory recording needs to be returned before the next is requested.
Knowing the city as well as she did, Ali guessed that there were dozens of Lorsyn Guard reports daily. Even if only a small percentage of those warranted preservation in memory stone, a month's worth of such material could take months to sift through. Between the steps of formal requests, the meticulous process of attuning each stone to the tower's display spheres, and the time-consuming drudgery of studying each recording for a possible link with Ali's parents. With Thrilliga nearing the end of the work she could complete without direct contact with Veladrock, Ali and her friends planning to liberate the dragon's real contact, a plan which Veladrock had fiercely endorsed upon learning of it, and trying to eliminate Solak and his cult as a threat, Ali suspected their time in Lorsyn was drawing to a close, and she couldn't leave without finding some sort of answers about what had become of her parents, meaning she needed to speed up the process.
The 24th.
Orthwy started, looking up from the request she was nimbly scratching out with a thickly plumed quill.
Sorry? Start with the 24th of Etok 478.
Her parents had been found the next day, by Swidona's telling, their bodies seemingly not decomposed in the slightest or magically preserved. Curiosity flashed in Orthwy's eyes, but she simply nodded.
Will you and the others be staying past closing again?
Ali dipped her head.
Until we have somewhere else to be.
Orthwy offered a tight smile.
Of course. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Retreating with her stack of Lorsyn Guard written reports, Ali muttered,
Thanks. That makes one of us.
2, actually. I'm rather curious myself.
Ali shuddered, plopping into one of the tower's lush seats and settling in for a long evening.
One problem at a time.
A warm, salty breeze swept in from the moonlit harbor, funneling into the adjacent alleyways and billowing in Tanner's fur, where he and his companions were tucked out of sight. What should have been a welcoming, familiar scent instead caused him to crinkle his nose in disgust. Even the ocean smelled different here, like a parody of home.
It's the copper,
Norik piped up cheerily from beside Tanner's knee, the goblin's teeth catching the swaying lamplight from the offshore platforms and street lamps.
Well, the solvents into which the day's copper are deposited anyway.
He pointed a crooked finger around the lip of the nook in which himself, Tanner, Ali, Gefnar, and Nelina found themselves.
Those vats along the docks line the berths reserved for the tethered rafts that ferry the previous day's haul in from the ships and platforms in the bay. For the mining to technically be taking place at sea, any copper mined from the underwater deposits can't be returned to shore until the next day. Meaning that while the miners are down extracting new ore, dock workers are transporting the previous day's catch to the docks. See?
Tanner did see as he peered out to follow the goblin's gesture. The bulk of the workers had gone home, but the handful who remained looked to be ensuring that everything was ready to go for another day of grueling work tomorrow. Uh-huh. And the vats are for... what?
Oh, yes, of course,
Norik blurted softly.
The solvents within do much what the term implies, dissolving any rock, sand, or impurity to leave only the purest of Lorsyn green copper, which is then carted off to the smelting facilities on the edge of the city.
Gefnar frowned studiously where he leaned against the wall beside Norik. It's really more than just a patina or something, then? The copper stays green after a solvent bath and smelting?
I've seen it myself,
Norik beamed.
Be it filament, rod, or ingot, all copper that exits this city's refining facilities is a unique shade of green.
Nelina grunted, seeming at least bemused by the discussion. It gratified Tanner at least to know that she was as bored as the rest of them, having waited well past the stroke of midnight if the chimes from the grand chronograph were to be believed.
Many scholars seem to believe that there's some sort of as-yet undiscovered chemical in the waters beneath the city that penetrates and oxidizes the copper all the way through.
Tanner cocked a brow at the tigerkin's smirk. And what do you believe?
That the simple answer is the comforting one,
Nelina chuckled.
And that the world is often more complex than we may wish for it to be.
The faint patter of Ali's booted feet stopped reaching Tanner's twitching ears as the woman halted in her pacing at the mouth of their nook.
Meaning what?
Ali snapped at Nelina. The tigerkin shrugged.
Simply that Lorsyn copper conducts electricity and magics better than competing products, and that the denizens who inherited this city from the elves may have cared about little else but marketing.
Gefnar nodded in understanding. You're saying that maybe nobody cared about what gave them an edge over the competition?
Only how best to exploit the fact before the well of riches ran dry, Nelina affirmed with a scolding purr.
In other words, Ali grunted, you don't have any answers either.
Nelina flashed her a toothy smile.
I find life is much easier when I don't expect such lofty things from myself as the truth.
Ali gave a soft growl, but Tanner couldn't help a begrudging snicker. At least you're as unhelpful with yourself as you are with everyone else. The Tigerkin glanced down to Gefnar.
Does not your brightest Theikour demand that we aid others as we would ourselves?
I don't think you've quite caught the spirit of the law, but yes, Gefnar allowed, eyes narrowing. Another growl slid from Ali's throat as she struck the nearest wall with the side of her fist.
Where are they?
Tanner peered about to check that they hadn't caught any unwanted attention at the muted outburst. They hadn't, that he could see. Orthwy's friends are working to take down a tyrant in the richest city on the continent. They could just be exercising some caution.
Or testing our patience,
Norik offered with a note of excitement.
Do you think if we all sat in absolute silence for long enough they'd approach? I'm very good at that game.
Have a lot of people invited you to play then? Tanner asked, giving an involuntary if sympathetic wince.
Not many,
the goblin admitted, deflating only briefly.
But I've practiced extensively at Veladrock's direction.
Quiet, Ali hissed, gesturing sharply toward the others.
Oh, we're starting then,
Norik whispered, jaw creasing as he squeezed it shut. Tanner, however, followed Ali's gaze back out toward the docks. Drenched in the shadow of a hooded cloak, a single feminine figure had planted itself between the alley where Tanner and his companions waited and the gently sloshing waves of the harbor. That'll be our contact, Tanner muttered. Or an enemy, Gefnar added warily.
Or both,
Ali snarled, already striding for the figure. As Tanner and the others moved to catch up, she was already planting herself out in the open, well within earshot of the cloaked woman. Tanner's senses were on high alert for ambush or discovery as Ali demanded,
Are you Orthwy's friend?
I am,
replied a naturally silky voice with what sounded to be an affected edge.
I'm a friend to anyone who opposes the rulers proven to be cruel and unjust.
Tanner stiffened, eyes and ears flicking about as his spine itched in anticipation of being pelted with arrows or bolts.
He rasped. Should we maybe be taking this conversation somewhere a bit less conspicuous?
This was all reminding him a bit too much of that night in Dragon's Nest when his world had first been upended by the servants of Kravog, attacking Antothica and her informant in their ranks. The shadowy woman, however, simply spread her arms wide, as though to encompass the dozen or so dock workers and fishermen still present in the dark hours of the morning.
Consider this a demonstration. Our reach extends further than Mevod, the remnants of the Ducal Assembly, or even the Lorsyn Guard know.
At a faint whistle from under the woman's hood, every figure in sight halted in their work, turning to regard Tanner and his companions. Then, following a two-toned minor key follow-up, they all resumed their duties.
Impressive,
Nelina chuckled. You mispronounced excessive, Tanner murmured. Then to the cloaked figure. How long did it take you to set that up? Tanner could hear the proud smirk in the figure's next words.
Each new recruit is instructed in our non-verbal commands, and we're pervasive enough that it's a simple matter to ensure that only allies are stationed at any given point in the city.
And you have people in the Lorsyn Guard to divert patrols?
Said Ali, her arms tautly folded. The figure nodded, reaching up to pull back her hood.
Enough at least with sympathies, if not loyalties.
Dark curls framed drawn, faintly weathered features, set in a studious frown as large brown eyes swept over their group, lingering decidedly on Ali.
You look healthy. A shawl.
The name wasn't said in a mocking tone exactly, simply without a trace of belief. Ali dipped her head curtly.
And you look older.
Tanner winced, but a playful smirk came to the other woman's face.
I've passed 30. I'm an elder now in street urchin years.
Gefnar cleared his throat.
And so this really is your friend, then?
Carfoeth,
the curly-haired woman declared with a shallow curtsy.
Duchess of the Negalod. Now let's discuss how we might help each other dethrone a tyrant, shall we?
Chapter 21. Assessments and Understandings. Allie scrutinized the face of the woman before her in the moonlight, realizing just how much she'd been dreading this moment. She'd only met Carfoeth on a couple of occasions. Shala and her elder sister had been estranged for as long as Allie could remember, though she hadn't known them to be related until Ayamet's revelation, and Shala had always made a point of deflecting or avoiding any of Carfoeth's offers to join her band of street kids. But now, knowing the truth as she did, or at least more of it, Allie had thought she might have realized how blind she'd been not to see the shared blood between Carfoeth and Shala. Or worse, that she'd see something in Carfoeth's eyes to leave her feeling the loss of Shala all over again. Nothing happened as Allie had secretly feared, however. Now knowing to look for it, the similarities in the sisters' hair and bearings were unmistakable, at least by Allie's memory of Shala. But there was little to link them visually beyond that. Carfoeth's skin was clearly lighter, even in the moonlight, and everything from her broader build to her sharper features stood in contrast to Allie's long-dead friend. And there was no accusation in Carfoeth's gaze, no silent judgment and no involuntary shame dredged up in Allie's heart. Only sober acceptance of the truths before them. That, and the familiar, dull pain of fated grief. "Wait, you're a duchess?" Tanner's incredulous words drew Allie back to the present. Carfoeth offered a puckered smile.
It's tradition for the leaders of the city's seedier factions to take on the title of Duke or Duchess, as a sort of delightful affront to the ducal assembly and noble houses. It's our way of saying that we're on equal footing, no matter how in control they may feel. You're arguably better off than the city's actual nobles at present, Nelina pointed out with a wink. A fact that would be satisfying if the misfortune weren't so impartial.
Carfoeth sighed, glancing back out over the moonlit harbor as the low bellow of a horn sounded. Allie scowled. She knew that horn well.
That's why you made us wait.
Gefnar's confusion rippled through their mental link.
Huh? Why? What's that horn? I've heard it a few times a day since we came to Lorsyn.
It signals the changing of the mining shift soon,
Allie somehow enunciated from behind her teeth. Tanner inhaled sharply.
There are still people down there?
The mining efforts never stop,
Carfoeth announced coldly, hands on her hips as she turned her back on her audience and regarded the shifting waves. Tiny figures scurried along the offshore platforms and moored ships for the next few minutes, and dozens of new figures, human, gnome, and half-breed, began trickling in toward the docks. Some looked Carfoeth's way, excitement glinting in their eyes as a handful of low, almost questioning whistles swam amid the sea breeze. Carfoeth issued that same two-toned negative in response, her features creasing guiltily in profile as the shoulders of incoming miners slumped, their feet dragging as they pressed on for the shore.
"I'm no linguist,"
Norik muttered,
"but I think we just witnessed an army requesting orders."
"And their general informing them to wait,"
Carfoeth exhaled.
"It gets heavier every day. The weight of knowing how much hope and relief I could provide, simply by whistling a different note. But forcing the right moment could cost us everything."
She extended a finger out over the waves.
For all the atrocities he's committed, Mevod still has his followers.
Ali monitored the indicated figures out working offshore as directed, seeing that many more figures were now shakily hauling themselves from the water and flopping onto the dry surfaces.
It's exhausting work,
Karfaweth narrated, vitriol in her words as the scene played out before them.
Especially for the children and the elderly. Cases of collapsing workers have increased since Mevod has stepped up the mining efforts, and when someone faints underwater, well, the foremen up top don't even notice, and it's nearly impossible for the victim's fellow workers to render aid.
After watching for a few moments, Ali saw that cranks were being heaved, coiling up the tubes that seemingly provided the miners' air supply, with some of the tubes still trailing in the water. She scowled.
What are they? Mevod set up strict quotas,
Karfaweth growled as the remaining air tubes not coiled up on the decks with breathing apparatuses went taut, the miners attached to the other ends soon appearing to be hoisted out of the water.
Any value that a miner comes up short is deducted from their pay. In some cases, the miners owe the Toad King more than they possess. Fearful of poverty, homelessness, and Mevod's brutal debt collectors, some miners are understandably reluctant to leave at the end of their shift.
A chorus of low moans and wails sounded across the water, causing Ali to shiver at more than the night breeze. Hatred shone in Karfaweth's eyes.
Those tardy for going off shift, whether because they're desperate for precious seconds to cover their own deficit or someone else's, are hauled up forcibly, resulting in painful and sometimes debilitating decompression from accelerated surfacing. This, on top of the dangers posed by hypothermia, hearing loss, and the spontaneous currents that sometimes form in Lorsyn copper to electrocute miners.
The faces of the outbound miners again turned to regard Karfaweth as they awaited ferrying to their shift. There was no pleading there, however, only patience and the cold fury of the downtrodden. Near the middle of the new miners' huddled formation, Ali spotted an unremarkable couple of middle age, the pair only catching her eye by the striking resemblance of the woman to an older Orthwi.
Out here working to support a daughter who's unable to take their place,
Ali thought darkly, recalling the attendant's prosthetic leg. It'd be a lightning rod for the Lorsyn copper electric jolts, and she'd be double off balance underwater without it. 2 younger boys and a girl of about 15, at the oldest, were with Orthwi's parents, each draped in the family resemblance, and Karfaweth's words about children and the elderly being the most at risk caused Ali to grind her teeth.
It's no good being indignant. This is simply the way of the world, the powerful having their say over the lives of their lessers.
There've got to be other jobs, Tanner muttered, sympathetic anger lacing his words. Karfaweth spun back to the foxkin.
To sustain a family in the broken economy resulting from Mevod's excesses and the financing of countless mercenaries, nothing that doesn't require prohibitive expenditure on a noble's education.
Tanner raised a defeated hand. All right, I get it. They wouldn't be here if they weren't stuck. Gefnar's features, meanwhile, were contorted in almost physical pain.
Haven't any nobles spoken out about this? The ducal assembly had a reputation of being filled with self-interest, sure, but I thought they at least had the sense to know that a happy, rewarded populace was more productive than an enslaved one.
Karfaweth dipped her head.
A few have objected to Mevod's methods. These are some of the families who now fill the Toad King's dungeons or execution schedule, and whose spires have been reduced to rubble.
Nelina offered a soft tisk. Distasteful.
Which part?
Ali spat, glowering at the tigerkin.
The murder, exploitation, or greed?
To her surprise, Nelina seemed genuinely taken aback.
You think Mevod's actions and mine are the same?
Allie wasn't sure if the tigerkin's eyes were narrowed more from annoyance or pain.
Though we may agree on criteria, I kill only those I deem deserving, same as you. I believe in fairly compensating those who work to further my goals. And what you take to be greed is simply those of us who haven't had an immense fortune laid at our feet, simply striving to survive.
By the end, Nelina's teeth were bared in an indignant snarl.
You truly think so little of me. What might you have been pushed to if your many benefactors had not paved the road before you?
Allie bit back a retort, largely because she found it difficult to think of one. She turned back to Carfaweth, seeing that the other woman studied her intently. If the Negalod Duchess hadn't pieced together that Allie was the new Lady McAllister, she likely had after Nelina's atypical slip of the tongue. A bitter smile formed on Allie's lips. No, Carfaweth's brow wasn't furrowed out of realization. She was simply watching to see what Allie did next.
That's why you brought us here, isn't it?
Allie grunted, motioning past Carfaweth to the haggard miners coming off their shift and the somber ones standing ready to take their place.
Now, you wanted us to see the blazing plight of the common citizen?
Carfaweth nodded minutely.
You know what desperation is, Allie. Done with the pretenses, then? But you've stumbled into a very different life from that of a street urchin.
She motioned to the others.
All of you are accustomed to power, whatever the form, or at the very least having agency over your own lives. For the common citizen of Lorsyn, even that is well beyond their reach, meaning that it's up to those of us in the position to effect change to act on their behalf, to distribute the wrongfully concentrated power fairly. Well, you certainly sound like a revolutionary,
Nelina harumphed noncommittally. Whatever the intent, Carfaweth seemed to take the assessment positively.
I needed to be sure about all of you. You come into this city with your own goals, seeking to use its people to your own ends. I had to be sure you weren't completely devoid of compassion.
A spike of curiosity centered on Gefnar in the group's mental link.
Would you have turned aside a potential ally if they were?
Yes, Carfaweth announced flatly.
Such principles. It's truly galling.
Well, this was never going to be a one-way deal, said a defensive Tanner. You can help us achieve what we need, but if you're really interested in helping the people of Lorsyn, he gestured about broadly, that sure seems like a cause we can get behind.
Yes, the corroded tier's reputation for charity precedes them,
Carfaweth responded dryly. Norik winced at that.
Perhaps I have foregone the more personable details of our exploits. But I assure you, Duchess,
he bowed extravagantly,
cause is as vital as coin in determining our course.
Grand,
Carfaweth grunted. Then, without preamble,
I've been coordinating with Duke Langif of the Elsverd and the retired Commander Parganach of the Lorsyn Guard. They'll be joining us back at the Negalod base come morning. Reports indicate you've been staying with Ayamet and her man Yosed, Allie. Invite them back into the fold if they've any interest. The current state of emergency has surmounted any faction loyalty from years past for the foreseeable future, though I understand that the young lovers wish to be starting a new life elsewhere soon.
Allie nodded, still absorbing Carfaweth's words. An alliance between crime syndicates was unheard of, but collaborating with the most famous name in the Lorsyn Guard ranks, past or present, Lorsyn might well have been turned upside down.
Was Parganach looking to recruit us when we first arrived, then?
Oh, and obviously, Carfaweth continued, solemn promise in her gaze, if any of you speak a word of this into the wrong ears, you die. Understood? Completely, Tanner chuckled. I don't want to brag, but this is hardly our first conditional death threat, Madam Duchess. Carfaweth quirked an incredulous brow at the foxkin before pulling up her hood and striding westward with a flourish of her cloak.
Follow.
Allie didn't even look to her companions before falling in behind, hearing the others do likewise. Yes, previously unthinkable change hung over Lorsyn, but there was also opportunity. A tyrant to remove, and a villain to bring down for good. Her jaw clenched as she envisioned Solak's smug face.
Yes, I think perhaps if all goes well, we may all be able to achieve our goals here shortly.
A vague cloud of dread caused Allie to shudder. Even without veiled threats from a dark Theikour, it would pay to be even more paranoid than usual. Tanner sipped tentatively from the mug in his hand, unable to keep from wondering if the Negalod had cucumber beer on hand out of happenstance, or if they somehow knew to have one of his favorite beverages available on the arrival of their guests. He studied his surroundings over the rim of his mug, surprised at how incongruous the cheery interior of the homestead was with the dour attitude that hung over the dozens of darkly dressed Negalod who'd filtered in and out of the utilitarian sitting room, in which Tanner and his companions found themselves. "Well, I guess it's kinda comforting to see our pattern holding true at least," Tanner muttered when the room was momentarily free of unfamiliar faces. Gefnar smiled. "Getting way more involved than we meant to, you mean?" "Yeah. I think that was always hard on Jack most of all." Sorrow at their friend's absence fell over the three who knew her, while Norik continued to nibble cheerily at the tough, dry biscuits provided. Tanner had heard a young Negalod call them hardtack, and after soaking a piece in his mouth until it was edible, decided he wasn't a fan. And Nelina gave an indifferent shrug.
"Departing your company was her choice, and I'll not pretend I regret the lack of her presence or her incessant assertions that I failed to offer anything useful."
She looked pointedly at Allie.
"You all do well enough on that front by yourselves, without the Huntress's exemplary efforts."
Allie didn't respond, continuing to stare vacantly down at the piece of hardtack she flipped over and over across her fingers like she might one of her daggers. She hadn't spoken since the docks. Tanner was about to lean over in his creaky chair to ask if she was all right, when the door adjacent to the sooty fireplace behind him swung open to spill soft blue light into the sitting room. Karfaweth stood in the doorway, motioning with a jerk of her chin for Tanner and the others to follow.
"We're ready for you."
Gulping a final swig of his beer, Tanner stood and filed after the Duchess with his companions, seeing that two other figures flanked the long wooden table in the next room, the entire scene bathed in the glow of a memory stone-laced simple chandelier. One figure was familiar, the weathered, studious features of Commander Parganach, accompanied by the nearly inaudible hum of his floating chair, held aloft by magics. The old man smiled to the newcomers from beneath his well-groomed mustache, performing something as near to a bow as a man with no legs could.
"A most unconventional mercenary band," he declared softly.
Across from the retired commander was a man just over dwarven height, but of much slimmer shoulders, faint sand-blonde stubble, and gentler though still weathered features. If not for the man's lacking build, Tanner might have supposed that he had some elven blood in him by the faint point of his sun-touched ears. The base of the ears were also more rounded than a human's, however, causing Tanner to guess at a more likely lineage as he and his companions took their seats along the table length opposite where Karfaweth migrated. His suspicions were practically confirmed as he stole a sidelong glance at Gefnar's ears to compare. Half human, half gnome. Don't see many of those, but not unheard of. What caught his attention when he looked Gefnar's way, though, was the pinkish tint that had risen in the gnome's ears, and the way he diverted his gaze from Allie on Tanner's other side. "Oh, get over yourselves," Tanner sighed inwardly. "Your babies would be adorable." The man across from Parganach, meanwhile, studied the new arrivals just as intently as they did him, downing the last of a rather fruity-smelling drink from a small, discolored glass.
"A fetching enough lot, Karfaweth, excepting the goblin. But they'd best be considerably more than they seem if you mean to convince us that they're your hidden reserve."
Tanner blinked, partly at the man's strange accent. Northern Asaliran, maybe? But also at the unexpected use of a Craigbit term. The bone-throwing gambler's pastime was popular in Dragon's Nest, but he hadn't realized other places in Kavorum still preferred Craigbit bones and their accompanying strategy over the randomness of dice. Or had the phrase just been a coincidence? Norik, meanwhile, was scowling at the gnome-blooded man.
I'll have you know, Sir Duke, that I've run a successful show by the docks for a number of weeks. You're not the only one who determines a person's performance ability.
Parganach leaned forward, a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth.
Fascinating how there would be another goblin performer by the docks by the name of Norik, other than the one the Lorsyn Guard are looking to secure for questioning.
Tanner grimaced, recalling their first exchange with the commander and their unconvincing argument that their goblin ally was not in fact the Norik whose assets had been seized. In hindsight, Tanner guessed that said seizure had been what had caused the Lorsyn Guard to suspect a link between Norik and Veladrock's true agent, the old gnome reconcile. Norik's wide eyes darted over to Parganach, his teeth clacking loudly as he clamped his broad mouth shut. Sensing that the time for cover stories was past, Tanner sighed, exchanging a look with Gefnar and Ali. Sorry if our friend has caused any trouble.
Not trouble, precisely,
Parganach said with a shrug.
His performance stall was simply seized for not providing the Lorsyn Guard with their cut of his earnings, despite numerous written and verbal warnings.
Ali groaned, turning a tired glare on Norik.
Urchin was grabbed for being in connection with you because you forgot to pay your taxes?
Hey now, the other man, Langif, declared with a hearty chuckle, smoothing back his short tangle of hair.
Tax evasion is a serious offense.
He grinned through crooked teeth over to the commander.
That's why I keep my paperwork spotless.
As did your predecessor,
Parganach replied coldly. Karfaweth raised a hand to either end of the table.
Gentlemen, we're not here to discuss past vendettas.
She stared heavily across from her to Tanner and his companions.
We're all here because we recognize that the current state of Lorsyn is unsustainable, and we agree that change must be effected, forcibly if necessary.
Her dark eyes shifted to Langif.
And I assure you that our guests' previous accomplishments speak for themselves.
Ah, the Elsford Duke grunted.
But the rest of us simply have to take your word for it, without even knowing what said accomplishments might have been.
In the brief moment Karfaweth inhaled to respond, Tanner locked eyes with Ali and Gefnar in turn. Through the link, he could tell that they were all in agreement. Given the shift in their fortunes, their true identities didn't promise to be such a liability, at least in present company. And if it could help their goals to solidify more quickly, the risk seemed to be worth it. Beside which, Karfaweth clearly knows a fair amount already. We saved my home, Tanner blurted, clearing his throat when all eyes shifted to him. Dragon's Nest. You may have heard of it. We also helped launch the One Blood Alliance and install a new king and queen in Falconcrest. Langif's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward in his seat, as though trying to pierce the dye that Norik had smeared across Tanner's fur to conceal its natural vibrant orange. Realization settled on Langif's face in the form of a broad smirk.
I thought your features seemed strange for a dogkin.
So, he settled back in his seat, clearly intrigued by the eager flash in his eyes.
You're a foxkin, eh? Haven't seen one of your kind before.
Tanner swallowed. And the odds of seeing another one are even slimmer. The Duke cocked an expectant eyebrow, but Tanner didn't feel like expounding any further. Parganach, meanwhile, simply nodded slowly as he studied the faces before him. Satisfaction, more than surprise, played at his puckered mouth.
I'd suspected the truth, but you have managed to shroud yourselves well.
My thanks,
Norik piped up, puffing out his chest.
'Twas my doing.
A series of hard stares saw him resume his former stoop.
No appreciation for the artist,
he muttered, barely audible to Tanner's ears.
Typical.
Where is the other hero of Dragon's Nest?
Parganach continued, scowling.
If the reports are true, surely this tigerkin and goblin can't hope to match her power or skill.
From your perspective, perhaps? Nelina practically hummed through a plastered smile, while Norik simply nodded emphatic agreement of the commander's assessment.
Involuntary recruiting,
Ali sighed, glaring sidelong to the goblin and tigerkin.
And no, they can't.
Gefnar bowed his head deferentially about to their hosts.
Tanner and Ali's fellow champion has other business to attend to. We hope to meet up with her again once our business in Lorsyn is concluded.
Don't sell yourself so short, Thirdborn,
Langif chuckled.
We've heard of you as well. Maybe you can't fly or conjure storms and flame, but I highly doubt your comrades would keep you close if you couldn't swing a blade with the best of them.
Well, it's come up, however,
Parganach interjected sternly.
What is your collective business in our city, and how do you propose that we align your goals with our already—
He paused, glancing from Karfoeth to Langif.
Circumstantial alliance.
To Tanner's surprise, both the Duke and Duchess gave affirmative nods.
About the only things that unite our interest,
Karfoeth explained for her guests,
is that we all agree that Mevod must be removed from power, and that we've no interest in subjugating ourselves before the Falcon Seat to accomplish this goal.
Seats, Tanner corrected. Langif guffawed.
I'm sorry?
It's plural. Gwytherin rules with her husband, Noller, as an equal. He's got his own Falcon Seat.
Adorable,
Karfoeth grunted.
Regardless, if you act in the interest of Falconcrest and the Sommelier, I'm afraid Parganach is right. There would be very little we could accomplish together that could suit each of our goals. Our priority is Mevod's man Solak,
Ali replied curtly. And a prisoner of Mevod's, Tanner added pointedly. Ali stiffened but didn't meet his eye.
And the well-being of Lorsyn's people,
Gefnar chimed in.
We came to this city as free agents, and though we did so with the knowledge of the Falcon Seat inner circle, no official request was made for us even to spy for the Sommelier, let alone accepted.
He looked to the others.
Though I guess you'll just have to take our word on that.
Commander Parganach stroked his thick mustache with thumb and forefinger, exchanging glances with his fellow dissidents.
By all accounts, you are an honorable lot.
More to the point, Nelina offered. They've a history of attempting to de-escalate violent outbreaks and little self-interest in bringing the war to Lorsyn.
The tigerkin flashed a toothy smile at the commander.
When honor and promises are inadequate, one should rely on the cold facts presented by established patterns and self-interest. In this case, an exhibited desire for minimal collateral damage on the part of your prospective allies, despite their bombastic abilities, and simple revenge against the man Solak.
Tanner winced. It's more complex than that. We also want to keep him from achieving whatever his goals are. Though the thought of bringing Solak down for good did help to salve the anger that rose in Tanner's chest whenever he pictured Kravog's champion callously tossing Cruxus to his death.
Well said,
Langif declared, lightly pounding the table with the side of his fist.
Far more stands to be gained than lost by aligning our paths, as you'll not be reaching Solak without going through Mevod's guards or the Toad King himself, and we stand to benefit from each other's strength.
He looked expectantly to Karfoeth and Parganach.
That's how I see it,
Karfoeth agreed with a dip of her head, eyes locked on Ali.
It's why I agreed to this meeting at all, and brought the two of you to weigh in without delay.
Parganach rubbed his wrinkled hands together, whether out of tension or excitement Tanner couldn't tell.
Agreed. Well, what say you, heroes of Dragon's Nest? Our agent within Mevod's palace has us prepared to strike against the tyrant at the Gresdith estate in 12 days. Will you join your blades with ours to free Lorsyn from Chelagon's hold once and for all?
Another series of glances and impulses through their link were all the conference Tanner and his friends needed. "We're in," Tanner announced with an eager smile. "What's the plan?"
Damn, but it feels good to be thinking about helping people outside of Dragon's Nest again. Like old times.
If only Jack could have been there to make sure they did it all right. Chapter 22. New Guests and Their Problems. Guilt clung to Jack like a drenched cloak as she watched the two men before her bicker in increasingly sharp tones.
Praise ye not, the families all together,
Jack thought dryly, feeling the ache of her father's absence as her siblings and mother sat within Jainaf's shelter, the newest arrivals seated with rigid posture across from the eldest brother on the hides and pillows arrayed about the floor. Jalgan was shorter than Jainaf, but he took after his maternal grandfather in boasting thick muscles and a sturdy build. His features also more resembled Yetroith's than Owen's beneath his thick beard, save for the fact that his amber eyes were always draped in a determined scowl.
I warned you of the half-breed's approach so that you might dismiss them from your lands, or defend yourself if necessary,
Jalgan snarled over his folded arms.
Not so that you could invite them into the clan grounds with open arms. Do you think I rule with foolhardy abandon?
Jainaf shot back, clearly struggling to keep his tone even. The two brothers had always known how to goad each other. Jalgan sniffed, his stony gaze shifting over to where a seated Jack pressed against Ember's prone side for comfort.
I don't think you rule at all.
Peace, Jalgan,
Yetroith scolded from where she sat equidistant from her sons.
Jainaf has ruled honorably in your father's stead.
Deferentially inclining his head toward his mother as little more than a twitch, Jalgan added,
And now he allows his actions to be dictated by the one who cost us a better man's leadership.
Jainaf's lip quivered as indignation flashed in his eyes.
You opposed father for years on his every decision. Now you plan to pretend that you wish for his return?
The blows caused Jack to grimace. Neither was entirely inaccurate, but both had gone too far. Jack's aspirations felt as though they slipped like sand through fingers with increasing speed as each week passed. Just days earlier, a new band of half-breeds had descended on the Gorlith camp on the far side of the lake. Composed largely of birdkin and led by a steely-eyed owl-blood, they'd pitched their tents near to the greater encampment, but distant enough to share words without fear of being overheard. In the daytime, however, their leader, Amalog, would bend the ear of anyone willing to listen, often gathering a small crowd.
If we are truly the huntress's people, he was fond of saying, how is it that our bellies are increasingly empty in the land she provides for us?
Tiraki and Jack had spoken with Amalog separately, together, and with the aid of hunters, fishers, or gatherers such as the lionkin Bafan, all of whom had tried to explain that provision had been made to ensure the preserving of sufficient food for the Gorlith through the coming winter. The months would be lean, especially as many more half-breeds joined their number, but their hunters could press south from the clan's winter grounds for additional meat. When that tactic had failed, Jack had made it clear to Amalog that he'd be welcomed to leave if he caused any further trouble. Amalog had refrained from more open speeches since, but Jack had heard whisperings more clearly and more often when passing by Gorlith that,
perhaps we should be demanding more as the huntress is chosen. Macarillon spoke of a thriving society, not one that must ration so severely just to survive.
At least that's what Jack suspected was being said. She'd picked up fragments of the numerous dialects spoken throughout the Gorlith ranks, but each one carried enough nuance for her to doubt her interpretation. Tiraki had heard similar, however, and the Crockblood was doing her best to reassure the gathered outcasts. Their lot would improve, but change took time. Then, last night, Jalgan had appeared in the clan grounds, calmly awaiting discovery after setting off the magical chimes of the encampment's perimeter. He and his retinue from his father-in-law, Erinid's tribe, had spent the day exchanging news and the customary meals, but Jack had felt her brother's cold eyes on her whenever she'd passed by. Jalgan still hadn't spoken to her directly. Jack had tried to tuck her worries about her brother away, along with her anxiety that, if all was going according to Thradlos and Itakar's plan, the Summoneer would be striking at the city of Lorsyn within a matter of days. But now, on Jalgan's second morning back among his blood clan, with pleasantries concluded, he'd secured an audience with Jainaf immediately after the morning meal, and the accusations had begun to fly.
"Disagreement does not equal a lack of respect,"
Jalgan was responding, seeming to force the words out from a noose of throbbing neck veins.
"Jalgan's best attempt at a diplomatic response,"
Jack recognized, and thankfully Jainaf seemed to as well.
"I know,"
the elder brother sighed, before taking a long, slow breath.
"We all miss Father's conviction. But now that I am burdened with his responsibilities, I must make the decisions I believe to be in the best interest of the clan."
Jalgan dipped his head.
"I appreciate your position, Jainaf, but part of the reason for my being here—"
He trailed off, for the first time looking as though the words he was about to speak caused him discomfort.
"Erinid won't stand for it, brother. Nor will others."
Uttering a sound for the first time in minutes, Deyrnas gasped softly from Ember's other side, grasping Jalgan's meaning a second after Jack felt her heart seize with panic. Janissa, who'd been carrying a clay mug of tea to the chronically fatigued Alanest, who was propped up on pillows nearby, stopped in her tracks.
"What are you saying, Jalgan?" "Only what you all must have suspected would be a possibility,"
Jalgan sighed.
"Erinid has declared Clan Dunwall Jainaf to be infested with vermin, and many other clan leaders agree with him."
He looked stonily at Jainaf.
"You know how the northern clans deal with vermin dens, brother."
Jainaf shot a protective glance toward his pregnant wife.
"It's come to that already. We'd be driven from our homes without warning, without counsel."
Jalgan shook his head.
"Why do you think I'm here, Jainaf? It was thought that I would be best suited to express the collective concerns of the other clans, as you are all my blood."
His eyes fell.
"For whatever it's worth, I do hope that you listen to reason." "Threats are not reason," Jainaf replied coldly. "Nor are manipulation and obstinance." He stood, extending a stiff arm for his brother to clasp. "I accept your warning, Jalgan, and I can even trust that it's been delivered with the proper intentions. But I've come to believe in Jack's vision, despite the difficulties it presents. You may inform Erinid that, come the time for us to leave our summer grounds, we'll be finding a new place to winter beyond the Aethelvir, and will not be returning." Jack's jaw fell slack. "Jainaf," Yatroith whispered, resting a hand on her eldest son's arm. "This is foolishness," Jalgan spat, shooting to his feet and knocking aside Jainaf's offered hand. "You speak of obstinance, but you are the one who'll abandon the land set before us by your song before admitting fault." Jainaf squared his shoulders. "You of all people, Jalgan, should understand the necessity of leaving one's home when maturity demands it. The northern clans were gathered in the wake of the Dragon War to watch for a sign that our destiny was at hand. A time of great change." He turned a warm smile on Jack. "Once the weakest of our lights, Jack now outshines us all. Her bond with the light of the forest is undeniable, and her wolf has come to defy all attempts at classification. They are both unique, touched by a ear knot." Jalgan's disgusted, disbelieving glower shot about the faces of his family, only intensifying as he found no commiseration. "The sheer arrogance! From all of you! You're so afraid to admit to a mistake that you clamor at prophecy to justify your actions." He stormed from the shelter with a final sneer at Jack. "I leave tomorrow. You have until then to come to your senses." A low growl rose in Ember's throat, reverberating through Jack's body as she pressed against him for mutual comfort. "It's all right,"
Deyrnas preempted Jack's own words, patting her sister's hand over Ember's back. She flashed a comforting smile toward Jack as she stood.
Jalgan's always burnt hot, as father said. Perhaps another day will give him time to cool.
I hope so,
Janessa sighed, her eyes hard as they found Jainaf's.
Though I'd say the attack on his maturity hardly helped.
Jainaf's posture stooped.
I know, and I'll apologize for it if he agrees to speak again.
Yetroith nodded her approval.
Good. I'll see to our guest's needs in the meantime, and attempt to salve the cuts opened here.
With a heaving grunt, Alanest made as though to climb to her feet.
Those are my duties now, Mother.
And you're welcome to them when it's prudent to conclude your bed rest,
Yetroith said firmly, locking eyes with Janessa and motioning to Alanest with her chin. Dutifully, Janessa knelt at Alanest's side, pressing firmly back against the other woman's shoulder. Alanest offered an expression more like a petulant scowl than Jack had ever seen from her, reluctantly settling back against her pillows.
The chest pains have stopped.
Yet the fatigue persists, and you're still flushed,
Yetroith replied, unmoved.
I'll not have my grandchild endangered for the sake of maintaining tradition.
She turned heavily to the now subdued Jainaf.
Especially when we appear ready to abandon so much of it already.
Jainaf sighed.
Mother.
She raised a forestalling hand.
You are the clan's voice, and I won't oppose you. I only seek to prepare you for what I'm sure you've already considered. That many will pledge themselves to other clans before abandoning the Aethelvir? Yes, I know.
Yetroith offered only a simple nod before exiting the shelter. Jack had never known her to belabor a point. Once it was clear her words had been heard, even if not from her own mouth, the matter was closed. Jainaf, meanwhile, had abruptly dropped to a knee at Alanest's side, clutching her hand.
And you, dearest? Would you return to your blood clan, after all, to spare our child now being born a heretic?
Sensing that they now intruded on a private moment, Jainaf's sisters stood to depart, but Jack's ears picked up Alanest's tearful, earnest reply.
Our child will belong with their father, my love, and I with my husband. Besides,
her smile was audible.
You are clearly less insufferable than Erenid, at least.
Jack's heart felt like it had been enclosed in a great cinching fist as she emerged with Janessa, Deyrnas, and Ember into the clan grounds. Seeing the strength of Jainaf and Alanest's connection always caused a smiling, scruffy face to settle stubbornly in her mind's eye. How many hours had she spent muttering incantations over her mother's stone basin, hoping to stumble upon the secret of letting her speak face-to-face with Tavik again? But whatever technique had Mage Dewach had used to make contact with Gwytherin and Noller halfway across the continent through stone basins had eluded Jack. In hindsight, she supposed she shouldn't have been surprised. If such a method of communication were easy to master, every magic wielder across Deyrnas would have established a web of contacts through such means. As things stood, the nations of the world had grown increasingly insular since the destruction wrought by the Dragon War, exemplified by the half-breed nations claiming large swaths of land unchallenged, and the reclusive city-states of Asalirin rising from the rubble of the ancient nations of the major races.
And not even Entothica uses communication techniques so advanced. I hope he's at least learned his lesson,
Janessa whispered somberly. Stirring from her thoughts, Jack saw that her elder sister monitored their mother as Yetroith led a trio of men and women from the clan in showing Jalgan and his handful of representatives from Clan Nawedi ed Erenid the local hospitality.
Lesson?
Deyrnas replied quizzically. Janessa nodded.
About clinging to a grudge until it's too late to set things right. Jalgan's last words with Father were most assuredly angry ones, and I can't recall him ever telling Father to his face that he loved or even respected him.
Father knew the truth,
Jack asserted amid a shaky exhale.
Of course he did, but words unsaid may haunt any one of us.
Jack swallowed.
And what words would I say to Tavik if I were able to speak to him again?
She had no regrets on sentiments said or unsaid with her father. Despite their brief clash before he'd been taken by Rashuga and his mongrels as a prisoner, Jack's heart was at peace, at least where it held to Owen's memory. She hoped earnestly to see him again, but if their time together truly was concluded, there was nothing left unsaid between them.
Only time that might have been shared.
At Jack's side, Ember sank into a ready crouch as designated clan protectors sprang to their feet or spun from their other duties, snatching up spears, bows, and blades. As her hands drifted for her own weapons, Jack heard it. The faint, telltale chimes that indicated the perimeter of the clan's summer grounds had been breached by an unknown being. The mundane creatures of the forest had a sense about such things, nearly always respecting the gentle magics of the perimeter as wolves might another pack's territorial scent markings. That the chimes had sounded almost certainly indicated that an intelligent being had knowingly stepped across the boundary.
"Ready yourselves!"
Jalgan was shouting to his companions, a short sword in his hand as he glanced about for danger.
"We stand with my blood clan!"
His gaze then settled accusingly on Jack, as though he'd already leapt to the most damning and, to his mind, the most obvious conclusion, and there was one person to blame above all others.
But at least he's willing to defend us,
Jack reminded herself, even as she fell into old hunting habits, darting for the cover of a tree, subtly testing the air with her stance, scanning the forest for any trace of movement. Through her bond with Ember, she even felt the impressions, more than the actual sensations, of the wolf's ears flicking at the sound of running feet and his nostrils flaring at a familiar smell.
"Hold!"
Jack shouted as she grasped how Ember knew that scent, leaving her drawn bow unstrung as she sprinted toward the sound Ember had detected.
"It's a friend, and he's alone."
The majority of the clan protectors ran after her, as did her sisters and Jalgan, but she and Ember were still first to meet the incoming figure. Half-winded from his run, the lionkin fisherman and cook of the Gorlith, Bafan, waved his paw-like hands in placation, dropping to his knees before Jack.
"Please, I know we are not meant to cross to this side of the lake, but I didn't know what else to do." "Speak truthfully or perish, Catblood,"
Jalgan growled, his blade still gripped in his hand as he came alongside Jack. Bafan's eyes shot wide at the threat, locked on Jalgan's weapon, but Jack stepped between the two, stooping to grip the lionkin by the shoulder.
"What is it, Bafan? What's happened?"
New arrivals, Huntress. Some half-breed, some human and gnome. Samanir and Oneblood, they claim."
"Samanir?"
Jack scowled. Had Thradlos and Itakar returned?
"Have they attacked? Why did you run?"
Janna suppressed. Bafan shook his head.
"It's Amelog, Huntress. He's declared the humans and gnomes of their company trespassers, forcing them to ground when they attempted to pass overhead, carried by other birdkin. Tiraki attempted to mediate, but Amelog's had her restrained and—"
Jack heaved the lionkin to his feet, anger blazing in her eyes.
"Onto Ember's back, now! Tell me the rest on the way."
The lionkin meekly complied after a hesitant look toward the giant wolf, clambering up into the saddle behind Jack. Ember was in motion immediately, bolting through the dense trees of the clan grounds until he reached an opening large enough to sprout his furry wings and lunge for the sky. The wind rushing in Jack's ears drowned out the calls from her siblings, but she knew them each well enough to guess the meaning. Jainaf's words would be final unless Jalgan was willing to break all ties of etiquette, and Jack trusted him to act wisely.
"Leaving me to be the one to charge in recklessly."
Storm clouds began to build in the formerly clear skies at Jack's involuntary command, and she could taste the light of the forest at the back of her throat like potent rising bile.
"Is Tiraki alive?"
she shouted back to Bafan, who clutched fearfully around her middle as they climbed the darkening sky over the lake.
"When last I saw, Huntress."
"Golden,"
Jack thought with what she'd later identify as a rather alley-esque snarl.
"I may allow Amelog to keep his wings, then."
Chapter 23 The World's Stubborn Call. Ember swept downward in a coasting dive toward the northern bank of Cardwig Lake, a rumbling growl spilling from behind his bared teeth as Jack swept her sword, Hellfade, into her grasp. The scene before her was much as Buffon had described, though Jack was glad to see that the Lionkin, who now had his arms cinched around her for dear life, hadn't had the opportunity to relate Tyraki's evident accounting of herself. Though the Crockblood mage was indeed restrained by a trio of Amalog's people, a half-dozen more still lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious or clutching bruises from where they'd been thrown or pummeled by magics.
Or just pummeled by a good old staff,
Jack realized, noting that fur and feathers were matted together on the end of Tyraki's confiscated staff in Amalog's hand. The Owlblood himself stood broad and tall for one of his kind, with mottled plumage and a physical weight to him that belied his half-elven, half-avian bones. As for the rest of Amalog's newly arrived faction, numbering about 20 or so various birdkin with an orc, wolfkin, and snakeblood thrown in for good measure, they encircled their leader and a cluster of even fresher faces defensively, deflecting objections and the occasional projectile from the greater Gorlith surrounding them. It was the subdued visitors who gave Jack pause, however, as she realized that she knew some of their faces. The first to register was that of Desikin, King Shanadir's eagle-blood aide. Wide-eyed and fearful, she currently raised one pleading feathered hand toward Amalog, the other planted firmly against the chest of a brawny, sneering human male. A man with a perpetual gleam in his eye that spoke of the urge to let his fists fly.
"Rithbane?"
Jack whispered in disbelief, her anger wavering only slightly in her confusion at seeing the pit-fighter from Nizame so far from both his home and his last known charge, escorting the disgraced former mayor Dunaxis across Kavorim to Falconcrest. The third face Jack recognized was yet another surprise. Captain Luridin had been dispatched by the Summoneer heading the opposite direction, meant to take up the defense of Varbius Keep on the continent's southern coast. Now he lay prone at Amalog's taloned feet, groggily clinging to consciousness as blood congealed in a bludgeoned wound above his left ear. In the second Jack had to take it all in, she stabbed her sword to the sky, willing the elements themselves to respond. They did so. Lightning lanced from numerous points in the dark coalescing clouds overhead, funneling down to spill a blinding, deafening torrent of electricity into Hellfade, soaking the magic blade in crackling power. As Jack, Ember, and Buffon alighted, the great wolf crouched protectively over Luridin's dazed form, and Jack thrust her sword out toward Amalog's throat, staying the blade that now shone like lightning itself scarcely an inch from the flinching Owlblood.
"Explain your actions!"
Jack bellowed, thunder rumbling overhead with her words. Never before had she felt so steeped in the primal light of the forest. Amalog swayed his head, clearly dazzled by the display of power, but unwilling to give ground. Had he shown any honor, Jack might have even respected him for it. As it was, his defense was as predictable as it was infuriating.
"Huntress,"
Amalog began with a frenzied ticking of his tongue.
"These interlopers trespassed in their lands laid before us by your mighty will. They spit on our glorious destiny and treat us as creatures to be dominated."
"Lies!"
Tyraki snarled from where a trio of birdkin gripped her by the arms and kept an arm about her neck like shackles.
"Lies, Jack. These visitors were set to fly peaceably overhead toward the clan grounds."
Amalog spun on the Crockblood.
"All birdkin borders extend to the sky. Is our way not to be honored?"
Desikin spoke up from where she was ringed by Amalog's followers, shooting a final warning glare at the tensed, almost crazed Rithbane.
"Had we known there was another encampment south of the lake, we would have diverted course, but we didn't mark your presence until we were challenged."
"I still say you should have let me drop my fist onto his head,"
Rithbane muttered, waggling his eyebrows menacingly over the eagle-blood at Amalog. Momentary confusion gave way to understanding as Jack saw that Desikin and the trio of eagle-bloods behind her all sported harnesses about their chests, with tethers that ran to a dark wood platform at their feet. Unique in being highly receptive to enchantments, darkwood often served as an organic alternative to substances like copper, and Jack guessed that this piece had likely been made to serve as a suspended airborne fairy, its course corrected by a mixture of mental commands and the path of its birdkin carriers.
How far have they traveled like this?
Jack wondered, imagining Desikin and her comrades flying across endless fields and treetops, with Rithbane and the other passengers held aloft behind near black railings beneath.
And why?
Amalog's features, meanwhile, were twisted in what Jack could easily recognize these days as a birdkin sneer of disgust.
If we're not permitted to tread the precious grounds of your blood clan, Huntress, then we've no interest in extending to any not of elven blood the honor of treading upon ours. An example must be made.
Jack stared down at the owlblood from her perch atop Ember, then up at him as she slipped from her saddle, stooping to press her hand against the blood-slick side of Captain Luridin's twitching face. Soft, healing light spread from her touch, flawlessly suturing torn flesh and salving furious swelling.
Not too much.
She couldn't afford to weaken herself in case Amalog planned to combat her next words.
You're right,
Jack sighed heavily. Then, louder as she stood and wrenched Tiraki's staff from the owlblood.
You're right. An example must be made.
Shock and fury flashed in Amalog's large eyes, as though daring Jack to continue. Jack examined her heart and found that she couldn't do otherwise.
Amalog, for your arrogance, your honorless instigation of violence, and your clear disdain for what myself and the Gworlith are attempting to build, I banish you and all who supported you in these efforts from our company.
Her voice lowered to a menacing drone.
Leave now, and return only when you're able to believe in a world greater than the sum of its peoples.
Amalog's beak worked as though around a tough morsel before the owlblood slowly inclined his head toward Jack.
As the Huntress wishes, of course.
Malice ruffled in his feathers as he craned his neck about to take in his followers.
It seems the time of our welcome here has expired, my friends. The Huntress is not yet ready to accept the necessity of our methods.
Such methods have never been a necessity,
Jack forced from her taut jaw.
There's no shame in defending what you hold dear, but when blood is drawn needlessly, violence and hate are the only victors.
Holding her gaze, Amalog mutely spread his wings wide, nimbly shooting skyward as his faithful followed suit. Those without the power of flight, whether from unconsciousness or alternate physiology, were caught up under their arms in the seconds it took for both silent and flapping wings to carry them all from sight. Tiraki stomped to Jack's side, huffing through her reptilian nostrils as she monitored Amalog's departure.
My apologies, Jack. I'd barely noted the newcomer's approach before he'd already ordered them harried and forced to ground.
It's all right,
Jack sighed, handing the Crockblood mage her staff.
I only hope Amalog and his sympathizers don't cause trouble somewhere else.
The other woman was already nodding.
I'll dispatch messengers across Kovorim to alert any allies to be on their guard.
Jack nodded her thanks, next looking about at the wary, worried faces of those under her command who remained.
If anyone feels I've acted unfairly,
she addressed them in as earnest a tone as she could currently manage,
I'll hear your objections when I've finished welcoming our visitors. Until then, you may watch or disperse as you see fit.
Murmured conversations broke out across the gathered Gworlith, but no one dispersed. Satisfied that she'd been heard, Jack finally turned to Desikin and Rithbane, forcing a smile of greeting.
Sorry that I wasn't here to see you welcomed properly the first time, but allow me to begin correcting what's been done.
Near her feet, Captain Luridin groaned, rubbing at the congealing blood along the side of his head as he heaved up to his feet.
You've more than started that already, Jack.
He frowned.
Or Huntress. Whatever I'm meant to be calling you.
Jack will be fine.
Jack assured him, while Tiraki began swirling her staff about, the blood of the captain's wound dissolving to nothingness beneath the bluish glow of the stone atop it.
I'll admit, I wasn't expecting to be receiving any of you here.
She looked pointedly from Luridin to Desikin, then to Rithbane.
Much less sharing each other's company. That said, you are all welcome.
Something struck her as both Luridin and Desikin favored her with a gracious bow of the head, while Rithbane merely jerked his chin toward her in acknowledgement. Frowning, Jack scanned the handful of eagle-bloods, humans, and gnomes behind those she recognized.
Captain Luridin, it's unlike a leader of your order to travel without a full command, from what I understand. As unlike your knights to allow their leader out of their sight.
Luridin's eyes fell at the implied question.
Correct on both counts. As you may recall, I departed Falconcrest with a full company of Samanir.
He swallowed, brow twitching as his eyes drifted closed.
Over 100 of our order's finest, reassigned from the northern front to safeguard the homeland of our new queen and king.
Jack inhaled sharply, raising a hand to her mouth without thinking. There was no mistaking the anger and loss in the captain's words.
Varbia's keep has fallen? What became of the farmers who sought refuge in?
She trailed off as Luridin shook his head.
We never reached the keep, Lady Huntress.
Rithbane spat.
Neither did we, if you care at all. And I was so looking forward to a home-cooked meal after so many weeks of travel.
I don't understand,
said Jack, leaning back against Ember for support. The look in Desikin's patient eyes spoke of truly awful tidings.
What force could have slaughtered a full company of Samanir and had the numbers to spare to track you and your toughs, Rithbane?
One that's moved shrouded from Shanadir's sight until now,
Desikin announced gravely.
Jack, I fear that this war has been built on even more treachery than we've realized, and we may be running out of time before the true goals behind it all are achieved.
A shudder shook Jack's frame, despite the relative warmth of the morning.
You've brought him here, haven't you?
Rithbane nodded curtly.
We have. Dragon's Nest's dear old mayor. And judging by your tone, you're the only person who doesn't want the man for some reason.
Jack stepped numbly forward, pushing gently past Desikin and Rithbane to take in the familiar capsule flanked defensively by the two's underlings. Anger burned hot in her chest as she recalled the last time she'd seen the deceptively serene resting place, back in Captain Linmore's underground facility for brainwashing his agents on the island of Nizaim. The face that lay placid beneath the glass casing of the lid, however, left Jack with the feeling that the cruel fate of having one's mind stripped away may have finally befallen the one person who deserved it. Even lying unconscious and serene on the padding within, the deposed Mayor Denaxis Ed Kutin somehow managed to bear a smug, patient smirk.
I know that look,
Rithbane grunted, flashing Jack a wicked smile.
I had it more than a handful of times myself, before we had the fancy bed delivered from Dragon's Nest. Theikour had asked for one to study a while back, you see. So we all just thought it'd be best to put it to use making Chatty Denaxis here a bit more docile for the journey. Trust me, he's a lot easier to tolerate when he's taking a long nap.
Theikour broke his mind?
Jack asked, unsure if she felt more hopeful or appalled. But Rithbane shook his head.
Not saying I'd have done the same, but the High Priestess adjusted this contraption to work as a hibernation chamber, she called it. The prisoner's not been fed nor watered, but he looks the same as he did when we set out from the Glenadok stronghold.
Jack's mind turned to the similar container the craftsman Hadifasir had used to preserve the body of his deceased daughter, though his had utilized cold to keep the body from decaying.
Not necessary when the patient is still alive, it seems. But why are you here?
Jack pressed, trying not to sound as accusatory as she felt. There were enough complications about already.
Any of you?
Desikin offered a tisk of her tongue that Jack had come to identify as the equivalent of clearing one's throat.
Shanadir recently glimpsed, as he put it, a darkness closing about Kavorum like the jaws of a great beast from the east in his meditations. The patterns showed him that it would strike to the south and north, while threatening to swallow Falconcrest to the east down its gullet. Hoping that closeness to these points would bring him better clarity, he visited Falconcrest for Gwytherin and Nolar's coordination, but still nothing came to focus. He then set out southwest after Captain Luridin's company, soon feeling that he closed in on something from his visions, dispatching me to represent him at the gathering between the One Blood Alliance, mongrels, and Verminthrong.
Jack nodded slowly.
So that's why Shanadir was so late in arriving to the summit.
Luridin, meanwhile, offered Desikin another half-bow that managed to be gracious and reluctant all at once. And for his tenacity, I likely owe him my life, if not those of my company.
But who attacked you?
Even knowing she asked for numerous answers all at once, Jack couldn't help her growing impatience.
Mevod's forces can't be that far south.
Not Mevod, Luridin affirmed with a sneer that held the memory of violence. Desikin's neck feathers ruffled as she added,
His puppeteers, those who've helped him to ascend and to pose such an unexpected threat to the Samaneer.
The blazing Thalassin League,
Rithbane blurted, rolling his eyes as he motioned to Desikin and Luridin.
I swear, trying to get a quick answer out of these two is harder than getting your blonde friend to smile.
He grinned.
Seen her recently, by the by. Wouldn't mind her taking note that I'm all responsible now.
Jack pressed a hand to her temple to thwart a sprouting headache.
What? No, the others have gone north, and what?
She turned back to Desikin.
Is a Thalassin League?
An inadvertent creation of our new general, it seems, Luridin said darkly. Desikin nodded.
By what we've been able to glean from reports of agents we've sent to the Four Winds, this Thradlos appears to have upset a time-honored balance among the pirates of the Thalassin Sea and the commodores of the Mawred trading empire based in Lorsyn. With Thradlos centralizing his power in Garikat, the delicate balance between Kavorum ships and those from the Helishith Isles, Lasmak, and the islands across the Thalassin was broken. And so they began to seek a way of establishing a new order that would see the entrenched Thradlos finally brought to heel.
If I may, Huntress, Buffon ventured from Jack's shoulder, causing her to remember that she had an audience in all this. At a nod, the Lionkin continued.
I heard rumblings of this Thalassin League during my time on the Lasmak Peninsula. Many seemed to feel the Garikat defense fleet had effectively cut Lorsyn and the Mawred trading empire off from the greater Thalassin, ending the supply of copper and luxuries needed by Lasmak and the Isles to expand their influence into Kavorum and Asalirin. Others seemed heartened, however, that the Doyen, a ship's captain of some seeming renown, had relocated her base of operations to the Helishith Isles. Great change would come of this, they appeared to believe. More freedoms for those seeking their fortunes on the high seas, as they put it.
I see, Jack said slowly. And who is this Doyen?
No one knows, Rithbane admitted. But we've heard of her even west of Kavorum. Story is, she wears a hood and mask.
The stories are true, Desikin affirmed, though our agents seem to believe that she's some strain of mammalian half-breed.
All right, Jack groaned, still struggling to keep up.
And this Doyen was the one who assaulted your forces, Luridin?
They wore her colors at the least, said Desikin when the captain looked her way for confirmation.
Bands of red and yellow, recognized from reports submitted by our agents monitoring the Helishith Isles.
Luridin's jaw clenched. They ambushed us at our most vulnerable, outnumbering us 4-1. It was a slaughter. A full quarter of our entire order. Many were freshly inducted recruits, following our losses against the Glenadoc. I would have fallen alongside them if not for Shanadir's timely intervention. His bodyguards plucked me from danger at the last moment, as I fell back into tree cover with my few remaining knights. He exhaled shakily.
I heard those last brave souls cut down as they called out for my orders.
Jack couldn't help a grimace of sympathy. Yes, she'd fought the Summoneer under Luridin's command during their ill-informed assault on the Glenadok, but a massacre was never something to be celebrated.
I feel the weight of your losses,
Jack managed, then, turning back to Desikin,
but that still doesn't explain why you've come here.
Shanadir secreted Captain Luridin to a temporary hiding place as he came north to trade places with me, the Eagleblood explained. But he saw that there was more to be done in the south. I was given orders to intercept Rithbane and divert his band's course. Jack looked skeptically to the fighter.
And you allowed this?
You say that as though I'm unreasonable, Rithbane chuckled. Besides, Desikin's argument proved quite persuasive when we spotted the forces in question fast approaching. Like the dutiful servant I am, I quickly attempted to report in to Intothica through the magic scrolls she'd gifted me, but...
The Doyen seems to employ powerful mages, Desikin finished somberly. We don't know how much of the message got through before they detected the scrolls' magics, rushing in to nullify them, as well as my communication with Shanadir.
But you'll have another one of those fancy scrolls, though, right?
Rithbane huffed to Jack.
No,
Jack sighed, rubbing at her eyes.
In my parting of ways with the others, I felt it best to make a clean break, not absconding with anything meant for their mission.
Rithbane studied her a moment before giving a doubtful twitch of his hairy lip.
Oh, of course. Makes sense.
Annoyance flashed in Jack's chest.
Why didn't you flee back to Dragon's Nest, or continue on an alternate road east?
For 2 reasons, Huntress, said Desikin, genuflecting apologetically. Those courses would be anticipated and treacherous, no matter how high we flew. And, to put it bluntly, I don't agree with the hands-off approach Shanadir has adopted with you 3 blind spots in his visions, as he says it, since the troubles in Cadison. Jack scowled.
Is this why he said nothing of your story after the summit a few weeks ago?
Desikin nodded. Yes. He's grown fearful of influencing your courses directly, as he believes the world will shift with your actions. She fixed Jack with a sidelong birdkin stare. On that much, at least, we agree. Understanding bloomed in Jack's mind in the same instant Tiraki spoke from her shoulder.
You would have the Huntress reunite with her companions.
I would. You baffle Shanadir and all other seers when you're united far more than you do presently, Huntress. The moment your path diverged from those of Tanner and Ali, your fate began to solidify in the patterns as much as any mortal's.
We do not always choose our pack.
Jack started, eyes darting to where Ember stood, stoically meeting her gaze. She felt his thoughts and intentions so clearly on rare enough occasion to know to take special note when she did. Danger approaches your friends in Lorsyn, Desikin pressed. Powers converge there beyond those revealed, with the Thalassin League seemingly moving to engage Letterog's ships in the Griswold channels. And what my king believes to be the last great fight of our generation will begin. Would you let this defining moment for all of Deyrnas pass you by? Jack's heart pounded, her jaw clenched in frustration as she looked about the curious, wary faces of her followers.
Am I just meant to abandon this dream that I believe in? To let this experiment be paraded as a grand failure?
She caught sight of where her siblings, mother, and a handful of extended family had clustered beyond the Gorlith shelters. Getroith's unconditional pride, Jainaf's pains of leadership coupled with his own shaky faith, Janasa's studious curiosity and quiet respect, Jalgan's patient hunger for this attempt at what he held to be madness to end, Jernost's wide-eyed anticipation at impending decisions, old Heffind, his wizened, patient smile easily counterbalancing the cold frown from his fellow elder, Gwibiad. And Jack found she couldn't bring herself to leave any of them behind.
I've found where my duty lies, Desikin,
she informed the Eagleblood with a firm nod.
There's still too much for me to do here at home. So I'll tell you what I told General Thradlos. My friends can handle themselves. if they're even still between the anvil of Lorsyn and any descending hammers. I trust in the sense of justice now found in the Falconcrest leadership, and I trust in the unquenchable spirit of freedom that will see Lorsyn, and any others under Mevad's rule, inevitably throwing off their shackles. Perhaps even joining forces with the Summoner to face the true threat of this doyen. But whatever is accomplished beyond the Aethelvir will have to be done without me.
Captain Luridin's expression soured.
Your requisite duty to the outside world is concluded. Is that it?
I don't know, Jack admitted. But, for the moment, I know where the battle I'm meant to fight lies. It will be won with words and compassionate acts, not magic or steel. And I hope that whatever victory is found here may one day reach beyond the Aethelvir to the outside world, and help to end the division that already causes the hearts of the peoples of Deyrnas to crumble.
Then, squaring her shoulders as though to shrug away any further objections,
You're all welcome to find rest and shelter on whichever side of the lake you find more suitable. We'll send out patrols to ensure you weren't followed.
Her eyes again fell to where Dynaxis's smug face lay beneath the translucent paneling of his atypical cage.
All I ask is that you keep your prisoner out of my sight. I've been under considerable stress lately, and his defenseless chest cavity would prove quite the relief with a few arrows in it.
Turning before any of her guests could reply, Jack placed a hand on a nervous-looking Bafan's shoulder.
You did well, thank you.
The Lionkin offered only a meek nod. Tiraki, meanwhile, studied Jack inscrutably.
You'll be returning to inform the rest of your clan?
Yes.
Do you wish me to remain here?
Please. And don't be so hesitant to send up a light show should Amalog and his people circle back.
The Crockblood's eye twitched at the implied reprimand, but she bowed her head.
Of course.
Jack stifled a sigh.
I know you didn't wish to escalate things needlessly, and I'm sure you were given little opportunity to alert me while defending yourself. But should Amalog return, he'll do so as an invader. You can't hesitate to raise the alarm.
Another nod.
Understood, Huntress.
Bridling at the return of the title's use from Tiraki, Jack resolved to smooth things over with her confidant that evening, pressing on to address her gathered family and clan members.
My place is here,
she stated simply, walking past them alongside Ember without gauging the varied reactions to her words. Ember's stamina for altering his form had increased, but Jack still didn't wish to exhaust him, not when there might be new dangers lurking about. Chapter 24. Timed Deliberations. Jack stared into the dying coals of the clan's central campfire that evening. True to his word, Jalgan hadn't continued his fight with Jainaf, but a brittle tension hung in the air, deafening in the uneasy silence. Jalgan and his fellow representatives from Erinid's clan muttered back and forth to each other just beyond Clan Danwell Jainaf's shelters, and Jack could often feel their eyes drifting her way. She'd returned to sit by the fire that morning, and had hardly moved since. Ember had remained at her side for the long hours, patiently awaiting any revelations Jack might discover as she turned the issues before her over in her mind. The rest of the clan had milled about their duties in orbit of Jack, joining her only for the day's communal meals, though none spoke to her directly. Jack supposed others would have found all the activity distracting, but for her it had been a blessed few hours of meditation. Now, as the sun was setting, and the rest of the clan dispersed and resumed their duties after supper, Janissa quietly deposited a plate full of bread, sauce, and berries next to Jack's log seat, while a giggling Deyrnas tossed a slab of venison into Ember's eager jaws. Both women departed without a word. The support in their silence brought a smile to Jack's drawn mouth. Jainaf and Yetroith had both passed by earlier as well, with the former setting water out for Ember and the latter ensuring that Jack had eaten lunch. And now it seemed that old Heffind was joining the stream of silent aid as well, shuffling near to deposit a small wooden totem by Jack's supper. Jack blinked, studying the small, skillfully carved fragment of birch. It was like no symbol of Eirnot or any other Theikour that she'd ever seen, sporting numerous faces of bird and beast that melted seamlessly into each other along an ovoid center, along with sets of features distinctly human, elven, gnomish, orcish, and even dwarven. Plucking it from the log beside her, Jack turned it about in her palm, studying the intricate work in the light of the campfire's evening glow. "Heffind?" The elder crooned, turning his wrinkly smile back on her. She held up the totem. "What is this?" Heffind shrugged. "A humble present that I hope will aid you in some small way." Jack nodded slowly. "The different peoples of Deyrnas, all fashioned into a single shared form. I found it sometimes helps to have a tactile reminder of the things one strives for." Jack's eyes fell to a single face in the carving. "Who is she, the human woman?" The elder's eyes drifted closed. "My Colfia. I forget you never met her. She had the kindest, most welcoming heart. I felt she was the perfect choice to bring the many faces of the totem together." A warm smile awaited Heffind when he looked back to Jack. "Thank you. I'll keep this close." "Then I hope it serves its purpose well." With a dip of his head, Heffind shuffled back to his shelter. "Nice old man," a gruff voice intruded on Jack's thoughts, heralding Rithbane's approach only a second before he plopped down on a log perpendicular to Jack's own. "I've fought a few of those. Scrappy like your blonde friend." Jack fixed him with a side-eye she hoped would have made said friend proud. "Do you even remember her name?" Rithbane grinned, leaning forward to warm his hands before the fire's coals. "Sure do. I just try to keep the saying of it a special event." For a moment, the faint tug at the corner of the man's mouth struck Jack as surprisingly genuine. "Some people have a way of making themselves a permanent fixture in your head." Nodding noncommittally, Jack tried not to think about Tavik. She'd engaged enough with Rithbane to satisfy her sense of tact. She turned back to the glowing coals, hoping to resume her meditations. "It's quiet." Jack sighed. "Sorry that the tranquility of my home doesn't live up to your rowdy standards." Rithbane chuckled. "True, it doesn't. But that's not what I meant, and I'm guessing you sense it too." "No disputes, you mean?" "I do. Been talking to your crockblood friend, and she's of the opinion that this is, as she put it, abnormal." "Sometimes we have quiet days." Jack winced at how defensive she sounded. Rithbane shrugged. "Sure, but today? Not a peep out of anyone since this morning, after your family bickering and the splash we made dropping in on your Gworlith?" Jack didn't bother asking how the fighter had come to know of Jalgan's dispute with the clan. "I take it you and your fellow travelers have found a place to rest across the lake?" "We have. And even as guests, we can all feel it. That damned quiet." "You think trouble is brewing?" Rithbane offered a grating guffaw. "Trouble's here, your huntressness. Look, I've got no fight against what you're trying to build. Blazes, even before me and Aquilius started wrangling the folks on Nizame, the main thing that brought me to the island was that they didn't much care about blood, fur, or feathers. Thing is, some people are just never gonna be ready to share their world with folks who are too different. And that goes for whatever side you're on. You can bet that if the major races had welcomed the half-breeds into the world with open arms, after Sinarmiat supposedly cranked them out of his magic factory or what have you, that the mammals would be fighting birds, or the birds the reptiles, or some such nonsense. Right now they've got an unwritten pact that says they can't be at each other's throats,
because they've got the major races hating them in common.
What's your point?
Jack asked tiredly.
People. Any people are always gonna attack whatever's different as a general rule. That's not something you can just train out of them.
And why not?
Jack snapped, spinning to fix Rithbane with a steely glare.
They've had it trained into them.
The fighter offered an allowing nod.
After generations of feeling like they're justified. Not even some prophesied heroine can just swoop in and wipe all that away.
Jack grunted.
You're telling me to give up?
I'm telling you that the world makes a lot more sense and has a lot tougher of a time blindsiding you if you learn a simple truth I learned a long time ago. Doesn't matter where you're from or what's in your blood. Everyone's at least a little selfish, and everyone's convinced they're in the right. Give any one like-minded group enough power and they'll do everything they can to make sure they stay there.
He chewed on his tongue for a moment before forcing out,
And everyone's capable of being at least a little nice. Even fanatics who get all offended and violent over people who think differently, even existing, care about someone other than themselves, even if it's still selfishly. And everyone is perfectly happy letting even the people they're afraid of exist somewhere out of sight, provided they don't think those people are going to attack them.
After considering Rithbane's words, Jack gave a faint smile.
That was moderately wise.
Rithbane gave another shrug.
No one ever changes the world alone. Not really. History likes to gloss over the years we humans were treated like an infestation on Deyrnas to be tolerated at best. Do you think the elves and gnomes would have saved old King Lansfarer from that orc assault if he'd just sailed ashore the day before? No, he had to put up with being constantly driven out of wherever he and his people tried to settle, just like his ancestors. It was the centuries of living apart but knowing of each other that got the giants and pointy ears used to us, before Lansfarer could gather the scattered humans into an actual nation. The natives didn't forget how alien we were. They just got numb to it.
Jack sighed.
And 5 centuries isn't long enough for the rest of the world to have gotten used to the half-breeds?
Maybe not,
Rithbane retorted, holding up and counting off on his fingers.
1, we didn't know where they came from until recently, and I'm at least still pretty hazy on the specifics. 2, they popped up right after we'd lost the elves and nearly been wiped out in the Dragon War. I'm guessing that made for a tough crowd. And 3, it might not be the most polite thing to say, but they look way more different than we humans ever did. Some of us even eat the animals they resemble.
You eat dogs?
Jack's face contorted in disgust, a low rumble sounding from Ember, despite her inability to voice the only more sensitive option.
Or bears?
Rithbane chuckled.
I didn't say me, Huntress. Though I'm told roasted snake is quite the delicacy.
Instinctive revulsion gave way to curiosity within Jack. Snakes weren't exactly common this far north, but if they had been...
Anyway,
said Rithbane, pushing back to his feet.
I don't mean to distract you or anything. I'm sure you've got an awful lot on your mind, what with your decision to make.
Jack's eyes narrowed.
I've already made my decision.
Of course you have,
Rithbane smirked, setting off back toward the lake.
Desigan says we're leaving at first light. Oh, and thanks for adjusting your perimeter magics. I wasn't sure I wouldn't start a diplomatic incident coming to chat.
Jack nodded absently. She hadn't seen to it personally, but Jainav would have informed the protectors in charge of such things.
That was the most non-infuriating conversation I've had with the man, at least,
Jack whispered into Ember's ear, the wolf now lit solely in the glowing coals nearby, as the sun had sunk fully from view. Cinching her cloak about her more tightly, Jack percolated on the 2 very different exchanges she'd just had. Each had been helpful in its own way.
So what am I even still considering?
Jack hoped it was the simplistic broadness of the question that stumped her as she inched closer to share Ember's warmth. For a summer night, the next few hours promised to be cold ones. Adrenaline pulsed in Jack's blood as she came to consciousness, on her feet and reaching for Ember in her mind before she spared a thought to identify what had shattered her slumber. Then it sounded again, a piercing, mournful cry that carried the weight of a dozen broken dreams. Ember was immediately at Jack's side as, still blinking away sleep, she leapt from her bedroll onto the great wolf's back. The two broke from the darkness of the family shelter and into the moonlight beyond. Jack saw that many figures already bustled about the clan encampment, a pair of familiar faces converging near the central fire pit. Jack's brothers squared off, voices quickly rising as Jack urged Ember toward them with a thought. Readying herself to interject and press for answers, Jack found her gaze lifted past Jainaf and Jalgan to the far side of Cardwig Lake, where a towering blaze reflected off the gentle waters. At the fire's root, a broad, domed structure was being consumed like a rag soaked in pitch, eager for the flames. It was a structure Jack instantly recognized. Her heart sank, nearly reducing her to vertigo.
The Gorlith storehouse.
Guilt enclosed Jack like quicksand.
I should have stayed with the Gorlith tonight, should have anticipated the escalation.
The past cannot be undone. Jack shook herself, channeling her frustration into focus. Ember was right. She and many others would have to act quickly and decisively to avoid any further acts of aggression. As Ember drew up alongside Jainaf and Jalgan, the elder brother was pointing angrily across the lake to the towering blaze.
And now you've dislodged the first pebble of a waiting rock slide.
Jalgan's eyes flashed.
I tell you, I did not order this. Have you given no thought to how tensions might have risen on your watch? The people of your clan are scared, brother. Is it so hard to believe any of them might act as they feel is necessary to protect their home from—
His eyes slid over to Jack.
Misguided ideals.
Jainaf, too, turned to Jack, nodding crisply.
Protectors and volunteers already circuit the lake to aid in dousing the flames. Can you, conjure a rain?
Jack finished, already sinking into the light of the forest.
I can try.
It was a slightly different task than any she'd attempted before, but if she could summon clouds and charge them with lightning, accelerating their release of droplets should be within her reach. At Jack's mental command, Ember leapt skyward from standing, his furry wings unfurling into existence from his sides and churning in the rising petrichor that accompanied the first stage of Jack's communion with Deyrnas' power, infused into the natural world. The sky above darkened as Jack's arms spread wide, as though to conduct the forces of nature as one might instruments of wood and string. Great cloud banks coalesced, roiling like froth in a bubbling cauldron. Jack wasn't exactly sure how she went about summoning rain from them, or accelerating the natural condensation. She barely understood how she called down lightning. As she focused on building the storm, however, she began to feel the patter of raindrops against her face. Sparsely at first, and then spilling down in great billowing sheets, water poured from the sky across the clan grounds, leaving Jack and Ember both drenched, rain sloughing from the wolf's furry wings in irregular spirals with every pounding flap. Refocusing on the physical world, Jack looked down to where the Gorlith storehouse still burned. The flames had diminished under the conjured downpour, but the orcs, humans, and half-breeds heaving buckets of water on the fire looked to be winning their fight now. That is, until arrows began pelting them from the tree line off the lake shore. Chapter 25 Beyond Borders. The clan protectors dispatched to aid the Gorlith spun to face their attackers, drawing and stringing their bows as they dived for cover. None of them need have bothered. In the seconds before Jack leaned low over Ember's neck, urging him into a swooping plummet toward the chaos, she saw that only Gorlith fell to the arrows. Orcish bellows and half-breed yowls, screeches, and howls assailed Jack's eardrums in her rapid descent, anger and guilt rising with bitter bile in Jack's throat.
Have I pushed us to this?
Then a new sound broke through the chaos, a crooning, arrogant voice from behind. "Huntress!" Ember banked on a coin's breadth, wings pounding as he held Jack steady to identify the new threat. The banished owl-blood, Amalog, hung in the air a stone's throw distant, his own wings nearly silent against the ceaseless deluge. Jack snarled, rain spilling from her chin.
"I'll face you in single combat, Amalog, but only if you call off your attack."
The owlblood gave a soft, hooting laugh. "You misunderstand, Huntress. It is your people who set fire to your food stores and loose arrows upon the Gworlith attempting to douse the flames." Faint chimes sounded through the dark rainfall, and Amalog clacked his beak, the feathers about his eyes creasing in a birdkin smile. "My people merely act in retribution, rounding up your clan to execute and maim in equal number." Horror pounded in Jack's chest as she saw Amalog's minions swoop in on the clan campgrounds, making good on their leader's threat. The owlblood folded his arms, satisfaction in his airborne posture. "The time has come for you to make your choice, Huntress. Will you act on behalf of blood, or of those whom you've sworn to lead and protect? Whomever you neglect will remember your choice, and they will not forgive." Cries of fear and battle buffeted Jack's ears, and she froze, paralyzed in indecision as her gaze swung from the recurring home of her youth, saw her brothers leap to the defense of her mother as blades and bolts descended, to the arrow-struck bodies and ramshackle shelters of those who'd placed their faith in her, in the promise that she'd make a home for them. It wasn't merely an impossible choice. It was one Jack refused to make. They were all equally her people, and she was not a Theikour, directing the lives of lesser beings through might or divine wisdom. All she could do was help where she believed she could do the most good. Others would have to make of her actions whatever they wished. Then Jack's eyes found the familiar girlish face of Deyrnas below in the chaos of the Gworlith side of the lake. Her little sister's face was contorted with fear, but she still moved through the half-breed structures, directing a family of lizardkin to safety as she interposed herself between them and any incoming volley from the trees. Evidently, Deyrnas had assessed the same thing Jack had, that the arrows were only targeting Gworlith, and she'd opted to use her own body as a deterrent against further shots toward her charges. But the night was very dark indeed, especially the further Deyrnas fled from the lessened blaze of the storehouse. Even a keen-eyed member of the northern clans might mistake Deyrnas for... Jack's mouth fell slack in outrage and denial as a dark shaft blossomed from Deyrnas' back in the dim light. Impeccable knowledge of human anatomy told Jack that the arrow had almost certainly struck her sister's heart. Then she was diving once more, disregarding the rest of Amalog's challenge from behind. He'd delayed her long enough. Seconds later, Jack was swinging from Ember's back, dropping to her knees and catching up her sister's body in her arms. The light of 1,000 glowbugs shone from Jack's body, enfolding Deyrnas' unmoving form and tranquil features. Jack's light was brighter than anything even from the healing wand she had left with her friends, funneling into the torn flesh below Deyrnas' clavicle, where a barbed arrowhead had torn clean through her body. As Jack moved to break off the bloodied tip of the arrow, the vibrant healing light overflowing from her touch seemed to dissolve the wood of the shaft, leaving flint and feathers to drop to the soaked earth. Even before Deyrnas' eyes regained their focus, Jack had caught her sister up in a tight embrace. Deyrnas coughed against the rainwater that had collected in her mouth and nose.
"If you're attempting to punish me for my foolishness, a little tighter will snap me fully in half, I think." "You were dead," Jack blubbered, clutching Deyrnas relentlessly. "You were dead." You were dead, she repeated, still coming to terms with what she'd just done. She must be lying. Perhaps the arrow had missed Deyrnas' heart after all. But she'd felt the absence of light in her sister's body, the coldness taking root in her brain. High Priestess in Tothika's words from over a year prior passed through Jack's mind. Some injuries are simply too severe, and unless there is still warmth in the blood, life in the brain, and light in the soul, not even the strongest magics can prevent a being's eternal rest. How close had Deyrnas come to slipping irrevocably beyond that precipice? And what kind of power had Jack just brought to bear in order to reignite her sister's fading life force? Deyrnas was patting Jack's back through sopping clothes then. I'm not dead, Jack, and there's still danger. Jack nodded, pressing her lips firmly against her sister's forehead before rising shakily and offering Deyrnas a hand. Was she really crying? It was impossible to tell from all the rain. The others? The ones I was helping away? Deyrnas blurted, swiveling about to catch sight of the lizardkin family she'd been escorting. Did they? They ran on, Jack informed her, unable to keep a trace of bitterness from her words. But Deyrnas merely nodded. Good. What now? And just like that, Deyrnas had shaken off her momentary death like it had never happened. Like Jack hadn't just bent the laws of nature and magic near the breaking point to snatch her from the final darkness. Before Jack could wonder any further, her knees buckled beneath her, forcing Deyrnas and Ember to rush in and sling her momentarily across the wolf's back. Jack! Deyrnas cried, shaking her sister by the shoulders. What is it? Are you hurt? It took Jack a few seconds to assess that she wasn't, as well as the fact that her limbs were abruptly unresponsive, because she felt as though she'd swam against a great current for countless miles. Ember craned his neck around to nuzzle her side, and Jack felt some of her strength return, though it was like taking a short nap when one needed a half-day's sleep. I'm all right, she wheezed to Deyrnas, heaving back astride Ember. Just a little tired. Jack briefly reflected that she couldn't recall lying to her sister before. A familiar, scaly face rounded the nearest shelter. Jack! Tiraki blurted, eyes frantic as she held her staff at the ready. The attackers have closed us in, and they continue their assault, even now that we've abandoned the storehouse. Blazes, Jack snarled, clambering into her saddle and guiding Ember about with her knees so she could take in the chaos. Tiraki was right. Any Gorlith who hadn't fallen had fled with their wounded toward the lakeshore, with the lionkin Bafan instructing the others on erecting barricades with the camp's fishing rafts. Arrows already sank deep into the wood as Gorlith braced against the makeshift barriers, some of the defenders even firing back blindly from their own bows. Jack spotted Desikin, Rithbane, and Luridin as well, experiencing a strange moment of dissociation as she witnessed the three. King Shanadir's aide well outside her usual meek demeanor as she assisted Bafan's directing efforts with military insight, ordering a potential weakness shorn up with excess beams. The self-serving Rithbane sprinting through rain and staggered arrow volleys to drag an injured elephant-kin to safety. And the Samaneer captain ordering precision counterfire, protecting orcs and vermin at the risk of his own life. And, across the lake, the scene was eerily mirrored through a dark veil of rain as birdkin and other half-breeds swarmed in on the ring of protectors who'd remained with the clan, attempting to place themselves between danger and the defenseless. Jainaf stood among them, as did Jalgan, the two brothers standing nearly back-to-back as they loosed arrows, then drew blades when Amalog's minions pressed in for a deadly melee. Attacking birdkin still airborne swooped in on the children and elderly at the heart of the clan's formation, some receiving arrows or slashes of crimson across their bodies for their trouble, but others climbed away from their dives with screaming victims in their taloned grasps, dropping them to dash on the rocks of the far shore or pecking viciously at their eyes. Anger and horror battled in Jack's pounding heart, but there would be time for guilt from whatever of this might be laid at her feet later. Now was the time for action, and she had precious few ideas.
Her own magic was nearly spent after snatching Deyrnas from the jaws of death. Tyraki breathed heavily, but the memory stone focus of her staff still glowed with magics ready to be unleashed. Perhaps a few dozen Gorlith lay dead or dying, scattered through the muddy encampment, and it was only a matter of time until Northern Clan arrows picked off whoever was left. Counterattack wasn't an option without likely consigning everyone to death, and there were no paths of retreat, save for striking out across the lake, which would only leave them trapped on or beneath the water, with their attackers easily able to outmaneuver any further escape attempts. And the same was doubly true of the defenders on the other side of the lake, having to contend with enemies from the sky. The situation appeared hopeless.
Unless we need to change the terms of the fight. With me, both of you,
Jack ordered Deyrnas and Tyraki, barely waiting until both women climbed up behind her before leaning forward over Ember's neck. The great wolf broke into a run in the same instant, making for the slapdash Gorlith fort.
Bafan! Desikan!
Jack howled through the rain and wind.
Bring the rafts back down! We're making for the far shore!
Their attackers would hear, but Jack wanted them to know what she was planning, wanted them to dread what it meant. Desikan hesitated only a heartbeat longer than Bafan, the two quickly orchestrating the tactical dismantling of their raft barricade and the return of the pitiful fleet to the water.
My magic is nearly drained,
Jack spoke over her shoulder to Tyraki.
You'll have to help me shield the rafts.
The Crockblood nodded, beginning a soft chant that caused a translucent orb of light to spread from the tip of her staff, encompassing the Gorlith survivors as Ember carried Jack, Deyrnas, and Tyraki into their midst.
It will stop the arrows,
Tyraki affirmed through gritted teeth, motioning to the barrier.
But some magics may still break through.
And it won't stop rain or people either,
Jack noted as droplets continued to pelt her face and final Gorlith stragglers pushed through its light. Tyraki's barrier, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, enfolded beans and water without issue as the Crockblood stepped shakily onto the central raft, ready for launch, arrayed with others on the shore. But a handful of arrows plunked harmlessly off the orb of light to splash into the lake along with the ceaseless rain. Jack briefly considered focusing what little powers she could still draw up to dispel the storm. But it may now end up offering them some cover, obstructing their attackers' sight, just as Jack's own grasp of the scene across the lake was fleeting.
Everyone who can't fly aboard the rafts, she yelled instead. Now!
Many had preempted her order, but others were reluctantly spurred into action at Jack's words, teetering as the rafts bobbed on the lake's rough waters in response to being shoved off after Tyraki's initial raft. Rithbane hauled any stragglers aboard the final vessel, while Captain Luridin looked about to make sure everyone without wings had boarded. Everyone had, save Ember and his passengers.
"Your wolf can barely stand, Huntress,"
Luridin shouted over the rain and the rising cries of alarm from those Gorlith unaccustomed to seafaring.
"Do you expect it to fly across once more?"
Jack reached for Ember in her thoughts, sensing that Luridin was right. She could feel her friend's bone-deep fatigue.
But in magical strength only. Your physical form still holds some vigor, doesn't it, Em?
The wolf chuffed firmly, and Jack reached back to grip Deyrnas by the arm, half aiding and half dragging her off Ember's back.
He may not be able to fly at the moment, Captain, but he can still swim.
Seeing the protest begin to form in the staggering Deyrnas' eyes, she added,
We'd only throw the final raft off kilter. Take my sister aboard, Captain.
Luridin nodded crisply, gripping Deyrnas by the shoulders and heaving her onto the final raft before kicking off the shore. Ember splashed into the water after, soon plunging Jack neck-deep beneath the lake's dark surface. She was actually slightly warmer now that she wasn't buffeted by the wind in rain-drenched clothes. And from the exertion of clinging to Ember as his paws churned in the water, easily keeping pace with the raft flotilla and the flapping birdkin clustered overhead beneath the shelter of Tyraki's magic. From her low vantage point, Jack craned her neck about, seeing that larger orcs and half-breeds still huddled over their raft mates like protective hens, though arrows had stopped striking against Tyraki's barrier, and seemingly no other attacks had broken through either. Then Bidenthar, a rogue elephantkin, marked by his missing tusk, was struck in the back by a blinding flash of greenish light. He loosed a trumpeting wail from his trunk as he staggered down to one knee. Jack's mouth fell open in horror. That had not been of Eirnot's power, the light of the forest.
"Magical barrage!"
Tiraki howled as another shimmering blast of energy shot from the opposite bank.
"Crossfire!"
The second blast sank into Luridin's chest, where the Samanir captain stood protectively over Deyrnas and a cluster of dogkin. Luridin spun at the impact, allowing Jack to see where the man's armor seemed to peel back from the dissipating magics. The effect was akin to watching snowflake-like fractals broken down into base components, or seeing metal reduced to minuscule shavings. And, underneath, Luridin's flesh reacted much the same. His face twisted in pain, Luridin was gripped in a full-body seizure before toppling from the edge of the raft and into the water. Chapter 26. United and Unraveled. "Ember, dive!" Jack commanded, barely inhaling a lungful of air in time before the wolf obeyed, dexterously matching Luridin's descent through the water and catching the man's chainmail scruff in his jaws. The wolf then hauled himself and both humans back up to the surface, breaking through at what Jack quickly assessed to be near the center of the lake. Jack could see more bursts of that strange greenish energy lancing toward the frantic fleeing Gorlith, and her heart gave a defeated whimper to match the sound from Ember's throat, though the wolf's was muffled by a mouthful of chainmail. Hope then blossomed in Jack's heart once more as she saw this fresh barrage dissipate harmlessly into the rain. Her eyes were drawn then to where Deyrnas stood, erect and serene atop her raft, arms before her, then out to her sides in some odd, ever-shifting dance. Deyrnas' eyelids fluttered as though in a trance, and something out of the corner of Jack's eye caused her to turn back toward their destination. On the looming shore, where Jainaf and Jalgan still led the defense of the clan, Yatroith stood as Deyrnas' equal and opposite. Her own hands splayed as they performed a mirror image of her daughter's stationary dance. It was no technique Yatroith had ever taught Jack, yet it was a certainty in Jack's mind that it was this odd display that was to thank for the continued dispersal of the greenish bursts of magic still peppering the Gorlith. Soon, however, the attackers seemed to grow as weary of wasting magic as arrows, the volleys ceasing as Jack and her followers neared the lake's northern shore. This close, Jack could now make out the many fallen half-breeds and clan members, the former often felled with precision arrows, and the latter from the slash of birdkin blades or the deadly pull of gravity. Jack's home had become a grisly tapestry of death, and she doubted 1,000 rains like the one she'd conjured tonight could wash these images away. Scattered arrows met Tiraki's barrier from the destination shore as well, but an indiscernible shout from Jainaf cut the effort short. Then, after what managed to feel simultaneously like an eternity and not enough moments to take it all in, Jack felt Ember's paws thud against hard earth once more before being heaved from the water as the rafts about her made frenzied, impatient landfall. Gorlith birdkin, meanwhile, began circling low over the merging bands of defenders at a shrill call from Desikin, providing protection for human and half-breed alike from Amalog's avian forces. "Join together!" Jack shouted to follower and family alike. She found Jalgan's face through the mess of bodies, seeing him braced to protest. "Neither force will continue their assault if the risk of collateral damage is too great," Jack preempted her brother. "Everyone shoulder to shoulder with someone from the other camp. Now! If you share blood with your neighbor, find a new one!" Jainaf's voice rang out through the rain and stuttered sounds of battle. "Do as she says! We stand together or die apart!" "You follow the huntress!" Tiraki added, still holding her staff to the sky as her barrier enclosed the human defenders as well. "Now stand with her people!" Slowly at first, then with greater vigor, the two groups began folding into each other as the newcomers were jostled into place among Clan Danwal Jainaf. Jack dropped heavily from Ember's back on the edge of the defending formation, prompting Ember to release his grip on the groaning Luridin. "Captain!" Jack hissed, sparing a futile wish for the healing wand she'd left with her former traveling companions, as she called upon the last bit of her magical strength to stitch together the exposed flesh of Luridin's wound with the light of the forest. The wound closed sluggishly, as though fighting Jack's efforts, but a thin veil of skin managed to drape over the odd burn from the greenish magic.
Odd. The scorched flesh looks almost geometric.
Luridin stirred, grimacing as he gripped Jack's arm.
No more. I'll live. See to leading your people.
Jack nodded, deciding it wasn't worth informing the captain that she couldn't heal him further if she wanted to. She stood, wiping rain from her eye sockets and gauging the events around her. The Gwarlith and humans had merged well short of perfectly, but even that seemed to have given Amalog and his followers pause. Arrows and magic had ceased to fly from northern clan attackers as well, and a stormy hush had fallen in the night. Amalog swooped to the forefront of his people, alighting just outside Tyraki's barrier. Cold disgust shone in his eyes, but he seemed to assess that he was as safe from arrows fired from within the barrier as those inside were from arrows fired without.
You only delay the natural outcome of your failed attempts to bind our peoples together, Huntress, Amalog droned. I will accept only a truce to tally the dead among our kind, at which point those of your blood will suffer in equal measure.
We do not want the justice of a disgraced Talonir,
Desikan cawed from within the defender's formation.
And you twist the words of your king beyond all reason. Of course he's another Talonir,
Jack sighed inwardly, recalling her run-ins with another of their number, Gwytherin's would-be assassin. But to what words was Desikan referring?
And you peck at the words of yours for any scrap of direction,
Amalog hooted back to the eagle blood.
Shanadir speaks of unity, but owl bloods would have been mere fodder in his vision for half-breeds. I speak for all those who would have half-breeds be truly equal to each other, and set in place above those without elven blood who've sought to keep us scattered and broken.
Jack pushed forward to stand with her brother opposite Amalog inside the barrier.
The elves welcomed those who came after. Giants, gnomes, and eventually humans. But they understood when the time for cleansing was at hand,
Amalog countered, brandishing the spear in his grasp.
It was the elves who led the assault on the dwarves settled in the Infinity Grove, seeing in their wisdom the destruction their kind would bring.
Jack's mouth fell open.
You can't truly idolize Lamothil. His brutality caused Gamandel's retribution a generation later.
Amalog lifted his chin to look down his beak at Jack.
A simplistic interpretation of events. Lamothil only sought to do what was necessary to prevent the Dragon War. And now we stand as heirs to his foresight, ready to subjugate or remove the so-called major races, so that the true children of Deyrnas might inherit the world. So that the pure who remain in power may know true peace.
His scowl leveled at any humans, orcs, or goblins in sight.
You of inferior Theikour and foreign worlds may choose only service or death.
Murmured objections broke out among those within Tyraki's barrier, and Jack could sense Jalgan inhale to unleash an enraged manifesto. But it was another voice that broke the uneasy calm. One Jack didn't recognize.
We will never submit to lives of service beneath pox-ridden beak noses.
With that, fresh arrows began to pour from the trees, many striking home in Amalog's half-breed followers, while more blasts of that same greenish magic flashed for Amalog himself. The Owlblood and many of his number leapt for the air, wings a flurry of motion as Amalog called out,
Slay them all! None may— Ha!
A greenish burst of light struck home at the base of Amalog's left wing, nearly severing the appendage entirely at the impact of that same geometric disintegration Jack recognized from Luridin's wound. Amalog plummeted from the sky as his followers swarmed into the surrounding trees to a chorus of furious shouts, caws, and growls. Beside Jack, Jalgan braced to leap forward, but Jainaf's hand clamped onto his brother's shoulder.
We do not break from each other.
Jainaf hissed into Jalgan's ear. Jalgan's fist connected with Jainaf's midsection before Jack had even registered the younger brother's movement.
Look around, Jainaf,
Jalgan spat.
Our people and theirs only stand together out of self-preservation. We are already broken.
He bolted from within the barrier and into the battle raging just out of sight, a handful of his adoptive clan members falling in behind him.
Hold!
Jainaf called to everyone who remained, raising a hand to the air. Pain tugged at his features, but Jack knew that it was more from the division between brothers than any physical discomfort at Jalgan's blow. A similar pain had wormed into her own belly.
Jacqueline!
Yatroith was abruptly breathing into Jack's ear, and Jack found herself caught up in her mother's arms. Jack gripped her in return, unable to shut out the cries of battle still echoing through the night from beyond the barrier.
I'm all right, Mother.
Then, drawing back.
How many have you managed to heal?
She couldn't bring herself to ask the opposite. Yatroith's lips puckered as she blinked rapidly, her arms lingering about her daughter.
Most of those brought to me.
She motioned to a half-dozen clan members who'd been laid in the mud at the heart of the clan's formation, each known to Jack from early childhood. Among them was Gwybiad, the elder scowling up to Jack from beneath rain-soaked hair as she clutched at a staunched wound in her side.
But, Jacqueline,
Yatroith continued, persisting in using Jack's full name in her frazzled state.
Others were beyond my skill.
Following her mother's forlorn gaze, Jack looked about the broken bodies of young and old alike, dashed on the surrounding rocks. Her heart broke anew with each one, and she saw that others lay still in the mud on the path to the lakeshore, barbed shafts protruding from their ribs. Surrounding the clan members were just as many of Amalog's largely birdkin followers, sprawled aside their victims with crimson slashes or further arrows marking mortal wounds. Hot tears of anger and shame spilled down Jack's cheeks, especially as she took in the familiar face of a body only a few paces beyond the barrier.
Heffend.
The old man's stooped frame curled sickeningly now in the opposite direction to which it was accustomed, and his slack features seemed to hold the memory of deep sorrow rather than fear. Jack found herself clutching at the carving Heffend had gifted her just a few short hours earlier. The elder's wish for unity seemed as crushed as his body, as feeble as Jack's own trembling muscles. Yatroith's hand slipped over Jack's, gripping it tightly when Jack forcibly relaxed her fist.
And, Jacqueline, Janissa is also gravely wounded. She'll live,
she added quickly.
But I need your assistance with, well, the amputation.
An involuntary sob gripped Jack's pounding chest, but she nodded tightly, motioning for her mother to lead on. It was a serious fracture indeed that demanded the loss of the limb, even in the face of healing magics. Not that Jack had any more such power to bring to bear, but both she and Yatroith had skill beyond wielding the light of the forest. Soon Jack was knelt at Janissa's side. Her elder sister was propped up against a sloping rock face, head swaying as she clung to consciousness amid waves of pain. The left sleeve of her dress was torn away from a truly grisly wound, but Jack assessed most of the tear to have been deliberate. It was chilling, seeing her sister's humerus in tiny fragments, but as Jack deduced what had happened, she knew it could have been far worse. Blood also spilled down Janissa's forehead from an abrasion that stretched temple to cranium, likely from the same impact that had shattered the woman's arm.
Her shoulder took most of the impact when she tore free of the birdkin who'd carried her off,
Yatroith affirmed from Janissa's other side, a mother's equally deep love and fear etched in her eyes.
I could close the wound, but the bone and nerve damage.
It was Jack's turn to squeeze her mother's hand now.
It's all right, Mother. We'll do it together.
She briefly considered regaining her strength and attempting to mend Janissa's arm fully. After all, hadn't she just healed Deyrnas' ruptured heart? Perhaps she was coming to be the equal of the greatest healers of the Age of Birth, able to treat any injury while there was warmth in the body. But could she risk Janissa paying the price of her potential arrogance? Crafting bone and nerve was delicate work, any misstep likely to compound shock or rejection from the greater body, and attending to such wounds when they were no longer fresh only heightened the probability of error. And leaving the limb to postpone the decision presented the threat of internal bleeding and infection, meaning further trauma as Janissa was opened again to allow direct healing if it was even possible. Some rot ran too deep. Jack shook her head, steeling herself for what had to be done. She took her sister's flopping face gently but firmly in her hand, forcing eye contact.
Janissa, your arm.
She left the diagnosis unfinished as her sister managed a lolling nod of comprehension. Yetroith produced a thick leather strip from a pouch at her side, slipping it between Janissa's teeth.
Bite down, my treasure,
Yetroith managed after a grim swallow. Jack, meanwhile, cinched a constricting bandage as taut as she could manage just below Janissa's shoulder joint. As Yetroith drew out a gleaming serrated knife that seemed to rival the weight of 1,000 boulders, Jack held out her hand.
I'll do it.
She leaned forward to Janissa's ear as she maneuvered to replace her mother as surgeon.
I'm so sorry,
she whispered, inhaling shakily before setting to work. Mercifully, there was no bone left to cut through. Chapter 27. Honor Fulfilled. The shrieks and clanging of combat had faded, and an exhausted Tiraki had dispelled her protective barrier from around those of the northern clan and Gorlith, who huddled together in the dissipating rain and the cold light of approaching dawn. Half-breeds, orcs, goblins, and humans with any vigor left still stood defensively about the morose, muddy band with bared weapons and strung bows. Seated on a flat rock, a large wolf head in her lap, Jack leaned back against a greater curved rock, staring blankly up into the misting that still drifted from the lessened clouds. It wasn't Janissa's muffled screams that haunted her so much as Deyrnas' horrified cries upon seeing their wounded sister and her severed arm.
Janissa! Hear not's light, oh Janissa!
Other wails had joined Janissa as the dead had been counted and hastily gathered to be lain in more dignified repose. The sobs from Heffin's grandchildren had sliced through Jack's heart the most. Jack's head lolled to one side to allow her to take in the old man's still form once more. His family had cleaned him of blood and closed his eyes in an attempt to convey peace, but Jack couldn't forget Heffin's slack, sorrowful expression where he'd fallen. Staggered footsteps heralded someone's approach from Jack's other side.
He believed in you.
The words were cold and bitter. Sighing shakily, Jack turned back to find Gwybiad glowering down at her, aided in standing by one of her sons.
Yes,
Jack said flatly. Gwybiad nodded, sadness pulling at her already drawn mouth.
I do not seek to gloat or to rejoice in death and suffering, and I certainly don't claim to have known that last night's horrific events would come to pass. Only, be sure that you learn something from all this, young Jacqueline. The cost is too great for any of us to react otherwise.
Jack lifted her head from her rock pillow.
And what have you learned, my elder?
The old woman's mouth puckered as she looked about the mingled Gorlith and clan members.
That, even if it is out of self-preservation, perhaps their kind and ours can stand together.
Steel returned to her gaze.
But the true test, Jacqueline, will be if ever they come to our aid, or we to theirs, when there is nothing to be gained, much as the elves and gnomes did when we humans were set to be wiped out by the orcs. I don't know if such a thing is possible, but I do think that it is something I dare to hope for now.
That is
Surprising.
Jack didn't know what else to say. Gwybiad grunted.
The worst in all of our blood was shown in recent hours, but perhaps also a glimmer of the best.
There was no smile, but Jack couldn't help a much-needed touch of catharsis as the elder nodded down to her before returning to her place of rest at the heart of their gathering, still favoring her wounded side. Jack heaved to her feet, disturbing the half-asleep Ember.
Gwybiad?
She meekly stepped forward as the elder glanced over her shoulder.
I'm still rather drained and can't offer much, but...
She reached out for the other woman's wound, brushing against it with the faint light of the forest that rose in her touch. Gwybiad's breathing eased only slightly, but she nodded to Jack again before shuffling on.
Much still to be done,
said Desikin abruptly at Jack's shoulder.
But acts of kindness and healing beget more of the same.
Jack nodded.
The honor of first reparations was hers. I'm glad to see that she doesn't seek to use our shared tragedy to further her own goals. I doubt we'll ever fully agree, but perhaps I haven't valued enough how idealism is often tempered with wisdom and experience. Beliefs are often forged through trial as much as instructed, Desikin agreed. May we all exhibit the strength of character to admit where ours may have been flawed from either source.
A dry snicker sounded from Jack's other side as Rithbane approached.
I prefer to simplify the process by having as few beliefs as possible.
Perhaps that's true,
Jack admitted, turning to the fighter.
But I also witnessed you demonstrate great courage and selflessness during last night's attack. Whether you wish for it or not, you have my respect.
Rithbane's expression was unchanged, but his chest puffed up ever so slightly.
I don't mind it.
He cleared his throat, forcing out further.
And, well, however unequal the exchange, I suppose you have mine as well.
And mine, Luridin added as he hobbled toward Jack from within the nearby cluster. He smiled.
Readily and without reservation. And I'm glad to have found myself alongside you this time.
Jack closed her eyes, feeling physically sickened at all the praise.
Please, Captain. We salvaged what we could, but last night was a cumulative failure of pride and impatience.
Yes, Luridin agreed, still smiling as Jack lifted her gaze to him once more.
But it's one you've survived, and from which you can learn.
Tears stung at the back of Jack's eyes.
And those who haven't survived?
Desikin rested a hand on Jack's arm.
They made their choice, and will have done so again should they choose to remain with you or allow you to remain.
The thought of being cast out from the northern clans had already occurred to Jack, but hearing the fear voiced by another nearly caused her knees to buckle. A wet nose nudged into her back, and she sidestepped to allow Ember's stooped head to nuzzle under her arm, leaning against the great wolf for emotional support as much as physical.
We'll be recovering Deyrnas and preparing to press on, Desikin spoke up hesitantly after a moment.
Jack nodded, unable to help a bitter laugh.
Are you sure this wasn't all a planned distraction so that someone could make off with him?
If it was a poor plan,
Rithbane grunted, motioning across the lake where a handful of Desikin's eaglebloods climbed skyward and nearer with the platform sporting the old mayor's sleep chamber.
We could delay our departure if you wished for help with ensuring that the danger has passed,
Luridin offered. Jack shook her head.
Thank you, but if Amelog survived, you should be long gone by the time he thinks to make another attempt at blaming you for anything.
Desikin hesitated, glancing to the other two in Jack's peripheral vision.
You're still certain you won't be joining us? No, Jack sighed. Not anymore. But I need to know that things have stabilized here before.
She trailed off as Jalgan stumbled back into the clan grounds, bloodied and wearing a vacant stare. Only two of those who'd joined his charge trailed him, equally battered. Yetroith was already rushing forward, followed by Jainaf. A quick look to where her eldest brother had been attending to his pregnant wife and a still unconscious Janissa informed Jack that Deyrnas had opted to remain with the rest of the family in need of care, despite the clear longing in the young woman's eyes to rush to her wounded brother. Jack's own protectiveness was undercut by wariness as she shook herself and fell in behind her mother. Jalgan had dropped to a seat around the central campfire, already waving off Yetroith's efforts. Predictably, she wouldn't have it.
"You appear too weak to fight me off,"
Yetroith said curtly, already fishing salves from a pouch as she knelt at Jalgan's side.
"So you'd do well to let a mother tend to her son."
A reluctant chuckle gurgled from Jalgan's throat, and he gingerly helped Yetroith unstrap his leather chestplate before laying back on his log bench and pulling up his shirt. Bruises, cuts, and abrasions marked his dark skin, and Jack noted the quick flash of maternal pain in Yetroith's eyes as she got to work.
"What happened?"
Jainaf asked softly, dropping to a knee on his brother's other side.
"We won,"
Jalgan offered with a bitter sneer. With a curt flick of his wrist, he dismissed his remaining followers. Neither appeared as hurt as their leader.
"Emelog?"
Jack pressed cautiously from a few paces distant. Jalgan grunted.
"If that was their Owl Blood leader, I relieved him of his head when he dived too close."
Jack did see that, despite a hurried cleaning, blood still clung to the hilt of the short sword at her brother's side. She deflated in conflicted relief.
"I'd cast him out. He acted against my wishes."
The sympathy in Jainaf and Yetroith's looks seemed to express that such things didn't need to be said. But Jalgan raised his head to scowl weakly at her.
"Whatever our differences, Jack, I don't believe you capable of deliberate evil."
His features softened.
"And I hope that you're able to say the same of me."
Jack nodded hurriedly, feeling Ember nuzzle into her side for comfort yet again.
"Who did call for the attack on the Gorlith?"
Jalgan gave a tired groan, his head flopping back to his impromptu bed.
"Derevin, one of the young protectors Arenid sent with me, a third cousin of mine by marriage. He and most of the others are dead."
Jainaf bowed his head.
"At least you're spared rendering punishment." "Not entirely,"
Jalgan corrected, motioning after his pair of surviving followers.
"Fidlan was uninvolved, but Sleindil was a more than willing accomplice."
A shudder gripped Jack as she turned to slip away and inform her people, all of them, that the danger had passed. She didn't envy Jalgan his forthcoming duties. Humans and Gorlith were gathered once again that evening, this time in a circle about the central fire pit of the clan encampment. The past few hours had been filled with laying the dead to rest and providing medicine and comfort to those harmed in the night. Janissa had come around, and Jack had even seen her sister walking unsteadily on her feet back to the family shelter with Alanest. But Jack hadn't yet had the courage to face her sister. It had somehow been easier to aid in the mass burials, even seeking out Heffin's closest family and helping them lay the elder to his final rest, before offering profuse apologies and condolences. Desikin, Rithbane, Luridin, and their band had reluctantly departed soon after Jalgan's return, amid assurances from Jack that the Gorlith and her clan could see to their dead without them. Of course, she'd nearly broken down into tears at Jainaf's command that all the dead be buried in the simple clan cemetery. It had somehow only caused it all to hurt even more. Now, with dusk approaching, and all gathered thoroughly sobered from the day's duties, Jalgan stood at the center of the gathering, with 3 Northern Clan protectors holding in place the one instigator of Jalgan's group who still lived, Sleindil.
"You do this to appease them?"
The man spat, forcibly knelt and dominant hand tied in place on a chopping block. It was hard to tell from Sleindil's sharp jerk of the head who he meant among those gathered, especially with Gorlith and human occasionally standing side by side. Jalgan stepped forward, unflinching beneath the other man's spiteful gaze.
I do this, Sleindil, because you acted against my wishes. I, who was placed in command over you by your clan leader. Without your consent, Sleindil snarled. But not against your wishes. You resent the presence of these interlopers as much as I do.
The familiar schnick of a knife leaving its scabbard reached Jack's ears, and she drew Ember's furry head more firmly to her side from where she stood with the wolf Tiraki and Yatroith.
I do,
Jalgan admitted, turning to meet a few of the half-breed or orcish faces ringed about him in the evening light and soft blaze of the fire beside him.
But whatever we believe the outsiders to be capable of, it was you and your compatriots who drew first blood, and so honor demands that they witness your punishment.
Free of pomp and ceremony, Jalgan lashed out with the blade, cleanly severing the index and middle fingers of Sleindil's dominant hand. If he were ever to wield a blade or draw a bow with any accuracy again, it would be only after years of retraining to favor his whole hand. No member of the northern clans with any honor would help to restore a man from such a clear sign of dishonor. Jack's gaze drifted over to Bidenthar, the lone elephantkin among the Gorlith, as Sleindil groaned in pain. The verdict was similar to one meted out to another of Bidenthar's kind, witnessed by Jack in the elven ruins of Cadison, the removal of a dishonored Thembaquesi's tusk. Bidenthar, too, was missing a larger masculine tusk.
If I care only that Bidenthar works hard to serve and protect the others among the Gorlith, might Sleindil too overcome his dishonor by finding a home among others?
As Sleindil was hauled away, left to staunch his own bleeding with a rag, Jalgan turned to an approaching Jainaf, inclining his head.
Has honor been fulfilled?
It has, Jainaf declared. By the clan's reckoning, at least. Jack, you speak for the Gorlith. Will they uphold that honor has been fulfilled? Jack looked about her people.
If anyone feels otherwise, they are free to speak.
There followed a long moment of silence.
They will uphold,
Jack replied firmly. Jainaf nodded.
Then we may begin forging our path ahead. With the Gorlith food stores burned away, we'll have to double our efforts to ensure that there is enough food for all when we make for our winter grounds. I propose an expansion of the clan's stores for communal food supplies, equal access to the land's and lake's resources. Further,
Jack's eyes clamped shut as indecipherable pain cut into her heart. Jainaf was addressing humans and Gorlith as members of the clan, like he would at a typical gathering. He was ending the divide, welcoming those of any blood present into his care.
"Stop!"
Jack shouted, cutting her brother's address short. When she opened her eyes, everyone's gaze was leveled at her, wary and expectant. She swallowed.
Jainaf, I can't ask the clan to invite further retribution, nor the Gorlith to remain where they will be a target.
Weakly, she gestured after Sleindil.
Others will feel as Jalgan's people did, and they will see evicting or slaughtering us as good and just, like clearing out a vermin den as we do.
Crestfallen, indignant, and understanding faces met Jack's eyes as she looked about those gathered.
This dream of seeing our peoples united, of opening the Aethelvir to those born beyond the northern clans, it will bring further pain, with each side believing itself to be right.
But the fight's already been won, Jacqueline, Jainaf persisted. Human and Gorlith stood together last night, each against their own kind.
It was a victory,
Jack allowed, stepping toward her brother.
But far from a final one.
Her eyes drifted to a scowling Jalgan.
This attack was made without orders, but Erinid and others are sure to make good on their threats. Soon, you two may be called to face each other as enemies. Would either of you stay your blade? Would you choose blood over honor?
The brothers looked to each other, uncertainty flickering in both their gazes. Jack knew it was an impossible choice. She'd witnessed firsthand how it had tormented her father.
You choose defeat, then?
Jalgan asked. arms folded. He didn't quite seem to know how he felt about his own words.
Retreat,
Jack corrected.
In war, and this is a war for our collective futures, I've come to learn that sometimes it's best not to face an overwhelming force directly. Not when the victory out of reach today may be found with patience.
She turned back to those gathered.
For the pain I've indirectly caused already, I take ownership and offer my deepest apologies. But if any of you would follow me a little further, I believe another pivotal battle will be decided in Lorsyn to the north.
A self-deprecating smile tugged at her mouth.
And I think I've been deluding myself that my former traveling companions will somehow not be involved. I'm told that my place is with them, and I think I'm coming to believe it. That's my choice alone, however. Each of you must make your own.
She cleared her throat, somehow finding her next words to prove most difficult.
I leave at dawn. Any among the Gorlith who don't wish to join me should disperse before they're hunted by those who know the forest far better. Food should be more plentiful to the south. And I know it's not the way of the northern clans, but any of my kin, blood or otherwise, are invited to join my journey north as well.
Jack strode briskly back to a waiting Ember's side, smiling apologetically to Tiraki. The Crockblood nodded.
Would you have me disperse with the others, Huntress?
It is your choice,
Jack answered meekly, wincing at the detachment and bitterness contained in the title.
Tiraki, if we remain...
Tiraki sighed, holding up a hand.
I know. I am sorry. My more wrathful nature urges me to call in additional allies, but escalation would only mean further bloodshed. I respect your decision, though I don't completely agree. Nor do I envy you the making of it.
Gripping her staff more tightly, the Crockblood bowed her head.
I'll endeavor to gauge the inclination of the Gorlith, I suppose. Be well, Jack.
As Tiraki shuffled off amid the diminished, murmur-drenched gathering, Jack felt the familiar touch of her mother's arm as it slipped about her shoulders.
You'll not be returning this time, will you?
Jack blinked rapidly, turning to embrace Yetroith.
I don't know. The Aethelfir will always be my home, but perhaps it's no longer where I belong.
Yetroith nodded, giving a pained smile as they drew apart.
Janessa needs rest, but will you see her before you go? I can't hide my guilt from my own mother.
Yes.
She doesn't blame you.
Jack sighed.
I know. I just can't seem to match her capacity for grace quite yet. It's good to hold yourself to a high standard, my treasure,
Yetroith said softly, squeezing Jack's hand.
But it does no good to submit to shame whenever you fall short of it. Perhaps I take a little too much after my father in that respect,
Jack whispered with a faint smile. Loss flashed in Yetroith's eyes, but she nodded happily.
Perhaps. But for nearly all other ways that you resemble him, I'm immeasurably proud.
Chapter 28 Children of the Green. Janessa frowned, eyes drifting half-closed in concentration as the vines creeping into the family shelter next to her sleeping mat began to furl about the clay cup set on the stool at her side. Slowly, the vines brought the cup to her lips, and she took a long sip of the steaming broth within.
You see, Jack,
Janessa declared confidently, looking to where her sister sat nearby.
For many tasks, I don't even require the one arm I've been fortunate enough to keep.
Jack forced a smile, taking a swig from her own cup. She fought to keep her eyes from falling to where Janessa's left sleeve was tied off over her mended stump, and wasn't always successful.
Hopefully she hasn't noticed in this low light.
The lamp that hung at the shelter's center offered most of the room's illumination against nightfall, as the scattered gatherings outside seemed to have translated into no one tending to the central fire. Residual paranoia kept Jack on edge, pointedly aware that Jalgan had yet to depart, for whatever reason.
But he wouldn't order another attack, you fool. He didn't even order the first one. I imagine it will still require some adjusting,
Alanest offered from where she lay at Janice's side, shifting her slight pregnancy belly as she settled into a new position of comfort.
However, your extensive practice in wielding plants already will likely go a long way in helping you reach the mastery required to equal a lost limb.
Janice smiled graciously to her sister-in-law.
I always have performed better in my studies with proper motivation.
Ember grunted from Jack's side, cocking his head at Janice.
He wishes you wouldn't make so light of it,
Jack translated almost without thinking.
So do I. You've experienced a traumatic loss, Janice. You're entitled to mourn it.
Her sister offered a lopsided shrug.
Others lost lives in the attack, their own or those of loved ones. I mourn best by mourning with them. I'm not saying you shouldn't,
Jack sighed.
Only that I'd caution against comparing your pain to theirs to keep yourself from facing what you've lost.
Janice nodded slowly.
I understand, Jack, but I know what I've lost, and I know that I'll overcome it.
Nearing footfalls preempted Jack's reply, and Deyrnas trotted into the flickering lamplight of the shelter. Excitement shone in her young face, sweeping aside the bulk of the sorrow and fear that had hung there in recent hours.
Jack, I meant to tell you that the clan has gathered again, to address you, that is. The Gwrlith, too.
Jack frowned, glancing to Janice and Alanest, who'd both turned remarkably cagey.
So soon? Do you know what they wish to say? I'm not leaving until the morning.
Deyrnas nodded.
Yes, I do, and that's what they wish to speak of. I see.
Jack exhaled, grateful that Ember leaned against her as he stood to help hoist her to her own feet. How many of the Gwrlith had chosen to join them in heading northward? Were those who'd chosen to part ways leaving already? Had any opted to continue trusting their huntress's flawed judgment?
And why is the clan gathered again?
It seemed pessimistic to assume it was to threaten the outsiders never to return, but Jack's optimism had taken too much of a beating to hope that it might be to wish the Gwrlith well. As Jack and Ember stepped out after Deyrnas into the clan grounds, Jack saw that two individuals knelt to stoke the faded coals of the central fire, Jainaf and Tiraki. Neither used magic, perhaps a courtesy on the Crockblood's part, as Jack knew that her brother's skills with the forest's light were meager. But soon flames caught in fresh logs and kindling, expanding the fire's glow. Even in the dim light of the periphery, Jack saw with her enhanced senses that Deyrnas had been correct. Everyone had returned to stand about the fire, even Jalgan, who scrutinized Jack, arms folded. The fire tending to itself now, Jainaf eased upright, nodding to Jack across the rising flames.
We've reached a decision, Jack.
Jack's frown only deepened.
Concerning what? Deyrnas said you wished to discuss my leaving.
She swallowed.
Am I to set out tonight? Is that your wish?
What we wish for, Jack,
Tiraki stepped in,
is to allow the chance for good to come from tragedy.
Jainaf nodded.
To that end, I've determined that it's time for Clan Danwal Jainaf, so far as we know it, to end.
Panic flared in Jack's chest. Dismantle the clan? What would that even mean? Jalgan cleared his throat.
Those of your clan who don't wish to depart the Aethelvir with your new followers will return with me to request entry into Erenid's clan.
As much as she appreciated the lack of resentment in Jalgan's tone, Jack still wouldn't quite allow herself to grasp what was happening.
Depart the Aethelveer? Jainav, what is he?
We've been given an ultimatum, Jainav cut her off gently. Erenid and those who share his way of thinking will not permit us to remain in the lands of our ancestors should we persist in joining our fate to those of different blood. And you were right, Jack. We can't turn bow and blade against our kin, not when a way of peace is open to us while still pursuing the dream for which we've all now sacrificed.
Jack tried to speak, but she felt as if a snake had cinched about her throat.
Jainav, The northern clans will endure, my treasure,
Yetroith soothed, stepping softly to Jack's side and taking her hand.
But your clan, your family, stands with you.
Tears of loss, guilt, and overwhelming joy spilled down Jack's face as she nodded solemnly. Loss for the years of tradition she'd broken, and not wholly deliberately. Guilt that such grace should be extended to her after all the pain she'd brought. And joy that something good might still come from her over-exuberant action for change.
You're all just giving up your place in our people's heritage?
Jack choked out as she looked about her family. Pain tugged at Alanist's eyes, where she and Janissa had shuffled out of the shelter behind Jack, supporting each other.
It will be difficult, but as much as Jainav and I have a duty to see our child safely into this world, we also owe it to them to do all we can in building a world better for them than it was for us.
Many of us have come to believe in your vision of the future,
Jainav agreed, moving to his wife's side.
It's not simple, and more mistakes will likely be made along the way. But a world where we all might live in harmony and as equals is worth striving for.
Jack smiled in gratitude, wiping at her teary cheeks as she turned back to the greater gathering. Nearly all the surviving Gworlith had remained, eyes locked on her in the shifting firelight, and only a dozen or so of the now disbanded Clan Danwal Jainav had migrated to stand with Jalgan, making their own preparations for departure.
Leaving perhaps 40 of the clan ready to follow Jainav out of the Aethelveer.
And to follow you. Jack's smile broadened, and she rubbed her hand through Ember's neck fur without looking to him. Gwybiad and her supporters, unsurprisingly, were among those speaking with and deferring to Jalgan, but even the elder woman herself briefly locked eyes with Jack, giving a respectful nod. Jack returned it readily. Even her opposition was being far more gracious than Jack had any right to expect.
"I'll be right back,"
Jack informed those in her immediate vicinity, walking briskly toward Jalgan and his party. Seeing her approach, Jalgan faced her, arms stiffly at his sides.
"Jack, I hope that wherever he is, Father knows to be proud of you. I may believe your goals to be foolish and dangerous, but you're clearly attempting to make something good. I simply can't allow it to continue within the Aethelveer. It's too much. Too opposed to our way of life. Our mandate from your song."
"Perhaps as we've understood it," Jack allowed. "Though I like to think your song would be understanding that we're both doing what we believe to be right. Best to avoid trying to convince him that I've spoken with your song in something like a vision, I think. And Father would be proud of you too, Jalgan. I don't know which of us he'd agree with, but I believe you to be a good man. If it matters at all to you, I'm proud to call you my brother."
Jalgan's lip quivered faintly.
"And I to call you my sister."
Jack swept forward, wrapping Jalgan in her arms. She may not have been bidding farewell to everyone, but she couldn't foresee a time when hers and Jalgan's paths might cross again.
"Walk in Eirnot's light," she whispered into his shoulder.
"And you unerringly along his path, wherever it might lead you,"
Jalgan replied, briefly returning the embrace.
I also wish you well, Gwybiad offered firmly when Jack and Jalgan drew apart. And that you're not destined for ruin, as I fear you to be. Couldn't resist one final jab. Thank you, Jack managed in reply, bowing slightly as was custom toward one's elders. Then, belatedly registering that neither she nor Jalgan was departing immediately, she sheepishly returned to the bulk of those gathered, whose hushed conversations faded as she drew near. Ember stood tall and proud, his eyes, like glowing coals, fixed on Jack. Yatroith, Jainaf, Alanest, Janissa, Deyrnas, Tiraki, Bafan, all awaited Jack's acknowledgement of what had just been achieved. The creation of a new, united people through resolve and sacrifice. In Dragon's Nest, two sides of a community had finally come to accept their other half, but this was something even more profound. Human, half-breed, goblin, and orc all were venturing together into something unknown and potentially treacherous in the long term, and likely into danger in the short if they meant to follow Jack. Swallowing, Jack announced, I'm still heading north. Siblings of mine, not of blood, may need my help in the stronghold of a powerful tyrant. I don't ask all of you to fight, but will all of you join me so far as you're able? Grunts, growls, birdkin cries, and affirming shouts rose up in response, and Jack couldn't help a small smile of anticipation. As the cacophonous chorus quieted, however, Deyrnas spoke up hesitantly. So, what are we meant to call ourselves? She motioned to her fellow humans with the knife clutched in her hand. We're not of the northern clans any longer.
If I may,
Tiraki spoke up, much to an uncertain Jack's relief.
I'd suggested the name Gorlith for those who believe in the vision of the huntress to be as broad as possible. In ancient Elven, it simply means green-born, or children of the green.
Her snout creased in a crockblood smile toward Jack.
After all, Macarillan's prophecy was that the huntress would unite the green, the natural world, and who commits themselves to the wild of nature, the tranquility of Eirnat, the perpetual sibling struggle of Zautap and Hungiel, and the drive for dominance exemplified by Okugath, more than we who must live by its laws to survive.
Jack beamed.
Golden. Then, if no one objects...
No one did.
We are all Gorlith now.
Expressions of satisfaction and vindication swept through those gathered, a new breed of clan, but Bafan tentatively raised a paw-like hand.
But, if you'll pardon me asking it, Huntress, Jack, who is now meant to be in charge?
His lionkin features grimaced as he assessed how he may have affected the collective mood.
I don't mean to undercut what's just happened, only...
It's all right,
Jack assured him, her own smile unabated.
Jainaf is clearly the most prepared to lead those of, the former clan, and Tiraki has done the bulk of the work in offering guidance for the Gorlith, the old Gorlith. I propose that we'd all be best served by having them work together, with myself serving only the role of intermediary.
Jainaf and Tiraki looked to each other and shared a nod.
We'd reached much the same conclusion,
Tiraki affirmed.
Though you undervalue your own role, I think, Jack.
As you seem to yours,
Jainaf muttered. Then to Jack.
Like it or not, your words carry weight, little sister. Those not of the clan will look to you first, as will many of us.
It was with great relief that Jack realized the prospect failed to frustrate her.
People can believe what they will about me. I'm past letting it influence my actions.
Her heart daring to feel light, even after all that had been lost, she added,
So, then, chieftains of the Gorlith, do you still intend to follow me north?
We do.
Jainaf and Tiraki declared, almost in unison, the latter shifting uneasily at the title.
Then instruct us,
said Jack, turning her voice a touch more grand than necessary.
"What is your first joint command as leaders of a united Gwrlith?"
Jainaf and Tiraki shared another amused look.
"Everyone gather what provisions we have for the journey,"
the latter snarled without malice.
"Then claim what rest you can," Jainaf added. "We strike out at first light." He motioned to Jack. "Presumably, we intend to catch up to our departed visitors?"
Jack nodded, her stomach churning as a course solidified in her head.
"And then we have another stop to make. We'll need a haven for those unable to fight, and Desikin and the others a place to store their prisoner where none will think to look."
She swallowed, her pride bristling.
"And if we're quite lucky, we may even find ourselves with the further allies we'll need to make a greater difference in the coming battle."
Chapter 29 Alliance and Deliberation. Allie kept her eyes fixed on the scroll laid out before her, the words of an antiquated dialect, which Allie had to translate word by word with the helpful Middle Elven dictionary balanced on her knees, illuminated in the soft glow of the sconces between the shelves of the Tower of Memory's ground floor. The contents weren't particularly interesting. Allie had long since had her fill of covering the great lineages of the last age, as well as the myriad causes of death, infighting among heirs and blatantly revisionist flourishes. But it was far easier to pretend she was still reading than to meet the gaze of the woman who'd just entered the tower. It was odd seeing Karfaweth alone, even if it was only in peripheral vision, backlit by the harsh light of evening. In the week and more since the older woman had re-entered Allie's life, the two had only ever interacted in the presence of others, be it Allie's friends, members of the Negalod crime syndicate, or Karfaweth's co-conspirators in the plot to unseat King Mevod from his destructive control over Lorsyn and its forces. Which suited Allie just fine. She had no wish to reminisce about her past life with someone she only knew as the sister of a true friend. They'd barely ever even been acquaintances. Not that Allie hadn't reconsidered her choice in metaphorical poison after numerous hours listening to Parganach, former commander of the Lorsyn Guard, and the Elsfer Duke, Langif, drone on about battle plans that had all ultimately proved fruitless. Even with the input of Allie, Tanner, Gefnar, and their goblin helper, Norik, Nelina usually only chimed in to offer snide remarks. No consensus seemed reachable that would satisfy all parties' varying priorities of swiftness, efficiency, and public safety. Parganach's stern, weathered features settled in Allie's mind as she recalled the final exchange of that morning's meeting.
"And why are we banding together at all, if not for the people of Lorsyn? You two readily volunteer our unaligned friends, touting the value of deniability, Langif. But aside from being a callous maneuver, we cannot focus all our resources into backing players whose goal is merely adjacent to our own."
The old retired soldier had gestured across the table to Allie and her friends in their dark gathering room.
"Their target, for whatever reason, is this Solak, not Mevod. Should they be forced to choose between these goals, we can only expect them to act as they've already told us they will. If they're killed, Mevod will grow even more paranoid, and if they're captured, he'll soon know of the greater plot against him, following a most assuredly unpleasant interrogation."
"Affording us the ideal moment to strike," Langif had retorted, his already ruddy face reddening further as he'd brushed floppy, sand-blonde strands from his brow. "While Mevod is disoriented and unsure where to focus his attentions, we move on the Gresdith estate, infiltrating along the entry point provided by the Lady McAllister, with assassins as we feint with a force at the main gate."
The war is won within the day and with minimal bloodshed.
Allie sighed, recalling the 2 nights she'd spent magically cloaking herself from view to slip over the estate walls and find the weakest point in Mevod's patrols. She'd made only a handful of excursions beyond the aid of her friends, but, even rendered invisible through a magical shroud, Allie had felt isolated beyond reason. It had been with immeasurable relief that she'd located an unassuming servant's entrance that would serve nicely as the final entry point into the estate proper. Though the process of cloaking herself from view had proved as draining each recent time as it had the first, the prolonged use, if minute at most intervals could be called prolonged, had at least provided Allie with further impressions on how the magics involved operated, if not the confidence to forge ahead with the mission herself. Allie had only even thought to attempt wielding her powers in such a way at first because of her encounter with the 2-souled, or demisilg, orc-man Tagathis on the island of Nizaim. He'd used the ability for similar infiltration methods, slipping past Allie and her friends to execute a supposed ally of his, while convincing the man's beloved that she was the one to strike the killing blow. Although tricking someone's memories in such a way still eluded Allie, she had come to realize that concealing herself from view was, in truth, something quite similar. Multiple impressions of guards looking at and through her had somehow left Allie with the feeling that she wasn't invisible. Not exactly. Rather, she was simply removed from sight, like she was being erased from memories even as said memories formed. A sort of trick of the light and magic in tandem. How exactly that worked, Allie wasn't certain. At times, she was admittedly frustrated that she was robbed of the knowledge that working for her abilities might have afforded her. Instead, it was almost as though she simply intuited things, like tapping into memories that weren't quite her own.
Being the heir to such a powerful bloodline affords such perks, I'm afraid.
Allie's grip tightened on the rolled ends of the scroll she held, crinkling the parchment.
I'm fairly certain that's against tower etiquette.
Her frustration only simmering more fiercely at her involuntary jump, Allie turned reluctantly upward to stare into Karfaweth's quizzical features.
Far from Shala's twin, but that's certainly a look I remember.
Allie glanced past the other woman to the central desk, where Orthwy was making far too much of a point of keeping her head down.
The attendants over there,
Allie grunted, motioning with her chin. Karfaweth favored her with a faint smirk.
I'm aware, just as I'm sure you've guessed that I'm not here to speak with Orthwy.
Not sure what else you expect me to tell you, Allie shrugged, easing the next few lines of her scroll into view as she pointedly shifted her focus back to the ancient words.
Like I said, I haven't seen Shala since the night I left.
Shala's elder sister, undeterred by Allie's false identity, had asked only 2 questions of Allie after that initial meeting of hopeful regicides a week earlier.
When did you last see Shala?
And,
do you know what became of her?
Allie supposed she was still doing her best to avoid answering the second one.
How do you tell someone you accidentally burned their sister to ash?
Again, Karfaweth replied coolly.
Not why I'm here.
Allie traced a hovering finger down the scroll without retaining any of the barely recognizable words.
Are you going to keep me guessing?
Are you planning to keep on being flippant?
I've been told to play to my strengths. All right, then,
Karfaweth sighed, dropping to the empty, cushioned seat across from Allie. Thankfully, every other seat on the ground floor was empty too, affording Allie the fantasy of blasting the other woman with a burst of dark, crackling power when she added,
Spoken plainly, I'd like an explanation for how our meeting just concluded.
What meeting with that? The one where you broke my favorite table in half. Allie couldn't help a chuckle, again thinking back to earlier that morning, recalling Parganok's indignation at Langif's self-serving attitude.
And you've no fears that your ideal moment to strike may prompt Mevod or any of his surviving supporters to activate whatever's being constructed in the spires?
Serving as yet another wrinkle in the conspirators' plans, members of the Negalod, Elsford, and Parganox people among the Lorsyn Guard had all reported that the top floors of several remaining noble spires had been commandeered for unknown purposes. Cloaked figures, whom Vilsane had confirmed to be Ancients of Solak, had been seen entering and exiting the nobles' estates with metal rods, plates, and other strange components. And not even Thrilliga had known what to make of the efforts when Ali and her friends had relayed the descriptions. Vilsane Ed Deyrnas, Ali's lordly childhood acquaintance, had had only little success in learning more, though he claimed he didn't wish to push too hard, for fear of undoing all his work of indirectly slipping into Solak's good graces to secure an audience. By Vilsane's reports, the agents he'd welcomed into his estate had closed off the top of the Deyrnas spire from even its lord, claiming secrecy on a mission for the king, and not even Vilsane's formidable charisma had loosed any lips yet. Parganox certainly had his theory, though. He'd guessed that Mevod was intending to amplify and weaponize the magical security systems of the estates against surrounding civilians, preparing to unleash devastation either as retribution for any act of dissent or simply as a deterring show of power. And the fact that Langif failed to acknowledge such a threat sat rather unwell with the retired commander.
"Whatever Mevod's plans are in the spires," the Elsford Duke had waved aside, "we can't risk tipping our hand by pulling civilians back. He'll know he's being watched, and security will only tighten. Or he may even decide to send his mercenaries beyond the city walls against us. Mevod is counting on us acting timidly, and you're playing right into his hands."
Set between them, Karfweth had raised a hand to either man.
"Gentlemen, we've been over this. Gathering intelligence has its merits, as does acting decisively. If you'd only compromise on the parameters of each, we might—"
"I'll not compromise my decades of tactical experience, both in warfare and in maintaining the security of this city, and I'll certainly not be goaded into acting rashly by a street thug who—"
"Don't delude yourself, old man. So-called street thugs have been the true power in Lorsyn for centuries, and we know how best to utilize our surroundings for—"
Ali had slowly stood to her feet, drawing wary glances from her companions along their shared length of table. Then, power crackling to life around her fist, Ali had struck at the table's center. With a dark flash, a jagged, smoking fissure had bisected the wooden slab, leaving both Parganox and Langif at the table's ends to take a startled step backward, as the table fell inward with a sharp thud. Smiling tautly to their hosts, Ali had let the pulsing power fade from her hand, bowing minutely from the waist.
"Please call us back when you've worked through your differences and are ready to make actual plans."
Her friends had trailed her from the room, Tanner unable to help a smirk as he'd glanced back to Karfweth. "I don't normally condone property damage, but I think you made our point," he'd whispered to Ali.
"Didn't you burn down Mayor Dunaxis's home?"
Gefnar had asked with a chuckle. "Collateral damage," Tanner had distinguished with a haughty sniff. Then, to Ali, "You all right? Gef, Norik, and I were gonna go keep watch at the Gresdith estate again, see if we can finally figure out where they're holding Wirgasal." Once again, Ali had all but forgotten about Veladrock's true agent within Lorsyn.
"If they were going to get something useful out of him, they'd have gotten it by now, right?" "Fine," she'd assured the Foxkin. "I've got more research to do at the tower."
Nelina had groaned.
"I'll join the espionage crew then, I suppose. I'm well past bored of that tranquil, glorified pillar."
The Tigerkin woman had grown increasingly agitated at being forced to remain with another member of the party at all times. When asked what she'd rather be getting up to instead, however, she, of course, dodged the question. Ali readjusted her scroll once more, shifting under Karfweth's gaze.
"I'm told that I'm rich.
I'll buy you a new table if that's what this is about. Karfaweth gave an amused grunt. Dark wood, please. I'd like one you can't break. And I think you know that's not what this is about. Enlighten me. You're anxious to do something, and yet you fail to side with Lanja for immediate action. You don't side with him either. I'm doing my best to remain impartial, Karfaweth smirked. Either man might choose to act on his own should he feel I'm siding with the other. Allie snorted. Is an alliance even worth keeping if it means no one ends up doing anything? A long enough pause ensued that Allie finally gave in and lifted her gaze back to Karfaweth. The woman seemed content to study her quietly. What? Karfaweth's mouth puckered. I'm just seeing if I can spot what my sister seemed to see in you. In a flash of memory, Shala's smiling face superimposed over Karfaweth's in the soft magical lighting. Allie gulped. And what was that? She said that you carried something, or a piece of something. She could never quite describe it to me. Sorrow drew Karfaweth's eyes downward. Or maybe I just couldn't hear her actual meaning over our shouting matches. But she was loyal to you, Allie. Fiercely so. Allie's gaze shifted to where Orthwy still worked at the central desk a few dozen paces away at Karfaweth's use of her actual name. Thankfully, either the young attendant didn't seem to be the snooping kind, or the imbued sound dampening of the Tower of Memories had kept Karfaweth's soft words from carrying. The last thing I need right now are more questions. The devotion was mutual, Allie said flatly. We had each other's backs. That's what sisters do, right?
Such unprovoked hostility. Delightful.
Karfaweth nodded slowly, unflinching. Do you remember how you two met? Allie's eyes narrowed. She didn't. Her earliest memories of living on Lorsyn's streets always sported Shala's buoyant presence already. Why? I do.
Interesting.
Allie shifted in her seat, awkwardly catching her Middle Elven dictionary when it threatened to slip from her knee. Are you wanting congratulations? Again, Karfaweth grunted. I just wonder if my sharing the memory might help us to understand each other better, as well as Shala. Unsure how successfully she managed it, Allie tried to lean nonchalantly back in her seat, rolling up her scroll. Hearing such a personal story, even from Shala's nosy, estranged sister, was a more exciting prospect than she cared to let on. Fine. Go ahead. Karfaweth quirked a brow. You misunderstand. Reaching beneath her light summer cloak, the Negalod Duchess withdrew an oblong hunk of bluish, softly pulsing rock. Allie's heartbeat quickened at the sight of Memory Stone. Was Karfaweth offering her the chance to see Shala again? It was hard for Allie to say if her resulting sweat was more from panic or anticipation. I nicked this off a tower mage when I was still pickpocketing to support a starving baby and our sick mother, Karfaweth explained, wistfully gazing into the thumb-sized piece of refined memory stone. Pretty sure it's picked up every high and low of my life. She glanced about at the framework housings built for viewing memories, adopting a sardonic grin. Fitting that I should bring it back here, I guess. As Karfaweth stood and moved to one of the viewing apparatuses, Allie shot to her feet, lashing out to grip the other woman by the wrist. Karfaweth simply halted, slowly turning to meet Allie's frantic gaze. Allie didn't care how foolish or paranoid she was being, but she didn't trust herself to catch a glimpse of her long-dead friend without losing all control of her emotions. Not here, she hissed, feeling a concerned Orthwy look in her direction at the sudden movement. Upstairs, I'll ask for a private viewing. Karfaweth inclined her head, motioning with her free hand toward the stairwell. Lead on, Ashal. Chapter 30. Heritage of Shadow.
Thrilliga's large red eyes blinked as she swept dark hair from her face, craning her neck about to take in the memory viewing station tucked away at the back of her cluttered laboratory. Liquid metal of some kind dripped to sizzle on the wood of her workstation from the pronged tool she held that rippled with heat. While Ud, with a long-suffering smile, quietly reached out from his partner's side with gloved hands to douse the smoking globule with a viscous liquid that sapped it of its heat. The pair of headless humanoid automatons across the workstation appeared to have been content to let the surface simmer, their metal hands busied with holding various concoctions at the ready.
"Well, yes, I suppose you can make use of the thing," Thrilliga said with an indifferent shrug, oblivious to the fire hazard Ud had just nullified. The gnome woman turned back to her work, which seemed to entail an intricate network of wires affixed to a tapered steel tube, after a perfunctory smile toward Allie. "Just please try not to make much noise. I'm preparing to initiate some final tests." While Thrilliga reached up to spin a suspended ring of bluish magic overhead, halting the spiral with a flick of her wrist when the floating item within the ring was within her reach. Allie's gaze fell to the hectic surface between her and the illustrious tower mage. She couldn't make sense of much of it, but the presence of Veladrock's blood and oversized scale, and the samples thereof dissolving in the metal bowl before Thrilliga, told Allie enough. The tower mage's work was nearly at an end. Ud looked up from his and Thrilliga's work, pointedly taking in Karfoeth and Allie in turn.
"Should we take the presence of both of you as an indication that whatever memory you wish to be viewing is connected to your designs on the Gresdith estate?"
Allie grunted. After only minimal deliberation, she, Tanner, and Gefnar had concluded that they owed it to both their hosts and hires to share their secondary plans while in Lorsyn, while Iamet and Yosid had been troubled at the possible complication in their own plans to make a small fortune off Mevad's inner circle before striking out westward. They'd soon reached the settlement of insisting that their guests inform them before anything drastic, like launching an assault against the so-called rightful king of Kavorim, happened, allowing Iamet and Yosid to accelerate their departure time. But Thrilliga's response had been especially understated. "It's about time," she'd declared with a snort when Allie and her friends had halted her in her work to uneasily inform her and Ud with whom they now worked. "Is it?" Tanner had replied, frowning. "For what, exactly?" "For those of you who do things about this sort of thing to do something," the tower mage had muttered, resuming her delicate weaving of glowing filaments. Ud had smiled at his partner's eloquence.
"It doesn't seem we're too concerned about being caught up in anything, if that's what you're worried about," he'd informed Allie and the others. "We've a few days left on your job when we'll need access to the full lab, but we're free to meet up with your fire-breathing lizard friend any time after."
"We're still not sure when anything that might be happening on that front will be happening,"
Allie informed Ud tersely in the present. Then, smiling in hopes of blunting her words,
"We'll keep you informed. And," she motioned back to the memory display apparatus, "thanks."
Conspicuously silent until this point, Karfoeth leaned closer to Allie as they skirted workstations and scattered components.
"You intend to take them with you after saving the day here?"
The woman's tone reminded Allie of a mother humoring her naive child.
"We have other places to be,"
she shot back noncommittally. Karfoeth's eyes grew farcically distant as she joined Allie alongside the display.
I've always wondered what that feeling was like."
Sobering, her gaze settled on Allie's twitching profile.
"If I've learned anything from Lorsyn and my years of leadership, Ashal, it's that things rarely go according to plan. At least, not without considerable cost." "I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Were you going to use this thing or not?"
Nodding slowly, Karfoeth produced the piece of memory stone again, lifting the latch over a palm-sized bowl built into the side of the display to deposit it within. The apparatus instantly began to hum, its spheroid interior beginning to pulse and flash with images behind a globular veil of bluish light.
I suppose we're about to find out how thoroughly this rock was enchanted for this sort of thing, Karfaweth muttered. Try not to get your hopes up too. Allie was already pressing her face within the shifting tides of memory. And gasping in loss and remorse as she looked down into the scowling, girlish face of the closest friend she'd ever had. Shala couldn't have been more than 8 years old in the rippling image, but her dark, wild curls and fiercely brown eyes were unmistakable, as was her stubborn frown.
So she's my responsibility.
Allie sensed herself sigh, her distaste at sharing the space where a younger Karfaweth had stood, causing her perspective to shift sidelong, the portions of the image less solidified from the original perspective turning murky around the edges. It was dark. Nighttime on the familiar streets of Lorsyn. Somewhere just south of the spires, Allie guessed, near the city's eastern wall. The two sisters squared off in a small alley behind a gambling den. Jolder's teeth? Allie wondered. With Karfaweth looking just to have exited a small door of the establishment, one hand still gripping the handle in frustration as she attempted to talk some sense into Shala. Her shape and features still that of a girl barely in her teens, fear, anger, and sympathy battled in Karfaweth's eyes as she looked from her unflinching sister to the even smaller girl huddled behind, peeking out into the light and raucous sounds that spilled from the gambling den's door. Me, Allie thought stupidly, feeling a nameless shame at how completely the prospect threw her. Even knowing, as she now did, that she'd been just under 6 years old when she'd gone missing with her parents in Lorsyn, witnessing herself as a child in a moment she'd long since buried left Allie experiencing a bereavement, more profound than what she'd experienced from any memory triggers she'd happened across in the McAllister family estate. Shala's little hands moved to plant on her hips, a stance Allie remembered fondly, when it had been directed at people besides her.
If you don't want her, that's fine. I'm grown up enough to take care of the both of us.
Don't be ridiculous, Karfaweth hissed, her features creasing in bewilderment. You're as much a child as she is. Young Allie scowled, gripping at the skirt of her dress as she fought to keep her chin raised.
I may be a child, but I'm not helpless, and my parents will come and take me home soon.
Sympathy furrowed young Shala's features as she turned to take young Allie by the shoulders.
We've been over this. Your parents are gone. You have no home and you have no name. You're not Edith Joan McAllister anymore. You're one of us now. Do you understand?
Allie felt her present self blink in time with the image of her as a child as they both looked into the eyes of someone they trusted implicitly.
Yes,
said young Allie.
I understand.
Young Karfaweth scrutinized Shala as she turned back around. And what's become of the girl's parents? As her sister averted her gaze, Karfaweth struck the doorframe she stood in with the side of her fist. She's trouble, isn't she? Blazes, Shala, I can barely take care of you, and now you want me to take in, what, a child wanted by the Lorsyn Guard?
It's not the guard,
Shala insisted, lowering her voice as she leaned in.
I saw the people who came for her parents, and, well, they weren't like anyone I've ever seen. They wore dark cloaks, so I never saw their faces. They tried to subdue the mother while the father fought and tried to free her, and Allie here.
She craned her neck about to take in young Allie's wide-eyed expression.
That's all you get to keep, understood? A piece of your family name.
Young Allie nodded numbly. Are you insane? Karfaweth demanded, stooping to grip Shala by the wrist. Those must have been secret noble forces from a house in the spires. They had a feud with this girl's family, and now they're dead. Her eyes narrowed. They are dead, right? If they come looking for their daughter, they could find you here as easily as those cloaked figures. Shala's eyes fell.
They're dead. They're all dead.
She swallowed.
The woman, she tried to warn them, told them as they touched some bauble to her head that extracting whatever it was they were looking for could only destroy. Some kind of magic flashed then, and the woman looked to Allie and screamed, and they all just fell over. dead. The man and the woman were cold.
She turned back to where young Allie had sunk against the wall to wrap her arms about her knees, sobbing into them softly.
I think whatever they drew out of the woman, it could have been a lot worse. I think the woman held something back to save Allie. She's the only one who didn't fall.
Young Karfaweth had closed her eyes, shaking her head.
You've happened on something bigger than us, Shala, and I won't let it get you killed. Tomorrow we present the girl to the Lorsyn guard and— We can't, Shala shot back. I heard the cloaked people talking. They spoke of more of them, and they know who Allie is.
Her eyes seemed to shift past her sister.
And whatever they were looking for, I don't think they found it. So Allie won't be safe unless she leaves her old life behind.
Her safety isn't my concern, Karfaweth spat.
Yours is. That's what I promised Mother, that I'd keep you safe.
The sisters locked eyes for a moment, and a world weariness of someone twice her age settled on young Shala.
Then, I guess this is goodbye.
Young Karfaweth's mouth fell open before her features hardened.
Nonsense. You'll meet me back home, and we'll sort out the girl tomorrow. Understood?
A slow nod.
I understand.
Karfaweth,
a voice bellowed from inside the gambling den.
We need a tally.
Coming, Karfaweth shouted back, standing and smoothing down her dress. Visibly torn between the demands of family and her job, she shot Shala a final look before disappearing inside. Her sister's eyes were filled with resolve. Allie found herself hunched over the memory display as the image of young Shala dissolved, and she fought to cling to a faded memory of her own in the aftermath. Of venturing off into the dark, unforgiving streets of Lorsyn with Shala's hand in hers. Of finding a place to bed down among worn pillows and rotund, docile pigs. Of somehow knowing that this new shape her life had taken must leave no room for thoughts of the past.
And eventually, I suppose I just stopped having them.
She took off that night, Karfaweth uttered from Allie's side, her eyes distant out the broad window of the lab that overlooked the northern half of the city. The summer sunlight of late morning caused the surviving spires of the noble houses to cast long shadows across the remaining buildings, and Allie had the brief, absurd notion that the spires were bowing to Mevod's seat of power in the Gresdith estate to the west.
I caught up to her a few times over the years, but we were never really a family again. Never really sisters.
Allie glanced back to see that Ud and even Thrilliga had stopped in their work, studying the Negalod Duchess as she spoke her wistful words. She seemed indifferent at anyone hearing them.
I obsessed well until adulthood over whether I could have kept us together. If I could have told her in a way that she'd have understood that I'd been entrusted with raising her by our mother, that my greatest responsibility was to help her be the woman I knew she could be.
Karfaweth's gaze shifted to Allie as she gave a sad smile.
I'm honestly embarrassed how long it took me to understand the truth. Before even reaching puberty, Shala already understood.
How very touching.
The spike of anger Allie felt at Sharad's input cut through her sadness, leaving her with taut fists and a furrowed brow as Karfaweth turned to her.
Even so young, she'd learned all I had to teach her about caring for someone. More. When others, including me, told her to give up on you, she refused.
The Duchess ruminated on her next words.
Shala, she'd never have left your side, Allie. So, please, all I'm asking is that you tell me what I have a right to know. Those people, did they come for you? Did Shala die protecting you? Does any of this have to do with why you're so anxious to finish your objectives in Lorsyn?
Allie thought for a moment that Karfaweth would reach out and seize her hand, at the eagerness in the other woman's eyes.
It wasn't the cloaked figures,
Allie whispered, as shocked as Karfaweth seemed to be that she was finally sharing the story. Only Tanner, Gefnar, Jack, and Intothica knew all of it.
I never even knew about them. I mean, I must have, but I'd forgotten.
Karfwith bit her lip, as though to keep herself from interrupting, her eyes wider and more vulnerable than Allie had seen them.
It was just a couple of thugs. Purgil, probably. A disagreement over some stupid job. A mark Shala had hit. They grabbed us and I stopped them.
Allie gulped, forcing herself to meet Karfwith's gaze.
What are you doing?
Her own inner voice, not Sharad.
Admit you killed Shala, and at best you'll only destroy your chances of getting close to Solak. At worst, Karfwith has her people run you out of town or kill you.
Allie's nails dug into her palms.
I don't know who those cloaked people were, but I think they were after something inside my mother. Something that she passed on to me.
Understanding tugged at Karfwith's eyes.
So, I was right. You are dangerous.
There was no accusation or even anger.
More dangerous than anyone seems to realize.
Karfwith squared her shoulders.
I sneaked into Lorsyn Guard headquarters to read the report, while trying to keep an eye on Shala. The cloaked figures had seemingly been secreted away, but the bodies of your parents remained. Where was Shala's?
Allie was brimming over with her own questions. Who were these people who'd tried to extract Sharad's essence from her mother? Were they after power, or had they just seen Joan as a potential threat to be eliminated for the greater good? Gefnar had felt that way for a while. Had these others also been overeager servants of Nomenkal?
There was no body,
Allie groaned, mentally shelving her own questions for another time.
I think my mother had greater control.
That at least gave her some small hope.
Or maybe those cloaked figures halfway succeeded in drawing the seed of...
Careful now.
Of power out of her. For me, though, it was like an eruption. Everything close to me.
Karfwith nodded.
The guard told everyone that destruction had been caused by an unauthorized magical experiment. But I'd always suspected.
She turned to gaze out the lab's north-facing window once more, her resolve seeming to return as her eyes stopped drifting over the thawed waters of the Griswold channels and settled on the vast bay, where the mining shift was changing once more along the shoreline.
Can you contain it?
Allie blinked, finding no words on her tongue.
Are you a danger to those around you?
Karfwith pressed, swiveling to fix Allie with a challenging stare.
I'm not in the habit of punishing honesty. But you have to know that I can't put more lives at risk by having you involved in our plans if you're just as likely to harm ally as enemy. I won't insult you by implying that you'll start lying now, so your answer determines mine. That'll be the end of it.
All right, said Allie, finally loosing her fists.
Yes. Since that night, I've had numerous teachers show me how to maintain control. I've been challenged by enemies far more threatening, and I've wielded my power without hurting my friends. The more I've learned, the stronger I've gotten, and I know the value of keeping my word. You help us bring down Solak, and we'll help you win your city back from Mevod.
Karfwith inclined her head after a long moment.
Very well.
She retrieved her memory stone fragment, half turning to go.
I don't believe you're lying, Allie, but I've poured everything I have into building the Negalod into something greater than a band of bickering street urchins. It's become my purpose since Shala and I parted ways. The Negalod are my family, and I'll protect them from anyone who would do them harm.
She wasn't that much taller than Allie, but Karfwith seemed to loom larger as she leaned in.
So, while I don't believe you're lying, you'd best be hoping as much as I am that you're right.
The Duchess strode coolly from the laboratory, and Allie found that she couldn't help but admire the other woman's conviction. Ali had essentially just informed her that she was confident in her mastery of a power that could tear people and buildings to shreds, and Karfoeth's immediate response had been to conditionally set herself against her.
Yes, brave if foolish. Luckily, you're absolutely certain that you'd never let my power overwhelm you again.
As the door to the chamber swung closed after Karfoeth, Ali found her eyes slipping over to where Thrilliga and Ud had paused in their experiments. Both of the room's other occupants regarded her warily. Ali shifted on her feet at the combined weight of their stares.
I don't suppose either of you have any questions?
None, Thrilliga declared with a grunt, returning to her work. Ud, however, glanced uneasily over to the automatons standing across from him, one of which lit up at Thrilliga's response, as Ali made for the door without another word. She had no wish to catch up to Karfoeth, but she wasn't in the mood to feel others sizing her up.
So I walk slowly.
She didn't feel much like continuing her research either, though, or being alone with her thoughts. They all had enough to consider without following a long-dead lead on the figures that had ambushed her and her family on that night she couldn't remember. So, as she began plodding sulkily, Ali reached out through the group's mental link.
Have the rest of you found anything? The tower's feeling crowded.
Chapter 31 Pastimes of the Impoverished. Tanner jumped at the sudden voice in his head, leaving Gefnar to be the one to respond. We've found something. Can't disagree with that, thought Tanner, lifting his gaze from the impromptu game of Craigbit he and the gnome had taken up for the purposes of blending in beyond the Gresdith estate's dented gate. Without a table in sight, they simply sat on the stony street by what appeared to be a bank fallen on exceptionally hard times, casting and maneuvering knucklebones about between them. They'd sat there for perhaps a few hours as Tanner's stomach had begun reminding him, glancing over to the estate's walls, which were tipped with shards of glass embedded in mortar, whenever the gate opened to permit a lackey of Mevod's entry or exit, or when someone laughed or yelled especially loudly from inside. It was with conflicted relief that Tanner had noted that they wouldn't stand out for such behavior. Previous visits to the Gresdith estate had either entailed entering through the main gate with Iamet and Yosid to unload a cart of food, or slinking around the back alleys between the estate's northern wall and the frigid waters of the city's shoreline along the Beryl Bay. There'd been no time to assess the loose crowd of vagrants milling beyond the main gate. Or maybe I just didn't want to assess. Seeing the opportunity for a fresh perspective, Tanner, Gefnar, Norik, and Nelina had deliberately disheveled their typical mercenary look while in Lorsyn and made a point to mingle with the street urchins and beggars before taking up prime surveillance positions. To Tanner's surprise, Nelina had opted to join Norik in a nearby music circle, dancing, drumming, and plucking at dilapidated instruments in shifts with bedraggled rag-clad humans and gnomes. No one much seemed to care about blood among the equally outcast. As odd as it was to see a reluctant smile playing at Nelina's muzzle while she pranced and played, the true oddity that had held Tanner's attention, and absolutely cost him a half-dozen rounds of Craigbit, was his own shift in perspective of the nobles and sellswords carousing on Mevod's coin within the estate walls. It had soon become apparent why so many unfortunates of the city, or at least those clearly unfit for manual labor due to age or health, chose to spend their days at the doorstep of debauchery. For every sour-faced toady who entered or departed the estate, casting disgusted glances, harsh words, or sharp pebbles toward those seemingly unfit for their lifestyle, there passed a partygoer with kind eyes and full pockets. Some even slipped from the estate to accidentally discard a sack of food easily within reach of dozens of grubby hands. So, not everyone who feels compelled to humor Mevod's denial is so heartless as the Toad King himself, Tanner had allowed himself to admit, as a human couple in finery had let slip a basket of rolls in his vicinity amid apologetic smiles. They're not brave enough to be seen talking with the riffraff, but at least they spare a thought for something beyond their own skins. It was a glimmer of decency, at least, and it kept Tanner from succumbing to despair as he witnessed the waning hope and delight in small pleasures around him. Tanner guessed that many of the children and elderly around him were doing their part to supplement the work of the able-bodied in their families in the copper mines, or in other demanding work in and around the city. Not everyone was so fortunate as Orthwy to have a job cataloging the contents of the Tower of Memories. "Well?" Ali prompted in Tanner's mind, causing him to jump again as he realized that neither he nor Gefnar had followed up their initial answer. "Have you spotted Solak?" "No," Tanner sighed. "Nor any sign of where they're keeping Wirgasal." There was a long pause, during which Tanner wondered if it was possible for the whoops from another Craigbit game nearby could drown out Ali's voice when it was hitting his eardrums from the inside. "So?" "What?" "What have you spotted?" It almost felt like Ali was glad to have something to be annoyed at. Not that she's ever needed an excuse. "It's hard to describe," Tanner replied, exchanging a bewildered look with Gefnar. "Mevod's lackeys are, well, celebrating." Another long pause. "And this is new how?" No, he's right," Gefnar chimed in, matching Tanner's hushed tone and surreptitiously peering through the iron bars of the estate's southern gate as new shouts of delight arose from within. "Before, it's always felt like the guests were putting on airs or pretending like they believed all of Mevod's claims, supporting him out of fear. Now everyone coming and going seems relieved, and the partying inside sounds more joyful than boisterous." Tanner nodded, the uneasiness in his gut rising as Gefnar helped him give voice to the change in the air. He dropped his voice to a whisper. "Do you think they know about the plan?" Ali scoffed. "What plan?" Can't really argue with that." "I mean, do you think they know that, if all goes well, they might not have to worry about pleasing Mevod anymore?" "It's a better thought than the alternative," Gefnar muttered gravely. Tanner met his frown. "Which is?" "That they have new reason to believe Mevod's capable of keeping them all safe." "Shore up," a new voice rumbled over Tanner's shoulder, and he had to shove his hands in his armpits to keep the involuntary flames that flared in his palms from giving away his startlement. He took what he hoped was a subtle calming breath as he craned his neck to take in the hooded figure beside him. "I'm sorry?" The man, a looming bearkin, decked in a simple shirt and breeches beneath his hooded cloak, and perhaps a handful of years older than Tanner, by the age around his eyes, pointed to the bones in front of Tanner. "Your friend's odds of outmatching your defenses on the next toss are 4-1, in his favor." Gefnar chuckled. "Thanks for giving it away." "It's only to balance things fairly," the bearkin assured him with a good-natured smile. Tanner adopted an insincere scowl. "Hey." The bearkin laughed heartily, a sound that caused Tanner's throat to constrict with nostalgia. He'd only heard it a handful of times during his years at Surehammer Steel, but that laugh was so much like... "Besides," the bearkin continued, dropping to sit opposite the bank wall to Tanner and Gefnar's other sides, "all I'm really hurting are my chances of playing the winner any time soon." He still kept his hood up, but Tanner could make out traces of familiar features in the sifted shadows. His heartbeat quickening, Tanner forced a smile. "Well, if we're going to be playing with someone, we at least have to know his name." Again the bearkin laughed, but Tanner caught the guarded shift in the other half-breed's stance. "And what if I simply give you a false name?" Tanner shrugged. "No offense taken." He gestured to Gefnar. "That's what we plan to do. No one expects you to be honest about that sort of thing, which helps keep the mystery alive." The bearkin offered an amused grunt, and all uncertainty fled Tanner's mind. By astronomical happenstance, someone the spitting image of Curtis had plopped himself into Tanner's life. There absolutely had to be blood shared. Cousin? Nephew? Son?
"My name's Forlaneld," the bearkin replied. "Real name, too, for what it's worth."
"Sidnog," said Tanner at a prompting look. "And this is Dabian." He only briefly considered doling out their actual names. Though he didn't know anything close to the full story, he'd inferred from remarks by both Curtis and King Letterog of the Bearkin that there was some unpleasant history that perhaps shouldn't be revisited for Curtis's sake. Handing out his own name may not have led to any such repercussions, but Tanner wasn't about to share too much of himself with any Bearkin who hadn't proved themselves trustworthy. The stance had actually caused Allie's appointed Bearkin steward of the McAllister estate, Hirdeleg, to question her lady if the foxkin boy she hung around with had an issue with her. No, not racist, Tanner thought, darkly amused. Just awfully protective of my Papa Bear. Ed Bathad, Gefnar tacked on to Tanner's introduction as he smiled to their new acquaintance. So proud of his family name, Tanner snickered. Then, perhaps a touch too eagerly, "What about you, Forlaneld? Anyone in your bloodline do anything grand enough to earn that spot? Or do you honor a parent? A father?" "Easy," Tanner grimaced inwardly. A faint ripple through the mental link he shared with his companions informed Tanner that they'd picked up on his suspicions, and Gefnar leaned forward slightly, studying Forlaneld's face. "Not in any immediate danger, are you?" Allie asked. Tanner cleared his throat, the signal they'd agreed upon as an all-clear for when they might not be able to use words. "Understood. I guess I'll just go back to the house and see if Iamet and Yoset have any menial work for a bored noblewoman." Forlaneld, meanwhile, had politely waited for Tanner to continue after clearing his throat, then chuckled uneasily.
"We bearkin have never really gone for that sort of thing any more than you dogkin. A person's merits should stand on their own, it's believed in the Belver. Any glory or disgrace of one's progenitors should be left behind."
Tanner was still getting over his brief confusion at being labeled a dogkin when the weight of the word disgrace struck him. He'd never pressed Curtis for the full story of what had caused him to leave his life on the polar arm of Asaliran behind, but if the events were as unpleasant as Tanner suspected, that would certainly fit.
"At least," Forlaneld continued dryly, "that's how it's meant to work. But no amount of tradition for shaping one's own destiny can match the willpower of an overbearing mother."
It was with great willpower of his own that Tanner kept himself from guffawing at the unintentional pun. "She's keeping an eye on you here, I take it?" Gefnar prompted. A defiant twinkle came to Forlaneld's eye.
"Hardly enough of one. I may be well of the age of choosing a wife, but if Mother knew I was out here with you, well—"
"Rabble?" Tanner offered. "I was thinking you didn't look the type to spend your days out in the dirty streets."
"I'm not," Forlaneld sighed. "But I get so tired of pretending to enjoy the company of the Toad King and his vapid supporters inside."
He motioned over his shoulder toward the Gresdith estate. Tanner and Gefnar exchanged a quick conspiratorial glance. More than being a likely connection to Curtis, perhaps Forlaneld had just dropped something in their hands that would finally push their plans into acceptable action for all conspirators. An inside man. But we can't be overeager.
"Almost worse are the ones who toss you all crumbs and change," Forlaneld went on, his lip curling. "As if that makes them exempt from being complicit in Mevod's brutality."
At least he's certainly not afraid to dabble in some daylight open treason. "And what's your job inside the estate?" Tanner pressed. Forlaneld snorted.
"Job? No self-respecting pet of Mevod's would do anything so bold as to be productive."
His frown softened.
"Save Mother, of course. She works tirelessly. To answer your question, though, my brother and I are ostensibly loitering about as mercenaries in the employ of the Toad King."
Tanner swallowed.
2 sons?
"Your brother?"
Glimganut, always dragging me into some adventure or another. But it seems Mother's grown sick of it, hence our recent posting within the Gresdith estate."
Gefnar's eye twitched. "Your mother has that kind of authority?" Clearly detecting the veiled interest in the gnome's words, Forlaneld grinned at Gefnar.
"If you're planning on throwing me in a basement somewhere and demanding ransom money, I'd advise against it. Mother's had devices implanted in our blood that notify her of our locations."
Tanner's features contorted in unease. "Wow. When you said overbearing..." Forlaneld nodded.
"Yes, but I try not to hold it against her. After all, Glimganut and I are all she has left, ever since Father left."
While the bearkin's gaze fell, Tanner and Gefnar had a brief jousting of expressions. Tanner's excited and imploring, while Gefnar's were accentuated by minute shakes of the head and further wary twitches. No words were spoken, even in their minds, but their mental link made each other's meaning clear beyond any doubt.
"What's going on now?"
Allie cut in, clearly sensing the spikes in emotion. Tanner cleared his throat again, turning stubbornly back to the bearkin. "Forlaneld, look, I'm just going to say it. I think I know your father, and I think he was the man who raised me." Gefnar gave a muted sigh, and Forlaneld blinked.
"You... what?"
"Look, it's a bit of a long story," said Tanner, keeping his voice subdued as he glanced about. No one seemed to be monitoring them, and Norik and Nelina continued to prance about with fellow street toughs. Still, Tanner felt exposed. "Is there somewhere we can talk a bit more privately?" Forlaneld inclined his head after a long, staring moment.
"Yes. There's a disused storage shed not too far from the estate."
"Perfect," Tanner blurted, unable to keep an excited smile from his snout as he sprang to his feet. "Let's go." Minutes later, Tanner and Gefnar trailed a rather tense-looking Forlaneld to the promised storage shed, the bearkin sneaking glances from beneath his hood both at his followers and their dreary surroundings. But Tanner didn't care about the growing smell of fish or the dwindling number of citizens passing by. He was rehearsing what he might say to Forlaneld when they had a bit more privacy. What could you tell a man about his long-lost father that would begin to compensate for years of curiosity and bitterness? The air was stale and smelled of rot as the 3 figures entered Forlaneld's shed, and Tanner suspected by the divots in the stone slab at their feet that the shed had at least intermittently been used for storing hooved animals. He didn't have much time to consider which kind, however, as the doors slammed shut behind them, followed by the sound of a heavy latch. Tanner and Gefnar both spun, hands moving for their weapons as Forlaneld raised both hands toward them, the uncertainty in his eyes now replaced by the frantic energy of someone caught mid-indiscretion.
"No need for that,"
the bearkin pleaded, his earnest eyes now backlit by striped sunlight through the shed's wall slats after throwing back his hood. Somehow, Tanner got the distinct impression that Forlaneld wasn't speaking to them. He was right.
"I brought them here. Now we can talk, all right? No one needs to be hurt." "That's up to them now."
Another similar voice sounded from the shadows overhead, and Tanner dared a glance upward to take in the second bearkin man crouched at the edge of a small loft. This one wore minimal armor plating over his shirt and breeches, dark eyes locked predatorily on the newcomers below, as he swung a broadsword from the loft's edge like a pendulum. Tanner gulped against the dryness in his throat. "Gef? Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure we've just fallen into a trap." Chapter 32 Brothers. Gefnar sighed again. Exasperation, rather than anger, settled into his gnomish features when Tanner shot a look down to him. "Handed someone a trap with our foot already clamped inside, more like." The assessment stung, but mostly because of how apt it was. "Gotta hand it to you, Forlaneld," Tanner said with a nod as he looked back to the bearkin by the shed's door. "You really played us like a fiddle." Gefnar offered no commentary, but Tanner could sense his flash of indignation through their link at the use of us. "Gave me just enough information to make my own conclusion, let me suggest moving to a second location, and played nervous but intrigued with mastery. I only have a few questions, really. First, how do you really know about Curtis? And second, what are you planning on doing about it?" He held his hands down to his sides as muted flames danced over his palms. No point hiding it now. "Because, if you're planning on doing anything to harm him, well, then I guess you'd be wrong, Forlaneld, or whatever your name is." He bared his teeth in a snarl. "Someone definitely has to be hurt here." Beside him, Gefnar's hand tensed on the hilt of the sword beneath his cloak. "Fair warning, we're tougher than we look."
"Should I be running? Flying?"
Allie's voice again sounded through their link.
"What the blazes is going on?"
Tanner stopped short of clearing his throat to signal the all clear this time, but stood watching their two visible antagonists for a moment, hoping for a swift de-escalation. To his surprise, he got one. The bearkin crouched up in the loft chuckled, letting the sword that dangled from his grasp drop tip first to sink a few inches into the stone foundation. Familiar as he was with metalwork, Tanner winced at the prospect of seeing such a fine blade damaged so needlessly, but quickly relaxed as muted magic flared over the weapon, ensuring that the flawless metal retained its shape. Though he struck an even more imposing frame than Forlaneld, the second bearkin dropped to the ground floor with hardly a sound, rising from his crouch to lean casually against the hilt of his weapon.
"Truthfully, young Tanner Shorehammer, we're not much sure what our intentions should be toward our father."
Tanner's eyes narrowed. "Still sticking with that story?"
"It's the truth,"
Forlaneld insisted, easing a step closer from the doorway.
"Don't you think we'd have brought backup if we intended to rob, beat, or capture you? We honestly only wished to talk, and who'd have gone to so much trouble to learn about Curtis except his own kin?"
Once more, Tanner and Gefnar exchanged a wary look. "I don't know," Tanner admitted, still not dismissing his flames. "I gather Curtis has something of a reputation among his own people, though, and not necessarily a favorable one. How do I know that you're not reporting to Letterog?" The larger bearkin, presumably Glimgenut, if Forlaneld's story truly held any water, scoffed, motioning with his chin toward Gefnar.
"And I suppose all gnomes report to a single king? All humans?"
He scowled at Tanner.
"Truthfully, all foxkin could, I suppose. I've never met another."
"Not many of us left," Tanner muttered, rubbing self-consciously at the synthetic, dull coloring of the fur around his muzzle. Apparently his disguise wasn't as impenetrable as Norik had declared it to be. "I guess that's another question we have. How'd you recognize us?" Glimgenut smirked proudly toward his supposed brother.
"That'd be all the youngsters doing. When I grow bored, I train with my blade. When he gets bored, I watch for patterns," Forlaneld finished. "People's comings and goings, things said and done, and I'm rather good at it. Though you've clearly altered your physical appearances, it's difficult to hide build, temperament, and gender without the constant use of illusory magics. It stood to reason that, should the heroes of Dragon's Nest ever wish to move about in Lorsyn, they'd do so in mundane disguise to better avoid detection. The presence of the tigerkin and goblin, the latter with an established past in the city, did throw me off for a time. But further examination of accounts from the Ethelveer forest showed that a tigerkin had previously been in your company. Historians also indicate that dragons, such as the one all but confirmed to have made its roost in Dragon's Nest, and to have come to the aid of your party during an assault on the Glendadoc orcs, employed innocuous agents in centuries past, which explained the presence of the fool goblin."
There came a faint rustling from outside the door behind Forlaneld, followed by an indignant whisper of,
"Fool? Fool, says the bookish bearkin."
Tanner sighed, smiling self-consciously between the amused brothers. Would you mind letting him in? You could burn down half the city with his ears burning. Forlaneld turned the simple latch of the door at an affirming nod from Glimganut, admitting a scowling Norik and Nelina, though their scowls were aimed at different targets. Gefnar smiled to the tigerkin.
Didn't think to run off once you realized we'd left you unattended?
Oh, the thought was had, Master Debian, Nelina purred. I simply didn't fancy being hunted to the ends of the earth by your absent friend.
Hello? Ali's voice demanded on cue. Answer me!
We're all right,
Gefnar whispered back, halfway raising empty hands to show their bearkin hosts that he wasn't making a violent move.
Just, well, maybe some more extended family of Tanners. No, not Foxkin.
Tanner frowned, unsure if Gefnar had preempted Ali's query or if he himself simply hadn't heard it.
Oh,
was Ali's only response. Gefnar nodded.
We'll keep you informed.
Though his broad build and muscled limbs didn't go anywhere, the way Forlaneld cocked his head reminded Tanner of a small puppy.
Interesting. Some sort of mind connection, yes? From your benefactors in either Nomencal's employ or the Samaneer, am I right?
The first one, Tanner offered guardedly. Hold on, if you're so well informed, why lure us out here to talk? What could you possibly want to know?
And why so seemingly disinterested in bringing known associates of your employer's enemies to justice? Nelina added.
Glimganut grunted, in an unmistakably Curtis-like way.
Not my employer. Haven't seen a coin from the Toad King in months. More to the point,
Forlaneld cut in,
it's grown increasingly clear that Mevad only cares about living excessively and short-term pleasure. And I wasn't attempting to deceive you, Tanner. Not in everything, at least.
He shared a hopeful look with his brother.
We really do wish to learn more of our father.
Tanner fancied himself a decent judge of character, despite some unavoidable evidence to the contrary. He saw only earnestness in the faces of the bearkin, though it was more veiled in Glimganut's relaxed posture.
All right,
Tanner said slowly. But one more question first. If you're really Curtis's sons, why didn't he raise you? He grimaced at his own words.
I mean,
why did he leave us?
Forlaneld offered with a sigh.
Mother, Megina is her name, won't speak of it, and I was young enough when father left that I hardly even remember his face. We've pieced together what we can from accounts of others, though,
said Glimganut, squaring his shoulders.
It seems he was once a trusted general under King Letterog. Mother, however, was more interested in business ventures, building things to stand in peacetime. She took Forlaneld and I west to Kanakuk, the furthest bearkin settlement from Jomark, while Curtis was off leading some raid or another. Reportedly, when Curtis returned to find us gone, he just left. No one knew where to.
Tanner swallowed. Until I got him involved in things again, and drew too much attention to Dragon's Nest.
That wasn't your doing alone,
Gefnar scolded gently. Then, to the pair of bearkin.
How many people do know where Curtis is now, do you think? And about Tanner's connection with him?
Enough to cause concern,
Glimganut informed them with a conflicted harumph.
By all accounts we've looked into, Letterog's more interested in getting his old general back to help relive the glory days than he is in revenge. It's the lackeys intent on gaining favor who might try something foolish.
Tanner's thoughts drifted back to the attack on Dragon's Nest the year before, and the deadly skill with which Curtis had wielded his warhammer. He gave a proud smile.
I don't think Dad would have much trouble with weaklings like that.
Forlaneld's eyes lit up.
You've seen him fight?
Seen it? Tanner chuckled. I talked him into it. If you're worried about your father, don't be. He's far from rusty. I mean, I was concerned when I thought Litterog might send a small army for him, but Dad is as strong as he ever was. Keeps a hammer swinging day in and day out in his blacksmith shop. He noted the flicker of discomfort in the features of Glimganut and Forlaneld at his use of such a familial term this time. I mean, your dad, I guess.
It's all right,
Forlaneld assured him, shooting his brother a pointed look.
We don't begrudge you being raised by our father. It's only... How'd it come to be?
Glimganut interjected. Tenor chewed on his answer for a moment. Foxkin aren't just rare in Kavorum. They're rare everywhere now. Our clans lived in the Vekusu forest, but we were slaughtered by former allies filled with misplaced rage. It was with relief and acceptance that Tenor noted his lack of visceral response as he thought of Irimiz, the man who'd hunted his kind. My parents were lost, but best not to mention Okizi. But I made it to Dragon's Nest and sort of fell into Curtis's lap. I'm grateful to him, not just for taking me in, but for trying to raise me to be proud of what I am. Tenor gave a self-deprecating smile. It took a while, but the lessons finally stuck. Gefnar chuckled wistfully. If Curtis hadn't taken you in, we'd have been brothers of a sort at the temple. He looked to Glimganut and Forlaneld. But Curtis isn't the type to shrug off his responsibilities onto someone else. There has to be more to why he left you, and his position under Letterog. While Tenor felt a fresh wave of homesickness overtake him, the Bearkin brothers simply looked to each other, uncertain. To Tenor's surprise, it was actually Nelina who broke the silence.
Individuals do not always live up to one's expectations of them. Even someone with a mighty heart can be broken.
Tenor looked to the Tigerkin expectantly, but her lips pursed tightly together, as though she regretted saying even that much. So, do either of you have any more questions about your father? Tenor ventured, turning back to Glimganut and Forlaneld. The latter wrung his furry hands.
I suppose the only other thing I wish to know, really, is... what's he like?
Strict, Tenor replied with confidence. But not because he likes power. Kind, even if he's not always exuberant about it. And eager to lend a hand, even if he sometimes has to be reminded of it. Forlaneld smiled.
Thank you. More relevant,
said Glimganut, folding his thick arms.
What exactly are your designs on Mevod and his allies?
Tenor's hackles were instantly raised again, despite the sentiments already shared by the two Bearkin on the current leadership in Lorsyn. Designs?
My associate was recently taken into custody,
Norik volunteered cheerily.
We're hoping to secure his release.
Then muttered to himself.
And to avoid any unwarranted disciplinary action on the part of our mistress.
Glimganut grunted.
The wingless dragon, then. You are working with it?
Norik's three companions all shot him an exasperated glance.
Are you certain we couldn't simply tie him up somewhere? Nelina hissed.
For it, Tenor corrected Glimganut reluctantly. She's wanting her wings back, and all we're missing at this point is someone to reconnect the replacements. Forlaneld scowled.
And what do you get out of this? Protection for Dragon's Nest?
Tenor swayed his head. Sort of. The assurance that Veladrak won't take a bite out of it anyway. And the peace of mind that, if she goes back on her word, we can drop her out of the sky with failsafes installed in the wings, Gefnar added.
Wise.
Glimganut gave an approving nod.
But why is this Veladrak willing to risk your whole mission to recover one agent?
We honestly don't know that she is, Tenor admitted. But we have a couple other goals in town.
The first part I wasn't sure about.
Forlaneld gave a knowing nod, as though something had just fallen into place.
You're also working with aligned forces among the crime syndicates and the Lorsyn Guard.
Nelina threw up her hands.
I wish it to be known that I've had no issue operating undiscovered in well-populated areas before falling in with these blundering children.
Tenor shot her a withering glare. Just when I was starting to warm up to you.
But there's something more, isn't there?
Said Glimganut, studying Tanner and Gefnar's faces especially.
A personal aspect to your motivations. Revenge, I'm guessing.
At the incredulous frowns that greeted him, he shrugged.
Forlaneld reads patterns. I read people.
Fine, Tanner sighed. You already have more than enough to have us executed for treason. Yes, we have an old enemy under Mevad's command. His new mage advisor, Solak. Forlaneld cocked his head.
Odd. I'd assumed it would be the other man, Shabuir. He was formerly aligned with your allies among the Samanir, wasn't he?
Gefnar shrugged. So we've heard, but we have no personal quarrel with him. Solak's the one who killed a friend of ours and seems intent on instating a new Theikour.
Is that even possible?
Glimganut asked, scowling. I don't know, Gefnar admitted. Knowledge of the Netherplane has grown more theoretical since the Dragon War and the extinction of the elves. Tanner nodded, recalling the stories that spoke of how much of the knowledge of the Age of Birth had been carried within the first children of the world. Much how Nomenkal had shaped them, and only them, the elves had seemingly held passing on one's knowledge through writing as a sacred endeavor to be conducted once, and only once. As such, the only books written by elves carried millennia of wisdom from the most vulnerable of their kind, and many had been lost by dwarven attacks in the Dragon War. Leaving any that remain as true collector's items for enthusiasts like Guard Captain Phylac back home, Tanner thought with a snarl. Not for the first time, the thought of Phylac's former prized tome, along with the carving of the elven lover's tree, now being in the possession of King Shanadir of the Eaglebloods, brought a proud smirk to Tanner's face.
Regardless of what is possible,
Nilina declared to the pair of bearkin opposite Tanner and his companions,
my associates wish to stymie this Solak's endeavors and exact payment for past trespasses, while you two, it seems, have an interest in aiding with the removal of Mevad from power. We then can facilitate a meeting between yourselves and those who would have you act as agents within the enemy camp, and you can provide my associates with access to their target.
And a specific prisoner, Tanner chimed in. Name of Wirgasal. We're not sure where he's being kept. Nalina nodded coolly at the addition.
Is this agreeable, sons of Curtis?
The brothers looked to each other, something unspoken passing effortlessly between them.
Almost,
said Forlaneld. Tanner couldn't help a surprised smile. For all her claims on indifference, Nalina was handy to have around when it came to cutting deals in their favor, it seemed.
Our mother,
the younger bearkin continued, looking gravely to the others.
She was able to secure these positions for us because of how firmly she's placed within Mevad's inner circle.
As an advisor? Gefnar asked. Glimganut grunted.
Trade coordinator. She helped bring the fractured Malred trading empire in line at the start of the war, and has been supplying Mevad with goods and delicacies from Kanakuk. Or she was, before our lines have been cut off by blockades from Jomark. Kanakuk has even received orders from King Lederog to stand down.
And Lederog has authority that far west? Tanner said skeptically.
He has as much clout as his fleet can give him, which is considerable.
Forlaneld sighed.
All routes around the Grisfeld channels have been cut off, leaving no way to enter or exit Beryl Bay.
Gefnar nodded in understanding. Meaning your mother's position in Mevad's court is already shaky.
Yes,
Glimganut confirmed, his teeth flashing briefly.
Before we make any move against Mevad, we need some kind of assurance that she will be safe. However misguided she's been in throwing our lot in with the Toad King. She's still our mother,
Forlaneld finished, smiling sadly to his brother.
In the interest of efficiency,
Nalina offered with a lilting shrug.
And of minimizing unpleasant repercussions, why don't we see about achieving everyone's goals at once?
She looked to Tanner and Gefnar.
You two and the obstreperous Lady McAllister can secure the Bearkin woman and Veledrock's plaything simultaneously, upon the successful extraction of whom Commander Parganach, Duchess Carfoeth, and Duke Langiv may move against Mevad with the aid of our new allies.
She clasped her hands together as though announcing the rules for a party game.
First to Solak has the honor of expressing your compelled displeasure.
That sounds agreeable, said Forlaneld, frowning. I can find you outside the Gresdith estate again to let you know when we've located the prisoner.
Then it's settled, Nelina purred, spreading her arms to motion the two sides of the negotiation toward each other. I suggest we shake hands and all take one step closer to leaving this dismal city behind.
Tanner gave a reluctant chuckle, which quickly faded as he clasped hands with Glimganut.
If you in any way endanger my family,
the steely-eyed bearkin informed him,
my knowing whom you claim as a father will offer no protection.
Understood, said Tanner, swallowing. But you have nothing to worry about. He glanced to Gefnar, smiling as he also felt Ali's presence across the city through their link. I'm something of a family man myself. Chapter 33 Plans and Promises. Ali listened as the new plan was related to her, as well as to a wary Iomet and Yosid, shooting a guarded glance to Nelina as Tanner mentioned the Tigerkin's involvement in establishing the details. Nelina was predictably implacable, simply letting Tanner and Gefnar relate recent events. It was Norik who surprised Ali, having fallen reserved and silent through the entire exchange. Ali wasn't sure what was on the goblin's mind, but he looked as though someone had just told him he'd have to go the rest of his life without cake. So, we may just have found our pebble to finally get this rock slide in motion, Tanner concluded, glancing about the faces of his audience. All we have to do is get our big players on board. There's not much chance of us pulling this off without the guard and syndicates. Iomet and Yosid looked to each other with resignation, hands joined between them. I suppose we'll have to be off then, Iomet sighed. I suppose I knew this was coming, but now that we've come to it...
It seems more bitter than sweet to leave the lives we've built in Lorsyn, Yosid finished, nodding.
Then are you sure you have to leave?
Gefnar ventured.
If Parganok has his way and keeps the fighting contained...
That's too sizable an if, Thirdborn, Yosid cut him off, turning to Tanner. You tell Langif and the others, but I think this is it. Time to move on. If it turns out we've overreacted...
Then we can return whenever we please, Iomet smiled. Maybe to set up our own noble house. The city's room for those now.
Ali nodded to her old friend, gauging the conflicted expressions of those around her.
Mortals, you wait so impatiently for the events you want, then dread their approaching.
Are you all right informing our bickering leaders alone?
Ali asked Tanner, digging a nail into her palm to distract her from Sharad's input. Tanner bobbed his head distractedly. Yeah, I think more walking will be good for me. Help to sort out my thoughts. Gefnar reached up to pat the foxkin on the arm.
Reach out if you need us, Tanner. For help or just to talk.
Ali offered an affirming dip of her head.
I know something about discovering family secrets.
Smiling, Tanner made for the door. Thanks, and I will.
You're all free to stay here when he's gone,
Iomet was already saying as she motioned about the interior of the home in which they'd been squatting. She smirked.
Provided, of course, that no one with a legitimate claim comes knocking at the door.
Yosid laughed.
In which case, feel free to employ the various magical defenses we've scavenged. We can point out the non-lethal ones if you're planning on feeling charitable.
Taking Iomet in a warm embrace, he planted a kiss on her forehead.
Shall we make sure the cart is loaded up with the necessities, Lady Falesk?
Of course, my lord,
Iomet replied with a giggling curtsy. As the two slipped off for their bedroom, Ali shot a glance over to the crestfallen Norik.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
The goblin offered an exaggerated sigh.
Oh, it's just that I don't imagine I've been very helpful, have I?
Ali grunted.
If that was really a concern, you'd probably have been better served not getting Veladrok's actual agent arrested by drawing attention to him.
Nelina chuckled, eyes practically sparkling at Ali's brittleness, but Gefnar winced.
We've all made mistakes, Norik. It's the best motivation for trying to do better in the future.
Norik sniffled like a dejected child, his large eyes lifting to the gnome.
You think so?
I do, said Gefnar, smiling. I don't think any of our stories are quite over yet.
Ranks of gnarled teeth bared in a dopey grin that even Ali couldn't help but feel disarmed by.
Thanks, Gefnar. You really are a child of the brightest Theikour.
Ali caught Gefnar's spike of unease at the words, both in the twitch of his eyes and through their often telepathic link, but Norik blithely sauntered off to the nook he'd claimed as his own, burrowing into the stack of blankets and pillows he'd strewn at the end of an adjacent hallway. Nelina, meanwhile, studied Gefnar for a long moment over folded arms, finally sending him a curt nod.
You speak well enough, Master Guardsman, provided you advise rather than instruct.
Gefnar laughed uneasily, spreading his bare arms wide.
It's always just advice, Nelina. I'd have to hold any level of authority for it to be anything else.
With an approving snort, Nelina too retreated, making for the room she'd shared with Ali since their arrival in Lorsyn.
If I hadn't already missed Jack so much, that alone would make me wistful for times with a better roommate.
Finding that she and Gefnar were left alone in the home's main living area, Ali offered the gnome a lopsided smile before moving to drop in one of the high-backed seats by the fireplace. She didn't much feel like going anywhere or sharing precious silence with Nelina.
Not that the little one is about to let you have such silence.
Sure enough, Gefnar was shuffling over to heave into the chair beside Ali, hands in his lap as he sat at the edge of the human-sized chair and stared into the nearly dead coals of the hearth.
Did Karfaweth come by the tower?
He finally ventured. Ali sighed.
How'd you guess?
Your emotions were pretty clear through the link.
Gefnar shrugged.
It was either that or seeing Lord Deyrnas with Orthwy.
His posture faltered.
I'm sorry, it's just that your reuniting with him was the only other time I'd felt something from you that strongly here in Lorsyn.
Fair enough,
Ali admitted, shifting in her seat to look sidelong at the gnome. She thought for a moment that he looked more matured than usual, likely owing to the soft light seeping in through the draped windows on Ali's side.
You know that I'm not in love with Vilsain, right? I just don't know that I'm in love with you either.
And that's still all right,
Gefnar insisted, mirroring her stance to meet her gaze.
I promise. We usually have more important things to worry about anyway. I just want you to know that I'm interested in exploring if, well, you could. But only when you're ready. If you're ever ready.
He grimaced through an attempted smile.
And Vilsain, well, he does seem like he's trying to do the right thing.
Ali nodded.
I only hope it hasn't gotten him killed.
Her thoughts drifted to 2 days prior and Vilsain's latest check-in to report how frustratingly little he'd accomplished in the way of scheduling an appointment with Solak. Whether Kravog's top minion had somehow intuited or learned that Ali and her friends were in the city, or was just paranoid by nature, Vilsain had only made marginal steps toward bringing Solak's once and future killers into striking range. The reluctant Lord Deyrnas had, however, caught glimpses of mysterious markings and apparatuses on their way up the spire, and this, coupled with his own unease toward Solak, had seemingly provided all the proof Vilsain had required to convince him that whatever the multi-lived mage might have planned needed to be stopped.
I never much cared for higher math in school, Ali recalled the young lord trying to joke through his anxious scowl on their last meeting. So perhaps that has something to do with my distrust of the patterns they seem to be concocting. But I feel as though a great weight looms larger each day over my head, Ali. If Solak is truly giving this Kravog entity a hold in our reality, I fear we may have little time left to stop him.
Hot fear lanced through Ali's heart at the memory, forcing her to take deep, shaky breaths to keep darkness from closing over her mind.
Ali,
Gefnar asked, worry knitting his brow when she looked his way.
Kravog? What if this is all pointless? Ali blurted, gesturing sharply out to the city. If Solak really is close to breaking Kravog out of his cage, what if removing him and Mevod isn't enough? What if things are already in motion that we can't stop?
Gefnar leaned far over the arm of his seat to take Ali's hand.
If Parganok and the others help us take them down, then we'll be able to move against the spires in full force. Hopefully Kravog's servants will even stand down with their leader gone. But we've been through this. Everyone's priority but ours is Mevod, and we can't take on the spires alone. So we help them, they help us. And we hope that it is enough because, well, it has to be.
Ali nodded, sulkily staring down at her hand in Gefnar's. She didn't want to snatch the hand away, at least.
I know. I just hate all this waiting. At least we don't have Tanner's problem,
Gefnar forced a laugh.
Over a week of trying, and he still can't make a connection with Atrisar through that stone basin.
A sympathetic grunt escaped Ali's lips. At least Thrilliga had informed Tanner from the start that such a thing would be difficult to achieve. Establishing visual communication through such means required precise envisioning of both the individual one wished to contact and their surroundings. This would have been a simple matter if Tanner had been able to establish the link himself, but it was Thrilliga who possessed the skill for the spell, and she had only Tanner's descriptions to go on. Head Mage Dewach, it seemed, could not only locate hidden associates, such as when Mayor Denaxis had been held captive by the Glenadok orcs at Intothika's request, but see places well beyond her natural sight with the requisite clarity. Thrilliga's expertise lay decidedly elsewhere. Though the Tower Mage had attempted to walk Tanner through the basics, not even a message to Dewach through Atrisar, via the magical scrolls that allowed Tanner and the royal bodyguard to stay in contact, had simplified matters. Mevod may have indulged in a flighty lifestyle, but he or someone under his command was at least paranoid enough, it seemed, to prevent Dewach's scrying sight from reaching anywhere near Lorsyn through dispelling wards.
I guess we should have expected that. The war probably would have been over by now if the Summoner could spy on their enemies so easily.
What did Karfwith want to talk about? Gefnar had retreated behind the arms of his own chair, studying Ali's features.
If you don't mind telling me, that is. It just seems to be weighing on you.
Ali sighed, her hands gripping the hem of her cloak.
She showed me an old memory. Shala bringing me back to her after finding me, after seeing my parents die.
Gefnar said nothing for an agonizing count of 20. Then, gently,
Sharad? The piece of him, anyway.
Thank you, at least, for not implying that I was directly responsible, I suppose.
A shudder abruptly gripped Gefnar, then was gone.
But it wasn't like when Shala died. No.
Ali squirmed in her seat, feeling a peculiar rush of elation through her annoyance at feeling she was so clearly red.
My mother, I guess she had more control over the power in our blood, but she couldn't stop it from destroying, from killing her and my father, along with everyone else.
The natural price for defying the will of a Theikour? Who can say?
Again, Gefnar shuddered.
Your experience was from panic and fear. Was your mother?
Ali nodded.
Cloaked figures tried to grab her. They must have been after her power. But you don't know any more? No.
Gefnar considered for a moment.
All right, we look into it when we have time. Forging a memory is nearly impossible, so if this really happened, there has to be some record of it. And we'll find it, with our search narrowed down. Better knowing what to look for. When?
Ali groaned, rubbing at her eyes.
Before our revolution, if we have time. After, if we don't.
He chuckled, shaking his head.
My life's sure taken a turn from being a scared little orphan taken in by the temple.
Ali frowned over at the gnome. The words were raw and uncharacteristically dry.
You don't really talk about it.
Huh? Gefnar shook himself, meeting her sidelong stare.
Oh, losing my family, you mean?
At Ali's nod, he swallowed.
It's only a story to me, too. More impulse and feeling than memory.
Ali relaxed into her chair, hoping that she was reciprocating Gefnar's patience and compassion correctly. It was far from instinctual for her still, but she was determined to practice.
Well, are you going to share that at least?
More practice required, I think.
Bristling at the Theikour's amusement and her own feeble grasp of tact, Ali attempted a smile at Gefnar when he looked her way.
It's only fair.
I guess it is,
Gefnar agreed, his eyes falling to where his hands restlessly enfolded each other over his lap.
I wasn't born in Dragon's Nest. My parents were servants for some noble family from the Hellisheth Isles.
At Ali's wary frown, he shook his head, not even looking her way.
Not Mevod's, or your friend Riadoc either.
He smirked.
Which is a relief, I guess. Our lives aren't completely taken over by two convenient coincidences. But you know which noble family it was?
Gefnar nodded, almost ashamedly.
The Hanwilo. I looked them up while we were in Falconcrest. Apparently they're scattered and destitute now, being one of the first families to fall afoul of Mevod's.
Ali studied her friend's twitching profile.
Should we be taking that into account in a case for leniency with the old Toad King? Wrong is still wrong,
Gefnar sighed.
Even if it's in your favor. But I didn't have fond feelings toward the Hanwilo family, no.
That much had been abundantly clear to Ali through the link. The emotions radiating from Gefnar's presence were the closest to hatred she'd ever felt from the gnome.
Shortly after I was born, he continued, Lord and Lady Hanwilo decided to take a pilgrimage to Dragon's Nest, since they claimed to be such devoted servants of Nomencal. They'd ported in Falconcrest, not to show devotion, by all accounts, but because they wanted to take in the sights of Kavorum. So you've made that trip from coast to coast before, in the other direction.
Gefnar shrugged.
I guess. I don't remember it. Anyway, their caravan was only a few miles out from the Dragon's Nest Peninsula. This was before the Westmore Bridge was built for a safer route, when a band of snakebloods attacked. The Hanwilo family bolted into the safety of their carriage, but everyone not important enough to be inside was left to be slaughtered,
Ali finished for him, snarling. Then, recalling her reunion with Vilsain Ed Deyrnas in the Tower of Memories.
Is that why you were so emotional before? With Vilsain, you mean?
Gefnar chuckled.
You can say angry, Ali. Anger isn't something servants of Nomencal are forbidden from feeling. We're just encouraged to utilize it in the proper context. If we felt nothing when we saw people being mistreated, or even just sorrow, we wouldn't accomplish anything. Anthothika used to tell me that empathy is what allows us to recognize injustice, but anger, the right kind of anger, is what pushes us to do something about it.
Ali nodded, feeling abruptly overwarm, despite the breeze that filtered through the house from the open windows in the kitchen and entry.
You didn't answer my question. No,
Gefnar sighed.
And yes, partly. We've encountered nobles who think they know what's best for everyone else, even ones who seem to think their lives are more important than others. But Vilsain, he's so sure of himself, and he really does seem like he's trying to think of the greater good. Even if I don't agree with his methods of placating all sides until the flawed power structure crumbles.
He looked apologetically to Ali.
I'd be lying, though, if I said your attraction to him didn't affect how I reacted.
Then, before Ali could respond,
I know you feel how you feel, and I don't want you to pretend or force that to change. I just can't help feeling responsible, as a friend, for making sure that anyone who might have the chance to be, well, closer to you deserves that place in your life.
Can you please just obliterate the boy and be done with this?
Ali sank exasperatedly back in her seat as Gefnar suppressed another shudder.
I'm not making any long-term plans to make a Lord McAllister out of Vilsain or anyone else, Gef. And if I were, I'd appreciate it if you and Tanner could both stay out of my head as much as possible.
The words hadn't been harsh, but Gefnar still winced, though not for the reasons Allie might have suspected she sensed.
Then why didn't you shut us out?
A valid question.
What?
Recoiling slightly, and not entirely at Allie's response, Gefnar pressed.
When we spoke with Lord Deyrnas, asked him to try getting us an audience with Solak. You could have closed yourself off in the link, but your feelings were pretty clear.
I don't know what I was feeling, Allie snapped, growing agitated. Gefnar swallowed.
Not even a little?
Allie was about to retort in the affirmative when a flash of memory struck her from when she'd reunited with Vilsane. A single impulse of thought she'd barely even registered.
At least not everyone who finds me attractive is from another species.
She shut her eyes, giving a soft groan.
Gefnar. You didn't say it, the gnome cut her off. You barely even thought it. But I did, and I'm sorry. It wasn't kind. You didn't mean to hurt me. But I did,
Allie repeated. That much was painfully clear through their link. Gefnar gave a weak smile.
The downside of being so attuned to each other's minds. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up, but I don't know. I think a part of me believed that maybe you'd let me hear it on purpose.
I hope not, Allie sighed, eyes stinging with regret as she forced herself to meet her friend's gaze.
Gefnar, you're probably the most important person in my life right now.
She leaned over for his hand again.
No one believes in me like you do. That's not true. Tanner and Swidona. I'm grateful for them too, but you really think I'm a match for Sherrod?
He nodded slowly.
I do. Raw power isn't the only measure of strength, Allie. No matter what he offers you, I know you'll be strong enough to resist.
A brief, hazy tide of shame crashed over Allie, and was just as quickly gone.
And if it comes to it, Gefnar continued, we'll find a way to keep him from getting what he wants without sacrificing you in the process.
Had I boots, I'd be quaking in them.
Gefnar flinched, but held Allie's gaze.
Strength is also measured by the company we choose to keep, and your friends won't ever abandon you.
He smiled, squeezing her hand.
I promise.
Chapter 34. Voluntarily Subordinate. Jack stood a dozen paces from a makeshift palisade wall and perhaps 30 miles from Lorsyn, deliberately within the full glow of the beginnings of a harsh summer sunset. Her hands were raised, palms up before her. Her bow was unstrung and deposited on request 100 paces behind her, along with Hellfade and beside an antsy, attentive Ember. Even so, the handful of weathered, guarded faces peering out from the outskirts of the town before her seemed to watch for any sign of treachery. An attitude only amplified by Jack's recent declaration of her name when prompted.
I can't blame them, I suppose,
Jack reminded herself with a sigh.
What sort of reputation must I have among the people of Benchware?
I do hope you haven't underestimated their attitude toward your recent interactions with their marshal,
Captain Luridin whispered from her side, stone-faced as he held his own empty hands up before him. Though still decked in his Samanir armor, his officer's blade and shield had been laid in the grass alongside Jack's weapons. Of course, Jack had initially requested that the captain not accompany her to the hopeful negotiations with Marshal Wergald at all. But Luridin had convinced her that the benefit of a Samanir presence with those opposed to Mevad outweighed any potential negative interpretations of Jack approaching with a soldier beside her. Jack glanced to her other side.
Along with a ruffian, an eagle-blood, and the son of the man she once loved.
Desikin had tactfully insisted on joining the delegation as a representative of all the half-breeds who still followed Jack. Jainaf had made a convincing case for himself to champion the cause of the Gorlith, easing any hopeful allies into the idea of associating with Crockbloods and the like. And Rithbane, well, he'd simply refused to be left out of something interesting, which had left Tiraki to dutifully volunteer to manage things among their bizarre band of travelers a half-league to the south. A troubled click sounded from Desikin's avian tongue.
"Should it be taking this long for their messenger to retrieve the marshal?"
Rithbane responded with a noise between a grunt and a snarl.
"No, it shouldn't. I'm grateful to you, Jack. If you hadn't caught up to us and wrangled us into your little scheme, we'd likely have passed this whole fight by."
"It's not a fight yet," Jainaf said coolly. All the same, he did half turn toward his sister. "Regardless of her attitude toward you and our whole family, I suppose, how certain do you feel that Wergold's honor will win out over any bitterness?"
"Reasonably,"
Jack muttered, her eyes scanning the patchwork brick buildings that made up the clustered pseudo-stronghold of Benchware.
"Reason has nothing to do with it,"
Rithbane offered with a snort.
"This is a jilted lover we're talking about. I'm pretty sure a woman's scorn easily covers the next generation."
Jack rankled at having her father and Wergold be so casually referred to as lovers, but she gave no retort. The Marshal's people may just draw a few of their notched arrows if things outside the palisade grew agitated. Finally, after minutes of taut silence that left Jack counting her breaths, the familiar form of Marshal Wergold stepped into view from the nearest collection of buildings, as did her familiar scowl. Her faint limp was accentuated by her wary approach, and she drew up at an opening in the palisade, arms loose and ready at her sides. Her silver-flecked eyes were locked on Jack, but she was clearly aware of her other visitors.
"I'd wondered when you'd come to gloat."
The words seemed eager to slap Jack across the face, rather than filter to her ears. Jack's mouth twitched.
"Not to gloat, Marshal."
A reddish eyebrow rose on Wergold's face, auburn braids swaying as the well-muscled middle-aged woman cocked her head toward her attentive troops.
"I've no quarrel with you that warrants the involvement of those under my command. Would you really be the one to instigate a larger conflict?"
"We're not here to fight either," Jack replied evenly. It helped that she'd anticipated Wergold's assumption of the worst.
"I'm my father's daughter. I believe in resorting to violence only when all other avenues have been exhausted. And you're correct. Personal feelings should have no bearing on our peoples finding themselves at odds."
Wergold's eyes narrowed.
"Come to request food and supplies, then? We've little surplus to offer, and circumstances demand that we be compensated." "Circumstances being that food and supplies are short, or that you take issue with me and the company I keep?" "The offer of trade is generous, but we have more than enough."
A pregnant pause settled before Wergold sniffed.
"You don't seem the kind to force another party to keep guessing, meaning that whatever you do have to ask of us is difficult for you." "It is," Jack admitted, swallowing. "For many reasons."
She gestured to those who stood beside her.
"Firstly, I should introduce Captain Luridin of the Summoneer, Desikin, aide to King Shonadir of the Eaglebloods, Jainaf Ed Aethelvir, my eldest brother and joint leader of the New Gorlith clan, and—"
"Rithbane,"
the fighter volunteered for himself, grinning broadly.
"I'm not really qualified to be here."
Wergold did at last slide her gaze across Jack's companions, her crow's feet deepening as she took in Jainaf. Jack did manage to feel some sympathy at the sight.
"I suppose it must be painful to meet someone who looks nearly identical to a man loved and doubly lost." "What am I to make of the absence of your former associates?" the Marshal asked guardedly. "The angry girl, the gnome boy, and the foxkin. Are they meant to be sneaking up on our flank?" "We've parted ways," Jack sighed, deciding not to entertain Wergold's redundant accusation.
But it's actually with your help that I hope to remedy this and other potential wrongs.
Wergold grew neither mocking nor angry. Only confusion and surprise knitted her brow.
You mean it? You've truly come to call on me for aid?
We have, Jainaf asserted.
We've reason to believe that a new conflict is set to be ignited in Lorsyn within a matter of days.
Desikin nodded eagerly.
One to overshadow all others of the world.
The marshal's mouth puckered.
Your vagueness does little to instill confidence in your validity. You would have me commit my forces to this conflict, I take it. Then I'll need far more than nameless threats.
The facts we have, then, Luridin offered with a dip of his head, shifting to stand at ease. Bowstrings strained, but no arrows flew. A reportedly mammalian half-breed ship's captain by the moniker of the Doyen has seemingly gathered a coalition of like-minded traitors and pirates under the banner of a new faction, the Thalassen League. A force united by their distaste at the shifting tides of war and new balance of power in Gerrikat. They've reportedly established their headquarters in the Hellishith Isles, though a contingent of their forces has slaughtered a company of Samanir under my command along the southern coast. His jaw clenched as fury flashed in his eyes, but he pressed on. A Thalassen League fleet has been reported on a course for Lorsyn along the Grisfold channels, just as Thradlos Ed Gresdith, the new general of the Samanir forces, has set plans in motion to lead a precision small-scale assault on the city in hopes of eliminating the false king, Mevod Ed Trelegon. Wergold scowled, running her tongue across her teeth from behind closed lips.
And the greater ground forces of both sides? Where are they?
The main front is still near the Mepios Sea, in the most recent report I've seen.
Wergold grunted, though not out of skepticism, Jack noted. She's only confirming what she already knows, testing our story. I suppose you expect me to spit in your face, the Marshal continued, glaring Jack down. Or to argue that these are the concerns of others.
Jack rankled within, but kept her face still.
Now that you mention it. Most of this is known to us already, Wergold declared, her tone flirting with smugness. But what hasn't been could easily be a lie hidden among truths. Tell me, Jacqueline Ed Owen, are you certain your old companions are even still within Lorsyn's walls? No. And I don't suppose you know that a battalion of the Lorsyn Guard still protect this city, along with a full regiment of half-breed mercenaries held in reserve and camped outside Lorsyn's walls?
Jack took a quick, calming breath.
No, we didn't. Not to such exact numbers. I see.
Wergold nodded, studying Jack's face for a long moment. Then, turning to Luridin,
I have demands.
The Samanir captain blinked. Of course.
Myself and those under me will be an autonomous contingent of the Queen's army.
Luridin pursed his lips but nodded. Granted. There is precedent for someone in my position to induct in such a fashion. Even reeling internally from the speed of the conversation's turnaround, the assertion made sense to Jack. A captain of the Samanir, Falcon Crest's elite, was as good as a colonel among the greater army. The Order were few enough in number, and far fewer now with Luridin's company slaughtered, that captains reported directly to their general as Jack understood it, meaning they were only twice removed from the throne itself. Wergold nodded, satisfied.
Then, as a leader of volunteer civilian forces and an ally to Falconcrest, I invoke the right of majority rule. She quirked a brow. I presume your numbers don't exceed our 500.
They do not, Luridin exhaled in resignation, his eyes never leaving the Marshal as he bowed from the waist. I am relieved of command in our joint efforts. I suppose any further demands will now be classified as orders. Major. Jack bristled, but kept herself from blurting an objection. Luridin had prepared her for this. They'd gone in knowing that Wergold was no fool, and likely the only way she'd agree to join forces was if she saw a way to leverage the situation under her control. Despite having goals momentarily aligned to Jack and her companions, Marshal, and now Major, Wergold had made no secret of always seeing to the needs of her own people first. Still, Jack hadn't expected the woman to pick up on the potential of their proposal so quickly, or so readily.
Why do I get the feeling that she doesn't only have spies keeping tabs on the larger players in this conflict?
It was growing harder to believe with every passing second that Wergold hadn't known they were coming. Mirroring Luridin's at-ease stance, Wergold dipped her head. My first order then, Captain, will be for you to detail the makeup of both your fighting forces and non-combatants, as well as your command structure.
382 beings of various blood are currently within the Gwarthith clan, Luridin clipped. Roughly a third of them humans, formerly of Clan Danwol Owen. 113 of equivalent proportions by blood are counted as effective combatants. I serve as acting leader of combatants, under the rulership of Tiraki and Jainaf Ed Ethelvir. Rithbane shares the role of combat instructor with myself, as many half-breeds of our number prefer to fight unarmed, which is his specialty. Desikin is acting chief non-combat strategist and projected liaison between the clan and the One Blood Alliance. Wergold's silvery eyes shifted to each leader as Luridin named them before settling on Jack.
This Tiraki is your crock-blood friend?
Very well informed.
Yes. Another grunt. And what is your role, Jacqueline Edowen?
Peace, Jack.
Jainaf was compelled to whisper as the sharpness behind the words caused Jack to inhale sharply. Jack swallowed an equally piercing retort.
I'm just someone trying to do some good. I'm a figurehead at most to the half-breeds among us, and I've abdicated from any political power I might have had.
Wergold at least didn't dismiss the assertion. But the power is conceivably there waiting for you, should you ever decide to rally for it.
Many would likely still follow should I ask it, yes.
Again, the Marshal let silence hang in the summer breeze. Best we dispense with any further pretense, I think. I see the value in helping to remove a power that's brought further unrest and danger to our lands, as you clearly suspected I would. And you're willing to join forces, even at the cost of direct control, as I suspected you would. So, consider this our first council of war. The threat to Lorsyn is imminent, but our reports suggest that it is not immediate. Therefore, in order to increase our chances of success against greater numbers, I submit that we dispatch summons to nearby townships to conscript additional militia. With direct summoner involvement and a pre-established alliance, they're far more likely to join their strength with ours than if I'd approached them independently. Jack's cheeks darkened.
You were waiting for us.
I was. Wergold shrugged. Don't take it as an insult. Truthfully, you're ahead of my projections.
Are you certain you've no seers among you? Jainaf asked dryly.
None. I'm merely well-informed and capable of discerning patterns.
And this means that you know us?
Jack growled. Wergold shook her head. Not you. Only how your father would have taught you.
Your proposal is sound, Luridin cut in at seeing Jack's fists grow taut, bowing once more. We've still some injuries to see to from a recent skirmish. Best to have everyone fully healed before the final push to Lorsyn.
Very good, Captain, said Wergold, nodding to her visitors. You will all now withdraw and make camp with your clan. I'll send word when it's time to move out. Jack still fumed an hour later as she sat among her family at dusk, bow drawn across her lap as though to dry fire the miles northward to Benchware.
You can't conjure arrows now too, can you?
Deyrnas whispered from beside her. The earnest question served to diffuse some of Jack's anger after having related the events of the meeting with Wergold to the rest of the clan. Chuckling, she eased back on her bowstring and unlooped it from the weapon's base.
No,
she sighed, turning to her younger sister.
But you seem to have learned a thing or two about blunting people's emotions.
Both of the mentioned techniques were delicate and mastered only by a few. Of course, then there were people like Tanner and Allie. The Foxkin seemed to have at least some instinctual command over the minds of others, and Allie to cheat the process of magically storing tangible weapons to manifest later by simply creating facsimiles from energy.
Though others would say it's just as outlandish to conjure and command storms,
Jack reminded herself. Deyrnas smiled at the jest, returning her focus to where Yetroith poked about the stump of Janus's lost arm. Her eyes darkened.
Maybe if that were true, I'd have been more useful in the fight back home.
She caught herself.
Back in the Ethelvir. Or could help somehow in the coming battle.
Yetroith's stern gaze shifted to her youngest daughter.
We've discussed this, Deyrnas. I don't want you taking part in any fighting. And when am I to stop being answerable to you, Mother?
The words were more laced with loss and uncertainty than anger.
How am I meant to take my pilgrimage beyond our clan grounds and be recognized as a woman if we have no clan grounds? If we all now journey beyond the Ethelvir together?
Jack rested a sympathetic hand on her sister's arm, her eyes now sliding southward. The Ethelvir forest, home of their clan for centuries, was nothing more than a ribbon of green on the horizon. Its confines, which had once felt vast and eternal to Jack, now seemed small and inconsequential in the scope of the larger world. The infinity grove beyond those storied acres could swallow the Ethelvir's countless trees, and life would carry on for most across Kavorum, as it always had.
You are a woman,
Janus soothed the pouting Deyrnas.
When you no longer question if you are. The journeys our people have taken are tradition, not natural law, and they were only ever binding so long as they were useful.
She looked expectantly to Yetroith.
Isn't that right, Mother?
Yetroith took a long, deep breath familiar to Jack, especially from instances when she'd begrudgingly allowed a point.
Your sister speaks wisely, Deyrnas. The day is fast approaching when you'll be answerable only to the laws of your community, not to those of your mother.
Jack smiled, nudging her younger sister playfully.
It's not so liberating as you'd imagine. If you are serious about fighting for the clan,
Yetroith continued soberly,
I'd urge you to double your studies in your chosen means of defense, so that when the day comes when you no longer need my permission, you are not left ill-prepared and vulnerable.
Deyrnas nodded, doubt now flickering in the resolve on her features.
Yes, Mother.
Her eyes narrowing in focus, she drew the knife on her belt, a shimmering haze about the blade causing it to rise and inch from her palm as it began to shudder with potential energy.
Deyrnas!
Each of the other women chided in unison. The youngest flinched, her hand retracting as her focus wavered and the knife plopped to the grass at her feet.
Oh, yes, of course.
Deyrnas smiled apologetically, retrieving the knife and easing to her feet.
I'll just go and practice over by that shrub.
Jack and the other two women fought bursts of laughter as Deyrnas retreated, by raising hands to their puckered mouths.
Excuse me, Jack,
a raspy voice interjected, causing Jack to crane about from the mat she sat on and see that Ember had presented his belly to the quietly approached Tiraki. The crockblood hesitantly provided the ordered belly rubs with clawed fingers.
We should discuss our final preparations.
Jack nodded, smiling to her mother and sisters as she rose to stride with Tiraki and a placated Ember through the cook fires and lean-tos, already speckling the grassy hill where the Gwarlith had made camp. Hundreds of eyes, human, half-breed, and otherwise, drifted Jack's way as she made for the shelter erected by a rocky mound near the center of the camp.
A far cry from Falconcrest Fortress,
Jack mused.
Or even Shanadir's lavish tent.
But the skillfully built enclosure of cloth, wood, and stone suited a seat of power for the Gwarlith, she supposed. Jainaf and Tiraki could just as easily hear grievances and advice within a utilitarian structure as a grandiose one.
You should really be sending a subordinate to summon me these days,
Jack teased Taraki as they ducked through the opening of the shelter.
You're a chief now, after all.
One who's learned an obsessive need to handle things personally from watching you,
the Crockblood retorted with a toothy smirk. Ember poked his head in after them as Jack gave a soft laugh, but he kept the bulk of his massive body outside. Things were already rather cramped within.
This phase may have succeeded, by all appearances, yes,
Luridin was saying from where he sat cross-legged on a mat to match the other figures present. The posture still seemed to leave him off-kilter, accustomed as he doubtlessly was to maps, war tables, and a clearer chain of command at such meetings.
But what we hope to achieve is the longest of shots, I assure you.
Jack shared a look with Taraki as they both assumed their seats. Enough sunlight slipped through an open panel overhead to make any further lighting redundant. But Jack still would have appreciated seeing the flash of satisfaction in the Crockblood's eyes more clearly.
Our envoys are away and unnoticed then?
Jack ventured. If she was honest with herself, the prospect of serving as a distraction for Wergold and her people had been the main reason Jack had been able to keep her cool during their impromptu war council with the new major of their alliance. As all eyes had hopefully been on Jack and her companions, a small band of skilled Gwarlith scouts had slipped northward past Benchware and its neighboring towns, with a single mission: to surreptitiously recruit as many reserve mongrel forces around Lorsyn as possible to the new clan. This had been done shrewdly for 2 reasons. First, Wergold likely wouldn't have approved the efforts, on the grounds that it may alert Mevod to their advance. And second, she wouldn't have invoked majority rule if it was likely she was soon to be outnumbered anyway. Regardless of how successful Bafan and the other half-breed volunteers for the task were in gaining support, Wergold's added numbers, as well as those who'd only joined the alliance because she was involved, could be the difference between victory and defeat.
So it's best not to be alerting anyone to our true goals until we're all irrevocably committed,
Jack reminded herself through a renewed rush of guilt.
So it would seem,
Jainaf affirmed with a heavy exhale, leaning into his wife's touch when Alanest slipped an arm into his. No one's feet would match the pregnant clan mother's for soreness after the Gwarlith's long days of walking, as she'd already begun to show, but she'd never complained, instead vocally supporting Jainaf in his new hectic duties, even as he doted on her in every spare moment.
Even so,
added Desikin, clucking her avian tongue about,
I'm afraid I must agree with Captain Luridin on this. Rashuga may have been appeased at the recent summit when your father offered to be taken as a prisoner, Jack, but the greater mongrel forces still oppose any overtures from Shanadir and the One Blood Alliance. In truth, more of Mevod's half-breed mercenaries have deserted for Garich's vermin throng.
Rithbane stretched broadly where he sat, sinking back against the rock face behind him.
Ah, but you're forgetting one very important factor, he smiled. Boredom. Shanadir and Garich's people are both trying to sway the mongrels at the front, who have to face the threat of Summoneer-led forces every day. They've got someone right in front of them to hate, and having someone try to assure them that no, they're actually the good guys for killing your friend yesterday is a monstrously hard sell. Tell the neglected outcast grunts camped outside Lorsyn they can take out some aggression on a fat despot, though, and I think you'd be surprised at how many people decide to pick up a sword just because it's something to do.
Jack grimaced.
That's my greatest fear in all this, actually. Whatever help we're able to provide in Thradlos' strike against Mevod, we need to be prepared to answer for any chaos or harm they may cause, if we're unable to keep them in check. The average citizen of Lorsyn is likely no more complicit in Mevod's atrocities than we are, so we have a responsibility to strive for minimal collateral damage.
Agreed, Luridin said with a nod. And it would do us little good to win the war only to have the people of Kavorim turn against us. My hope is that, once Mevod is confirmed dead, we'll be able to strike a truce with a successor and the Lorsyn Guard,
stabilizing the situation quickly. He looked apologetically to Jack as she shifted uneasily.
My hope is that General Thradlos is being as cautious as we are, Jainath added, and that our scouts will connect with him soon. If he makes his move before we're ready and puts Lorsyn on a high alert, this could all be for nothing.
Jack found that her hand was resting on the hilt of Hellfade at her side.
Especially if you're right, Desikin, and they even suspect that he's coming.
Heavy silence settled over the group.
So many unknowns, Jainath sighed. So much could go wrong.
Alanest ran a comforting hand along his temple.
But if Eirnot is with us, beloved, and all goes well, there will be no better chance to remove Mevod from power and end this war. If our home is no longer within the Aethelvir and we're meant to be finding a place for ourselves in the greater world, then it is our duty to take a more active role, and swiftly, to prevent more from learning of our presence and robbing us of our most precious asset, surprise.
Then you're all committed, said Luridin, casting his eyes about the shelter. Once we march on Lorsyn, there's a chance that Mevod will see you as a threat, even should you abandon the course. Quiet resolve greeted his words. I see. Then I hope Eirnot truly is with us, and any other Theikour is welcome to take our side as well. Rithbane, have you finalized your officer recommendations from your trainees? Jack's eyes drifted briefly closed as conversation concerning the minutiae of warfare and leadership ensued.
Wherever you are in all of this, my friends, I hope that we'll see each other safely, and soon.
Chapter 35 Simultaneous Maneuvers. That's what I'm telling you! Lord Vilsain Ed Deyrnas was out of sorts, a frenzied, almost panicked look in his eyes as they darted about the sparsely occupied ground floor of the Tower of Memories. His hair was mussed from just having run a hand through it, and his typically commanding voice sounded odd when so hushed and strained. I don't know who, the young noble continued, his light decorative armor clunking as he shifted his posture to lean in toward his audience. But someone is inciting the half-breeds beyond the gate to violence. Tanner could sympathize, he supposed, even as he shared guarded looks with his companions among the cushioned seats of the tower. Vilsain had clearly been working for months to keep the tensions between those Mevod didn't want cluttering up his perfectly overthrown city, thank you very much, and the citizens of Lorsyn caught up in the whims of a tyrant from escalating to outright war. And now someone had come along and apparently decided that the already frothing pot needed further heat. And what happens if it boils over before Parganach and his criminal allies manage to stabilize the city? What exactly have you heard? Gefnar was asking warily. It's not like you blend in out among the half-breeds, and I doubt any of them would have told you if they planned on assaulting Lorsyn. Vilsain glanced over to the central desk, where Orthwy did her best to look busy and not at all interested in the exchange between the only other people in the tower's ground floor. I've made some friends who've managed to keep me appraised of the situation, and they've informed me that some new faction has arisen with members of all bloods. Because that's all we blazing need. This new faction is trying to garner loyalty with promises of equality, as if General Thradlos wasn't already dangling that before our half-breed allies. Allie folded her arms, leaning back in her seat. And from that you're concluding that this faction must be planning violence against your city? What other cause could they have so close to our walls? Vilsain hissed, his eyes not leaving the tower's young attendant. And please keep your voice down. I don't wish for Orthwy to have anything to hide should she ever be questioned. Nalina's feline lips puckered in amusement. I'm afraid it's a bit late to be concerned with keeping the young woman's hands clean. Beside the tigerkin, Norik's goblin eyes went saucer-wide, but Tanner just sighed. Sure, maybe Nelina shouldn't have spilled such a juicy secret so casually, and without consulting those who were meant to be responsible for her. But Tanner supposed they had to count themselves lucky she'd been on relatively good behavior thus far, even contributing to the group's efforts. And Tanner could at least agree with the assessment that there should be fewer secrets between Vilsain and Orthwy, the two caring for each other as deeply as they clearly did. The young Lord Deyrnas, however, scowled first in confusion, then in anger, glancing about to Tanner and the others for confirmation of Nelina's words. Allie just nodded impatiently. Vilsain spun, striding over to lean over the desk before a blinking Orthwy. How long? Worry flashed in the attendant's eyes as they shot briefly past Vilsain to the group he'd just abandoned.
I'm sorry?
Don't, Vilsain said firmly, his gloved hands planted against the desk between them, forming to fists. With whom do you conspire? Commander Parganach? Orthwy gulped, and Tanner shared a wary look with his companions. Vilsain waved aside their collective concerns. Yes, I know what he has planned, and who his confederates are. You're all aligned with Parganach's misguided grouping with Lorsyn's criminals, then? Blazes. Lady Attendant. His voice softened. Orthwy, do you know how hard I've worked to keep this danger from reaching you, here in the tower?
Danger has already reached me, Lord Deyrnas,
Orthwy replied softly, her eyes hardening as her hand drifted to her prosthetic leg.
And it has reached my family. They live and work in danger, in the mines that nobles like you allow to continue slaving the people of Lorsyn to death in the name of lining Mevad's pockets.
Tanner winced, but Vilsain's posture merely slumped. Orthwy, I've protested the conditions in the copper mines, but the king—
Mevad is no king of mine,
Orthwy snapped. The two's positions were now reversed as Vilsain recoiled, and the young attendant leaned against the surface between them to stare the nobleman down.
I know you not to be a coward, Lord Deyrnas, but some of us don't have the luxury of waiting around for your faith in gradual change to bear fruit. Every morning I say goodbye to my family, not knowing if they'll survive to claim their beds that evening, whether because they've died horribly in some underwater cavern, or because they've dared to whisper a negative word about the man who's stolen our city. Your city, Vilsain. How can you see the pain of Lorsyn's people and believe that patience is the path to victory?
Vilsain's mouth worked, but no discernible words emerged for a moment. Orthwy, please, I fear for your safety. His eyes drifted to the tower's main doors, as though expecting to see Mevad's lackeys bursting through to haul her away. Orthwy nodded soberly.
And I fear for all of us, for what might be lost if we continue to allow this festering rot to continue unchecked. If any power the Ducal Assembly might have left dwindles, Vilsain, you'll be as powerless as the rest of us. Will you wait until then to realize that the time to act was now?
A bitter guffaw sounded from the subdued Lord Deyrnas. I'm already powerless. He looked self-consciously back to Allie. Your friend, Solak, has already ordered me evicted from my own estate. Tanner's chest tightened, and Allie sprang upright.
What?
They asked in unison.
When?
Vilsain frowned. Not 12 hours ago. I was informed early this morning by Solak's agents, who'd already claimed the top floor of every noble spire, that my family and I had until midday to load up our essential belongings and relocate to an appointed house within the city. It's been something of a chaotic day, as you could imagine. The link between Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar was abuzz with anxiety as they all looked to each other.
The ritual,
Gefnar blurted. Allie snarled.
He must be ready to try whatever he was planning the last 2 times.
Tanner's gaze shot over to the nearby dial of shifting light that signified the hour beyond the tower's windowless ground floor. Damn, it's dusk soon.
We don't have time to run around to the spires and get to our meeting with Glimgnut and Forlaneld.
A ridiculous thought struck him, and he spun to Vilsane. Your contacts in the half-breeds. They're not a couple of bearkin, are they? No, the nobleman stammered. The one I've spoken to most is either of dog or wolf blood, I believe. Tanner grunted. I guess that would have been too much of a coincidence. Though he still wouldn't have been surprised to learn that Curtis's boys had ventured out among their less welcome elven mutant brethren.
Blazes!
Ali hissed.
Solak himself, or whatever he has planned in the spires.
An impossible choice, Tanner agreed, though he was compelled to add, Solak himself and the chance to extract Wirgasal and Curtis's wife. If Glimgnut and Forlaneld were finally able to sneak them inside the Gresdith estate, Tanner had more prizes on his mind than settling old grudges.
Assuming this Megana even wishes to be extracted from a life of luxury,
Nelina hummed, though with a trace of apology. Norik looked about in confusion.
What about the assault on the Gresdith estate? That's tonight, right?
Then, abashed at the sharp glowers directed his way.
Had we not already shared that information as well? It's grown so hard to keep track.
Tanner groaned as the goblin let slip one of their final secrets, monitoring the overwhelmed Lord Deyrnas for a reaction. Vilsane's face fell slack. So, Commander Poganach and his urchin allies have finally had enough of waiting. They mean to strike at Mevod imminently. Ali nodded, closing to catch the man by the arm.
Looks like everyone's been watching each other, and they're all ready to make their move to beat the others to the punch. Waiting isn't an option anymore, Vilsane, for any of us. If you're one of the few good people left to lead Lorsyn, you have to decide how you're going to act.
His eyes slowly met hers, and he nodded. What can I do? A tight smile came to Ali's face.
You can take me to your estate. If Solak's people are clearing the spires, that could mean they're ready for their biggest attempt to bring back their aspiring Theikour yet.
Fear, sharp and fiery, flashed across Ali's face and through the group's link, leaving even Tanner and Gefnar to flinch from the ferocity of it. Tanner frowned. Is she really so terrified? We've stopped Kravog before. We can do it again.
The rest of you,
Ali was saying, pointing to her companions.
Get to the rendezvous with Curtis's boys. Solak is more likely to be in the Gresdith estate anyway, and they can get you inside.
Norik trotted up to Ali's feet and grabbed her by the hem of her cloak.
I have some knowledge of rituals. I may be useful on your side of things.
Fine,
Ali grunted.
Let's go.
We might as well get going too, said Tanner, motioning the others toward the door after Ali, Vilsane, and Norik.
What about me?
Orthwy blurted, standing tall and ready when Tanner looked her way. Everyone paused.
You should get upstairs and tell Thrilliga and Dud what's going on, suggested Gefnar. I know they said they didn't want to lock down the tower and possibly leave civilians in danger outside if violence broke out in the city, but they can at least be on their guard.
Orthwy curtly dipped her head, already making for the spiral stairwell behind her with her remarkably smooth stride.
Of course, I'm going.
She halted mid-step.
There won't be fighting in the city, will there?
I hope not, Tanner sighed. But if there is, we'll do our best to keep an eye out for your family, all right? The attendant gave another nod, a final crackling look passing between her and Vilsane before everyone started moving again. Dusk and lamplight met them outdoors on the sparsely populated streets of Lorsyn, the grand chronograph chiming the half-hour across the empty future plaza before them.
Well, let us see what, if anything, our efforts have wrought,
Nelina purred in feigned disinterest. Tanner wasn't buying it. Beneath the Tigerkin's wavering facade, Tanner detected at least some surface level of investment. Dare I say, hope?
Good luck, Ali,
Gefnar practically yapped as the two groups diverged, Ali's party toward Vilsane's barded horse. He tapped his temple as the Lady McAllister glanced back at him, something resembling alarm in her eyes.
Stay with us.
Ali bowed her head, smiling as her step faltered.
I will.
Tanner's foxen brow furrowed as he led the quick pace toward the Gresdith estate. How am I the one with the simplest romantic life?
At least Ayamet and Yosid finally left before things went south,
Allie reminded herself amid the clopping of hooves beneath her. Her old friend had set out that morning with her lover and a cart full of belongings, once Parganach and the crime syndicate's planned assault on the Gresdith estate was finalized.
We have one last item of personal interest,
Ayamet had assured a scowling Allie as Lord and Lady Falesk had climbed into their cart.
Then we're off west. No sleep till far reach.
Allie had folded her arms, squinting against the harsh morning light.
This personal business had better not be a final visit to the Gresdith estate. If Mevod suspects anything, you two could be taken as hostages, or—
It's not.
Ayamet had held up a hand, laughing Allie's concerns aside.
We just have a sentimental package to pick up, that's all. We're miles from here by midday.
Promise?
Ayamet had reached for Allie's hand, giving it a final squeeze.
Promise. You just worry about yourself.
She'd looked affectionately toward a grinning Yosid.
We're not the ones sticking around to see the chaos fall.
I wonder, Allie.
Vilsane's strained but still primped words jostled Allie back into the present.
Would you mind not squeezing quite so hard?
Allie loosened her arms around the man's armored middle, feeling the goblin grip on her own midsection only cinch tighter.
Sorry. Ow! Norik!
The sliver of the goblin's face that she was able to see upon craning her neck about to glare her disapproval was creased in a broad grimace.
Apologies. I've learned that my artistic performances have an average increased audience engagement level of 0.07% if I keep my nails long, as in the goblin norm.
But you haven't been street performing in weeks.
Allie stiffened.
Have you?
Norik gasped so deeply that Allie half expected him to swallow her cloak.
Of course not. I serve the great mistress, and you three are her agents here. And so I serve your commands as if they were directly from her. Why—
In a dexterous display, Vilsane lashed out with a hand back around Allie to cuff the back of the goblin's head.
Shut it,
Lord Deyrnas hissed, resuming his hold on his horse's reins.
I'm not exactly craving attention right now.
Allie shifted behind the man, avoiding eye contact with the few gaudily dressed passers-by braving the streets of the spires in the darkening hour.
Might be too late for that,
she thought humorlessly, feeling old wounds be flayed open as the dismissive or disgusted gazes of this city's nobles and affluent assessed her and found her wanting.
You could easily teach them the meaning of real pain. And what exactly is your plan for when we reach my home?
Vilsane whispered back to Allie, his horse practically navigating itself along the familiar path.
Solak's people had every entrance guarded when I left. Yes, what are you planning to do? Fly up to the top level as you did when your surrogate mother was imperiled at the Summoner Fortress? Or were you thinking to obliterate your enemies from the ground floor up? Or perhaps the whole of the spire, much like those buildings you atomized years ago. Surely you have enough control to destroy only what you wish now. And if not, I can show you.
A low growl rose in Allie's chest. It was so hard to think with the voice of a Theikour demanding her attention in her own mind.
Invisibility?
It would buy them time at best, and she couldn't cloak herself from the minds of others for long. And flying was loud without someone using Gefnar's trick of draping her in silence. The gnome had managed to teach her some of the basics. It was similar to how Allie negated others' spells, actually, expanding quiet over sound much like when she expanded the aura of inert material over magical energies. But Allie had only yet managed to silence a stationary space, not an object or person.
Subterfuge, then. Silent infiltration? No, I agree. You're unlikely to evade notice for long. However, if the bulk of their forces are beyond the spire, all you must do to gain the defensible position is to make it inside. And perhaps the house your old friend commandeered isn't the only one to have magical defenses in place.
Ali begrudgingly gave a snarling smile.
Vilsane, does the Tyrant spire have traps?
The nobleman's perfect saddle posture wavered. Does it... traps?
Magical ones,
Ali pressed.
Darts, barriers, anything that you can activate to defend your home against intruders?
Well, yes, Vilsane sputtered. But that sort of thing is the area of our house guards, who've gone with my mother and grandparents. I have no idea how to work the defenses.
That's all right,
Ali assured him, finding that she didn't quite despise the way dark power crackled in response to her self-satisfaction, as she recalled the instruction received from Ayamet and Yosid on just this sort of thing.
I do.
Once again, she craned back around to the goblin awkwardly gripping her without his nails.
Norik, we're going to need a distraction.
His large eyes bobbed quizzically in time with the horse beneath them.
A distraction?
Ali smirked.
Performance.
Chapter 36. Means of Entry. Tanner neared the rendezvous point outside the Gresdith estate, where the poor and homeless gathered to dance, game, and beg throughout the daylight hours. Only a handful of the rag-clad regulars remained in the dim light of dusk, many of them gathering up what few worn belongings they had, the troves carted about wherever they slept or spent their waking hours. The broad braziers that danced tall with fire within the nearby estate's walls cast flickering striped shadows through the front gate, almost seeming to pulse in time with the heavy drum beats and other music that sounded from the incessant merrymaking of Mevod's lackeys.
Come for a match, then, Sidnog?
A stooped old human woman Tanner had played Craigbit with before inquired with a gnarled smile when the Foxkin and his friends arrived at the gathering place across the street from the estate.
You'll have to come back tomorrow, I'm afraid. The Lorsyn guard permit our presence here in the daytime, but they forcibly clear the streets at night.
Tanner smiled distractedly, eyes peeled for a pair of bearkin. Thanks, Becca, but we're just here to meet a couple of friends. They shouldn't be long. Have you... His voice trailed off, as a jolt of recognition he couldn't quite quantify caused him to snap his gaze to the back corner of the run-down bank that bordered the vagrant gathering spot. He thought he'd spotted... but that was absurd. General Thradlos was miles away, engaging Mevod's forces at the front.
Have I...
Becca prompted, amusement and concern fighting for dominance in her weathered features. Huh? Oh, nothing, Tanner chuckled uneasily. You, just get going back to your shelter safely. Becca nodded, smiling as she shuffled off, but Gefnar looked up to Tanner, eyes drawn with worry.
What is it? What did you see?
Tanner was hesitant even to utter the Sommelier General's name, instead whispering, For a second, I thought a friend of ours had come to reclaim the Gresdith estate. His nostrils flared as he tried to catch even a whiff of Thradlos's scent. Nothing, but the air was so muddled. Please tell me I'm being ridiculous. Just because something is ridiculous, Nelina interjected, her own ears twitching about as her senses were set on high alert, hardly means that it isn't true. But look sharp. We've more immediate matters. Following her feline gaze, Tanner saw a familiar bearkin slip from the iron wicket gate of the Gresdith estate. Glinting eyes darted about for signs of danger as the rigid Forlaneld hurried to meet Tanner, Gefnar, and Nelina.
Okugath be praised, you're early, he hissed. There's a problem. I don't know the full nature of the disagreement, but Mevod's just done something to push my mother too far. We fear the Toad King will turn violent, which is why Glimgunut has stayed to protect her. Come, quickly! The guard at the servant gate is paid off, and I should be able to get you inside the mansion without anyone challenging us. Mevod's guests have been encouraged to drink especially heavily tonight.
Even as panic rose in Tanner's chest, Nelina folded her arms. Many I've encountered have attempted to lure me into a trap, Curtisling.
Few have been so clumsy about it as you have just been. She met Tanner's hard stare. Honestly, how did you ever fall for his previous ruse?
It's the truth, Forlaneld pleaded. Mevad was yelling something about his new friends arriving, and Mother, I've never seen her so horrified.
Tanner exchanged a look with Gefnar, the gnome giving a firm nod as he slipped on the oversized buckler Norik had given him.
Mevad, he's well guarded?
Forlaneld swallowed, gratitude and fear tugging at his features.
Constantly. Making a move for him without the aid of your allies would be suicide, but if you can help me extract my mother...
Then we can consider the night a win, Tanner affirmed, ignoring Nelina's soft groan and eye roll. Gefnar winced.
What about Wergesal?
Frustration boiled in Tanner's belly, but he forced himself to consider Gefnar's point. If Veladrock's agent hadn't broken yet, and if Mevad was still king tomorrow, something compromising could still be learned from the old gnome. Not to mention that leaving Wergesal to whatever tortures he must have suffered in the past few weeks constantly grated on Tanner's conscience.
If we get the chance, we go for him too,
Tanner growled resolutely, catching the eyes of his companions in turn.
But I don't want to lose either of you in the process.
Nelina's brow furrowed, her lips parting as though to form a response, before clamping shut as she gave a curt nod.
It may not have been a first choice for any of us,
Tanner thought, returning the nod.
But you're part of the team now, and we look out for each other.
Turning back to the younger of the two men he considered to be the closest thing he had to a real brother, Tanner nodded.
We follow you in, Forlaneld.
The bearkin grunted his thanks, already bolting for the far side of the Gresdith estate.
Well, I'm not sure how things are going on your end, Allie,
Tanner muttered jarringly as he and the others ran after Forlaneld, bringing the young woman's presence into focus through their link.
But our job just got a bit more interesting. Sounds about right,
Allie sighed as Tanner and Gefnar finished relating recent developments. Motioning for Vilsane to hang back, she peeked around the dark corner where she and the Lord Deyrnas were tucked away, just out of sight of the hooded figures patrolling the exterior of the man's estate.
We're just getting ready to watch Norik put on a show.
Thankfully, the link seemed to convey sufficient meaning of her words that she didn't have to explain any further, and she and Vilsane were granted a moment to watch the faraway speck that was Norik strut up before the estate's main gate, withdraw a comically collapsible stool from a small pouch at his side, hastily erect it, and leap atop.
"Good, gentle beings,"
the goblin elocuted amid grandiose gestures, his words clear even where Allie and Vilsane waited by the small side gate Vilsane had designated as their best chance of entry.
"Gather round. The evening show you've all been awaiting is about to commence."
I didn't wake up this morning expecting to break back into my own house at nightfall,
Vilsane muttered. At Allie's silence he added,
What Solak hopes to attempt. Do you think he could do it? Establish a new Theikour, I mean.
A familiar terror pulsed in Allie's blood, but she steeled herself, ready to capitalize on a prime moment of distraction. Already some of the hooded figures drifted from their posts to investigate the obnoxious goblin on their doorstep.
I don't know, and I don't much care.
She felt Vilsane's nod.
Solak hurt you personally.
The painful image of Crexus, strong and noble, being flung by Kravog's chief servant from the cliffs of Dragon's Nest, flashed through Allie's mind.
He's hurt a lot of people. And he's trying to break the rules of science and magic because it amuses him.
Allie didn't know if that was true, but she'd had enough of Solak's smug attitude, especially when he was meant to be a corpse twice over. And when so many others who deserved to be alive in his place were dead.
A truly epic tale.
Norik's grating voice was echoing through the streets surrounding the Deyrnas spire.
One of daring heroics, romance, and mystery. And that will conclude with me vanishing before your very eyes.
He flung his pouch on the ground before him, the empty bag now splayed open 1/2 meter with its drawstring undone. Norik pointed down to the pouch.
And on that very spot. Now, bend your ears, fair citizens of Lorsyn, be they bald, pointed, hairy, or stylishly sleek. Attend the tale today, to hour, to minute, of the heroes of Dragon's Nest.
A satisfied snarl came to Ali's mouth as Solak's minions visibly reacted, many leaning together to speak in hushed voices, while others, seemingly from across the Deyrnas estate, migrated toward the source of the slander that was about to befall them.
Barely slander, really.
Norik's hastily recited version of events had been close enough to the truth for Ali's liking. More importantly, only 2 figures remained at the side gate of Ali's focus.
Ever used that fancy sword of yours?
Ali whispered back to Vilsain.
I don't know that I can drop them both at once.
In training bouts only, he admitted with an audible gulp. And my instructor informs me I've a heavy step. I don't suppose I'll be nearly so quiet as you. Ali smirked.
Quiet's not an issue.
She'd have to thank Gefnar for at least partially teaching her his trick of expanding silence. She held up a hand, then flung it forward, signaling for Vilsain to follow her in as she darted across the stone-paved street between them and the side gate. Her companion had informed her that the walls of both the estate grounds and the spire dispelled magics if one passed through or over them, but she only planned to park this spell outside. With a flourish of her hand to focus the recently learned magics, Ali flung her arm forward, the word Taweslik hissing from between her teeth. Even as she completed the spell, it felt as though the heat of the moment seared the essence of it into her mind, rendering it comfortable and familiar. Much like other magics for which she no longer had any use for components, words, or movements, she knew this one was now freely hers.
Freely ours.
Ali growled, the sound truncated as she passed beyond the exterior of the invisible sphere of silence she'd just erected, and fell in on the pair of startled, flailing figures in dark robes who looked as though they were trying to call out the alarm. Quiet, eerie, and dead reigned over Ali's immediate surroundings. There was no heartbeat in her ears, no gentle slap of her feet against the street. But she could still decidedly hear Norik drone on, his theatrical narration and the dull, tranquil thrum of the sea breeze off Beryl Bay an off-tune accompaniment to the soundless slaughter Ali visited on her enemies.
And so destiny gathered the 3 together, a blacksmith's son, a wilderling, and a street urchin, but oh, so much more.
Ali lunged for the figure closer to her sound boundary's edge, grabbing them by the cowl and hurling them off balance into their associate. Her fist then plunged sidelong for the throat of the one she still held as both targets toppled sideways, Biriak's familiar weight appearing in her palm as the blade sank home under the first cultist's shrouded chin.
Their might combined, our heroes set about addressing the dastardly deeds and appalling plans of the misguided crockbloods who sought to visit pain upon the town, and of the vile servants of the false Theikour, Kravog.
Already dropping the figure she'd grabbed, Ali turned her blood-slick dagger on the second. Both appeared to be male, but the one remaining was larger and recovering quickly from his assailant's surprise tactics. A short sword was now in the man's hand, lashing out for Ali's midsection. Ali was confident she could have deflected the blow, but she didn't have to. With the hooded figure half turned toward her, he clearly didn't spot Vilsain's swift, silent approach.
That's why I've never cared for hoods,
Ali thought as Vilsain noiselessly skewered the man.
No peripheral vision.
For you see, the duplicitous Mayor Dunaxis had made promises to another player, the vicious Chief Baskug of the nearby Crockbloods, whom our huntress, Jacqueline Ed Owen, was destined to strike down.
As Norik droned on, Ali and Vilsain jostled their fallen opponents behind the hedge that hemmed the estate's exterior, Ali sweeping her hand over any blood splatter as Vilsain fumbled with his keys to open the side gate. The blood dried, flaked, and dissolved in the wind in response to the muted, shifting light beneath Ali's palm. Then the door was open, and Ali was darting behind Vilsain over manicured grass, across fine gravel, and between immaculately clipped shrubberies toward the broad, glinting base of Deyrnas spire. The sound of their own breathing and footfalls returned as the ground sloped downward toward the basement entrance.
Heroes of all bloods took up weapons in defense of their home. Aged hands of a blacksmith felt the familiar weight of a warhammer. Magic wielders in service of Nomenkal joined their efforts to the steel of town guardsmen and women, and ordinary citizens took up everything from pitchforks to ladles.
A hooded figure stepped out from behind a muscled, spear-wielding statue, starting as its shrouded eyes marked Ali and Vilsain's passage across open estate grounds. Ali flung her hand outward, and Biriak sank into the darkness beneath the figure's hood an instant later. Fortunately, there was only a muted rustling as Ali's target flopped into a rosebush. Seconds after, Biriak was manifested back in Ali's white-knuckled grip, and Vilsain was again fumbling with his keys, gripping the ones that dangled to keep them from jangling as he tried 1, 2 keys with the lock of the servants' entrance. To his credit, Ali had seen the initial urge to suggest circling around to the main entrance from their initial point of entry when he'd reported their best chance of anonymous ingress, but he'd thought better of it. The Lord Deyrnas would just have to break some protocol to return home. Vilsain glanced back to Ali when the second key gave a faint clunk, turning in the lock, and Ali nodded, focusing 2 more pockets of silence into existence over the door's hinges. There was a greater chance the magic would be detected within the estate, but Ali had been informed in no uncertain terms that the notoriously creaky door would alert anyone within a quarter mile to their presence. The door swung inward at Vilsain's push with only the faintest of sounds of shifting air. Once Vilsain had latched the door behind them again, with a sharp grimace, Ali took a moment to listen for any signs of alarm. Nothing. Only Norik's continued oration, now so muted that she couldn't make out the words. Ali's gaze slid about the relatively utilitarian interior of the pantry, kitchen, and the like as she followed Vilsain down the central hall and up the stairs to the ground floor of the main spire. The servants' stairwell wouldn't take them up to the top floors, Vilsain had informed her, and Ali had suspected that they wouldn't find access to the spire's defenses there either. So the stairs that greeted them were broad and bordered by lacquered darkwood banisters, providing the smallest taste of the opulence that awaited Ali on the ground floor. If she'd thought her family's estate had been obsessed with vaulted ceilings, Ali found that the upper crust of Lorsyn did their best to put even the vast chambers of the Tower of Memories to shame. Rather than bookshelves stretching 50 feet into the air as Ali trailed Vilsain into the gilded entry hall, breathtaking murals that depicted grand-scale conflicts and legendary moments of heroism filled the walls above eye level, with what Ali took to be summonable viewing platforms tethered on strands of bluish magic both vertical and horizontal. With the main lights of the floating chandeliers dimmed, everything was cast in the soft glow of those strands, providing a jarring moment of beauty amid Ali's night of death and chaos. The abrupt, absurd hope entered Ali's mind that she wouldn't damage such works of art in the coming hours.
How moving. The unenthused Lady McAllister has discovered an appreciation for the arts.
Ali stifled a growl, slipping over to the small window by the broad double doors of the spire's main entrance. She could make out the estate's main gate across the most extravagant landscaping the Deyrnas family wished to put on display. Through it, she saw Norik concluding his tale with the broad, flourishing gestures they'd agreed upon. He'd already begun counting down to his big finish in the hand signals of the city's street urchins. Ali had been prepared to teach the goblin the motions hastily, but he'd cut her off as she'd attempted to display her contorted fingers back to him, as they'd all still ridden atop Vilsain's horse.
I've been targeted by enough ruffians to have learned such gestures by necessity, I assure you. My execution is flawless, and I can easily incorporate the motions into my performance.
There'd been no time to question Norik's claim. But as Ali watched the tiny, distant figure fulfill his promise, she gave an involuntary smirk.
As fluent as he said he was.
Even at this distance, Ali could clearly mark him running the side of one hand across his opposite inner elbow, the sign for 3. Nostalgia struck Ali in a wave of dark comfort as she recalled working with Shala and other street kids on more difficult marks, signaling to each other as they closed in, grabbed what they wished, and made off with pockets full of stolen coins and trinkets. Norik raised up on the balls of his feet. 2.
Perfect timing,
Ali thought, seeing that the hooded figures who'd clustered at the main gate to monitor Norik's words had begun to close in after their minute of indecision. Nearby windows were opening for the goblins' audience to peer out from the safety of their homes, and the servants of Kravog couldn't have people spreading such distasteful things about them. Norik's already large goblin eyes shot wider as cloaked figures moved on him, and he hastily touched his palm vertically to his hip to signal the end of the countdown.
And with that, the heroes of Dragon's Nest vanished. Much like this!
He leapt down into his waiting pouch, and Ali instinctively touched her hand to the glass before her. Using magic at a greater distance required superior focus, but she'd done it before. And without a clear line of sight, allowing Ember to pass unseen before all of Falconcrest when the wolf had been needed for transporting Jack and others from the suspended falcon's head during the coronation of Gwytherin and Noller. Even so, Ali clutched Biriak firmly as she willed the spell she'd promised into existence, causing the purplish-black stone embedded into the hilt to pulse, sickly yet vibrant. As Norik dropped into the pouch beneath him, Ali timed things so that it appeared as though the goblin had cannonballed into a secret dimension beneath the cobblestone street, when, in reality, he'd simply been cloaked from the minds of those around him indiscriminately. Muffled cries of alarm rang out as Solak's minions doubtlessly thought to sever their quarry from his hiding place, meaning that Norik was free to slink off into the night. Ali favored Vilsain with a confident smile as she met his impressed stare.
The defenses, she prompted in a hushed tone. They'll figure out how to look inside before too long.
Vilsain started, as though abruptly reminded that they were far from out of danger.
Yes, of course. This way.
Again, slinking after Vilsain, Ali was struck with the darkly amusing realization that this was the first time a man had taken her home.
Hardly to meet the family. He simply needs something from you.
We all need each other,
Ali growled in her thoughts without thinking.
Take what I offer, and you'll have need of no one.
Ali shuddered, slipping down a dim side hallway after Vilsain. The night was dark, and Sharad seemed to loom especially large, both in and out of her mind. Chapter 37 Regicide, and the Context Thereof. The bellows and laughter of drunken revelry faded as Tanner, Gefnar, Nelina, and Forlaneld slipped into the Gresdith mansion via a small service entrance, which gave Tanner an obscure sense of déjà vu through the group link. He shook it off, nodding for the anxious Forlaneld to continue guiding them within the estate. For a moment, he considered asking in a whisper what their heading was, but the question was soon answered for him by the booming, arrogant voice that rumbled through the stonework around them. He recognized the voice.
Sounds like Mevad isn't any closer to regaining his composure,
Gefnar hissed, gripping the small blade at his side. Forlaneld's pace somehow managed to quicken.
Hurry, he's grown violent before.
Hardly believing that, after so many weeks of planning and counter-planning, they were just about to walk in on everyone's favorite Toad King, Tanner sprinted after, ready to bring fire or the words of the Theikour to bear, whichever was more prudent. I may not burn so bright anymore, but I've been doing a lot of reading. Then, before Tanner could think too hard about the fact that they were probably about to commit treason, he was stumbling to a stop behind Forlaneld into an excessively tapestried room, where a few of the odder moments of his life would happen. Perhaps 24 disheveled humans in various states of dress with Lorsyn guard armor were arrayed before a multi-leafed darkwood desk on a raised portion of floor. Behind and leaning across the desk, his face flushed with anger and drink, was a man Tanner had never much wished to share a room with. Froth that could have been from spittle or beer flecked the splotchy beard around Mevod's mouth, and the only reason more wasn't splattering across the cluttered surface before him was that he'd momentarily run out of breath. He gasped great lungfuls into a chest burdened with folds of fat to match his frog-like jowls, the heaving grotesquely visible beneath his sweat-soaked ochre robe. One of Mevod's meaty fingers was leveled across the desk at a middle-aged bearkin woman who wore her years with far more grace than the Toad King did his relative youth. Weirdly enough, what Tanner noticed first was curved engraved bone earrings framing the woman's furry head, then the outrage and fury that fueled her hot tears.
"You won't have him!"
she roared into the brief lull of Mevod's tirade.
"You won't touch him! None of you!"
Tanner's confusion lasted only the brief moment it took for his eyes to fall to the woman's feet, and the still bloody form of Glimganut that lay sprawled there, surrounded by a half-dozen fallen humans.
"Glim!"
Forlaneld blurted in despair, bolting to his brother's side and dropping to his knees by the greatsword still in Glimganut's slackened grasp. The remaining Lorsyn guards tensed, raising their weapons in response to a new potential threat. But Tanner, Gefnar, and Nelina swept in to flank the surrounded bearkin, brandishing their own blades and fire.
Guess that answers what I'm going to do first.
Tanner kept his snarls sweeping about the hesitant faces of their opponents, quickly assessing that tossing a gout of flame across the room into Mevod's face would probably be a good way to end all their lives in the coming seconds.
A comforting idea, though.
"Gef," he hissed, but the gnome was already crouching over the unmoving Glimganut.
"He's nearly gone, but I think I can save him. I just need some time."
Sure, Tanner thought, regarding how Mevod's underlings all looked to him for direction to proceed.
Old Toad King looks like he's in a great state of mind for a long, level-headed conversation.
"What? How? Who are all of you meant to be?"
The stone beneath Tanner's feet again thrummed with Mevod's ear-battering voice. A glance over to the woman who had to be Curtis's wife, former wife, Magina, showed the same question written in her expression, though with far more tentative gratitude as she stooped with Gefnar over her wounded son. Warm golden light played across the gnome's hands as he sought to knit the deep gouges in Glimganut's flesh back together. No visible change thus far. That meant the internal damage was severe.
Then we make a play for time.
We're the renovators, Tanner answered the flabbergasted Mevod, abruptly shifting his stance to force a seller's smile. Surely you remember calling for us. No? Well, perhaps you remember our slogan. Tanner's eyes glittered like coals in the wind.
Chandost kayon nahin sakath.
The words of the Theikour naturally formed with a lyrical quality on Tanner's tongue, drifting through the room with almost tangible warmth. A few of the city guards blinked, while others visibly relaxed. Mevod himself, however, simply fixed the foxkin with a bewildered scowl. Tanner braced himself, hands twitching as he prepared to hurl fire. The spell he'd just attempted was tenuous at best, being a far less potent version of the ancient Circle of Serenity. A way to pacify and momentarily dampen thoughts of aggression. Consuming them, really, Tanner envisioned, with especially vibrant words, like paper shards withering from adjacent heat. It was far more nuanced than simply tricking someone's thoughts or perceptions, and Tanner's book had informed him that those with especially compromised minds might only respond with heightened anger.
And Mevod's mind seems particularly compromised. Oh, he still speaks a lot more clearly than Lord Winowed.
Then Magina was back on her feet, capitalizing on the Toad King's brief moment of confusion.
"We can end this now, Mevod. The Thalassan League are ruthless and answer only to their doyen.
Understand that the second they make landfall, you've lost control of the city."
Tanner's mouth fell open as he regarded the bearkin woman's earnest profile. The Thalassan League here? And what in blazes is a doyen? Mevod snarled.
"Your son was foolish enough to oppose me, Megina. Don't force me to cut you and these others down as well. You've managed to serve me well in this thus far."
Indignation flashed in Megina's eyes.
"I constructed that canal in order to restore trade and secure supplies for the people of Lorsyn, not so that the Mawred Commodores could invite their honorless allies to claim the city itself."
Even as Tanner grappled with Megina's words, a small door behind Mevod opened, and a new figure entered the chamber. Shorter than the Toad King, but with broad shoulders that seemed only slightly out of place with his burly build, Mevod's advisor, and former member of the Samaneer by Blade Master Volkrit's assertion, clutched the end of a rope in one hand, the other end trailing to the bound hands of an old gnome. Tanner's heart somersaulted. Wirgisal, Veladrock's rightful agent. Contrary to Tanner's fears, the man didn't bear any visible signs of torture at all as he blankly scanned his surroundings. If they could play these next few moments right, perhaps they could walk away with everything they'd come for. Then the new figure, Shebwir Ed Zrohigian, Tanner recalled the man's name supplied by Vilsane, assessed the room before him, casually drew a loaded hand crossbow from his side, and fired a bolt into Mevod's neck. The Toad King's muted gasping was the only sound for a long few seconds as Mevod clutched his flabby, bleeding throat, turning to regard Shebwir with fear-stricken disbelief as he slumped back into his chair. Tanner glanced to his friends in shock, seeing that sad relief played at Megina's features, while the hint of an appreciative smile plucked at Nelina's muzzle. Much like Tanner, she was perhaps recalling a similar scene from their time on the island of Nizame, when Nelina had pulled a comparable move with her one-time employer, Captain Linmore. Gefnar had flinched at the sound of the bolt flying, but had maintained his focus on mending the wounds across Glimganut, who was beginning to stir. Forlineld, meanwhile, crouched protectively before his brother and mother, hand drifting to the short spear slung over his back. With the members of the Lorsyn Guard present still frozen in indecision of how to respond to Shebwir's actions, the man nodded to the guardsman who sported the ranking insignia.
"The king is dead, Commander. Long live the king."
The sheer audacity of the statement left Tanner braced for witnessing Shebwir's slaughter at the hands of Mevod's trusted bodyguards. But the man Shebwir addressed abruptly bore an almost transcendent smile.
"It's true, then. He lives?"
Shebwir nodded.
"He lives."
He glanced down to Wirgisal, who cast his eyes to the floor.
"I've just received final confirmation."
"Then the time has come,"
declared a guardswoman, stepping forward to watch the still gurgling Mevod finally expire, flopped in his chair.
"For Lorsyn to burn in tribute."
Shebwir inclined his head.
"The order has already been given."
"The blazes!"
Tanner yelped, belatedly wishing he'd opted for another curse.
"Look, I love fire as much as the next person, but what is going on?"
All eyes shifted to the foxkin, Shebwir regarding him dismissively.
"Something too long delayed. We of the Underblood will no longer have to hide among the surface dwellers in shame, and we are ready to extend the grace denied to our kind centuries ago."
Tanner frowned.
"Your kind? What is that?"
He trailed off as he truly saw, Shebwir's form. He'd seen a handful much like it before, though those had still been far from full maturity. Shebwir was just a touch too short, too broad to be human. To be fully human, at least.
"You're half-dwarven,"
Tanner said, swallowing. Shebwir nodded, smiling eerily at Tanner's words.
"You'll never know what it is to hear it openly acknowledged, after so long."
Some of us resemble our human neighbors closely enough to pass as one of them.
He glanced about the chamber, and Tanner registered similar proportions in the 2 guards who'd spoken, as well as some of the others. Now that he knew what to look for, he felt foolish for ever having missed it.
Those of our blood have been gifted dreams of late, Shebweir continued. Visions of a coming reckoning for the wrongs committed against us in the age of birth and beyond. But the vitriol of pure-blood dwarves has been tempered by we of mingled heritage. We are proof that there can be union between the peoples of earth and sky, and so, in hopes of showing mercy to our surface brethren, we've shared the knowledge of what's to come with those deemed trustworthy, so that we might prepare for our united future together. One people, living under the might of the only man strong enough ever to have broken not only a dragon, but the lord of them all.
Cold, pure ice and dread filled Tanner's veins, the whispered name on his lips forming almost against his will.
Gamendel.
Ancient king of Tilrikheld. The dwarf responsible for untold destruction during the Dragon War, in response to the atrocity against his people in the Infinity Grove. And the brutal, mighty warrior whom Tanner had witnessed calmly snap a dragon's neck in a moment preserved in the Tower of Memories.
Gamendel, Shebweir repeated wistfully. He lives, and he is waking. Kelavost, his dragon mount, stirs with him, and they will set things right across all of Deyrnas.
Tanner gulped, but was unable to recover his voice. He had 1,000 questions. How had Gamendel survived, or did his followers believe him to have survived? The conflagration that was Kirikath Lifebreaker's final war-ending ritual. Kirikath and her fellow elves had offered up their very souls to consume those of the dragons in service to Gamendel, reducing them to ash. The stories told of Gamendel plummeting to his death when Kelavost was torn from the sky beneath him.
But I've learned how to cheat gravity, if only just.
Could someone of Gamendel's strength have conjured enough counterforce to combat even terminal velocity? But then, how was Kelavost meant to be alive? And, more immediately relevant, how the blazes had Shebweir come to learn of it when Gamendel was supposedly only waking? Trepidation settled in Tanner's belly as he finally managed to speak. These, dreams. Everyone with dwarven blood been getting those? Shebweir gave a puckered, knowing smile.
The fact that you think to ask implies that you suspect the answer.
Tanner nodded blankly as he recalled both Noller and Ud speaking of troubling dreams, the latter even delving into history in hopes of finding clarity. And if half-dwarves were affected, did that mean Gwytherin and Noller's children had been receiving messages from the ancient dwarf king as well?
So you see there is truth in our claim, Shebweir declared. 3 of you are known to me.
His eyes settled on Nelina.
Though you, at least, strike me as familiar.
The Tigerkin offered a deflecting sigh.
Yes, I thought I might.
Before Tanner could demand an explanation for that, Shebweir added,
Regardless, I will extend to you the same offer all shall receive. Even the people of Lorsyn not to worry. Will you join us in service to Gamendel, in paving the way for his return?
Fiery anger and defiance returned to Tanner at the implied ultimatum. No wonder you ended up working with Solak. You both seem to meddle in things that should be left alone. Shebweir cocked an eyebrow.
Solak? He's harmless enough. We've been forthright with each other about our goals, and his are only concerned with the realm of the Theikour.
Tanner didn't much care for having someone who'd caused so much pain in his home called harmless. Yeah, and with making a new Theikour. The half-dwarf who'd just committed regicide as nonchalantly as one might kick a pebble opened his mouth as if to protest, then shrugged.
You dodge my question. Will you give your life in service to the new king of Deyrnas?
A glance down at Glimknut showed Tanner that the bearkin's eyes had fluttered open, his family and Gefnar gathered about to whisper words of comfort. Sensing Tanner's gaze, Gefnar looked up, slid his eyes about the room, and nodded up to the foxkin, his hand drifting to the hilt of Glimgunut's fallen greatsword. To Tanner's own surprise, a curt laugh slipped from his curled lips, cutting the tension and causing Shebwir and his allies to look about to each other in confusion. Tanner didn't doubt Gefnar's ability to wield such an oversized blade, at least for the short amount of time the gnome could bolster his strength and solidify his center of gravity through magics. But the mental image of it was unexpectedly hilarious. Guffaws followed Tanner's first outburst, and he actually doubled over on his knees, aware on some level that, after all of the craziness he'd experienced in the past year, this was somehow the point where he teetered on hysteria.
"I'll admit," Shebwir said slowly as Tanner regained his composure, "that's a response I'd yet to receive."
Sorry,
Tanner managed to reply in a wheezing inhale.
It's just, I'm some nobody from the edge of the world, and here I am in what passes for a royal palace, old Toad King's flopped dead in his chair, and you're asking me to swear my loyalty to some dead warmonger I've read about in history books.
Shebwir bristled.
"That would be a no, then."
Tanner nodded emphatically.
"Yes, no. We're leaving, actually."
He gestured to the quizzical Wirgasal.
"And we're taking the old gnome with us."
A small sigh sounded from Tanner's shoulder as he felt Nelina tense into a defensive posture and whisper,
I think I suspected from our first meeting that you would somehow manage to be the death of me, Fox.
Tanner was pretty sure he'd just gotten all of them killed, but it at least made him feel better that Shebwir had the decency to wait a moment for any objections from the others. None was given. Forlaneld and McGinna nodded to each other, briefly touching hands before gripping their weapons. Forlaneld his spear, and McGinna the dirk sheathed at her belt. Still blinking on the floor as he fought to retain consciousness, Glimgunut glanced to where Gefnar's hand, the one not busy with healing, hovered over the hilt of the bearkin's weapon and offered the gnome a sharp dip of the head. Muted fire danced over Tanner's features as Lorsyn guardsmen and women closed around them, cutting off escape as they waited on Shebwir's orders. He may not have been their king, but it was clear who was in command, now that Mevod was removed from the equation. Shebwir, however, studied Tanner for a moment, then the implacable gnome at his side, as if ruminating on some new scrap of information. Then, eyes creasing in understanding, he again regarded Tanner in a way that made Tanner feel laid bare.
"You're that foxkin, one of that party causing a stir across Kavorum."
Tanner winced. It seemed Shebwir had rather good hearing, and Nelina's last words had allowed the man to pierce Tanner's dogkin disguise. He wasn't sure how this revelation would change their situation, but Shebwir was looking far too intrigued for his liking.
"Tanner Surehammer,"
the assassin said with a faint smile, eliciting a muted gasp from McGinna. He turned to the bearkin woman.
"Curtis's boy."
Despite his every effort not to, Tanner found himself turning to meet McGinna's gaze. She regarded him intently, but without anger.
"Curtis," she breathed.
This is no chance encounter,"
announced Shebwir, something akin to delight playing across his features, as he heaved up to a sidelong seat atop Mevod's desk. He pointed down to Gefnar.
"The gnome. He's the temple guardsman. But where are the huntress and the new Lady McAllister? Are they meant to be surrounding the estate?"
"I've not seen them, if that is the case,"
a familiar voice drawled from the doorway behind Tanner, and he spun with the surrounding members of the Lorsyn Guard to see a smirking General Thradlos sweep into the room ahead of a handful of humans and gnomes. The man's tall frame, coupled with his thrown-open cloak, made him feel like an imposing, enormous presence. Those arrayed against him parted to reform defensively.
"Mind ya, I've been rather focused on returning home unseen, and both ladies possess means of flying."
Shebwir's eyes narrowed, but his good humor remained.
"And the new Summoner General himself. Tell me, I've heard that your predecessor has seen better days. I'll admit that I once harbored something close to romantic feelings for Theikour. Is she at least getting the care that she needs?
Thradlos gave a broad apologetic shrug.
Not my department, I'm afraid. You'd be better off asking my new associate, Head Mage Dewach.
I'd rather not.
Shebweir rolled his eyes.
She and I have never quite gotten on. Always so meek and self-assured, even when she's just as guilty of our collective mistakes.
You're not pleased with how the war's progressed, then?
Thradlos cocked his head almost playfully.
Methought if that had been the case, you'd have spared me the trouble of coming for Mevad far sooner.
He motioned to the body of the bloody, vacant-eyed Toad King with the tip of his drawn Summoneer blade. Shebweir waved aside the point.
Oh, the war was a mistake from the start, but Volkrit, Dewach, and Theikour were all determined to revert things to how they were.
Thradlos nodded slowly in comprehension.
Well, ya saw an opportunity to build something new.
He smiled, gesturing with a thumb to the nearby door.
I may have been listening for a bit. The place isn't changed so much. Sound even carries as I remember.
Tanner dropped the fire from his hands, the better to rub at his brow. Can everyone please just stop talking? I'd like a minute to be confused in silence. Absurdly, his request was granted, and after a few seconds he turned back to Thradlos. You came here to kill Mevad?
Aye.
Thradlos inclined his head. Well, as you noticed, you just missed him, Tanner sighed. Then to Shebweir. And you didn't. You seem pretty fixated on serving Gamendel, however you plan on doing that. Shebweir's smile faded, and his mouth twitched.
I am. We all are. And we are many.
Tanner shuddered. Right. Well, any chance that Lorsyn doesn't have to burn? What is that even accomplishing?
It's demonstrating our commitment to our king, as was requested,
Shebweir replied matter-of-factly.
And it deprives Gamendel's opposition another seat of power.
He shifted to look back to Thradlos.
While I have you here, I suppose my allies and I are correct in assuming that you do intend to oppose our king upon his return.
Thradlos dipped his head in resignation.
A man who slaughtered countless thousands in an attempt to bring the surface of the world to heel, whose followers pronounce his motives as unchanged, who forced the elves into offering up their lives to defeat him. I can confidently confirm without checking with my associates that our forces'd be opposing such a man.
Shebweir spread his arms wide, as though he found the impasse just as unfortunate.
Then I'm afraid there really is only one way this meeting can end.
I concur,
said Thradlos, offering a crisp salute with his sword. Tanner was about to voice another objection on behalf of Lorsyn when a dull roar rose from beyond the estate, underscored by the clanging of alarm bells from Beryl Bay.
Ah, good,
Shebweir sighed.
The Doyenne has arrived with her fleet.
Perfect,
Nelina muttered. Which was when the sounds of debauchery outside abruptly faded to be replaced by shouts of alarm and the clanging of steel. And, an instant later, the room around Tanner erupted into violent chaos. Chapter 38 Rise and Fall.
What's wrong?
Vilsane hissed as Ali's hands froze in their work.
Don't you know what you're doing?
Ali scowled at the man's shadowy form in the dimly lit room over a bank of switches, knobs, and levers. It seemed that the truly affluent of Lorsyn preferred a complex system of magical defenses for their homes over the simple row of dials Ali had been shown in Iomet and Yosed's borrowed home.
I'm figuring it out, all right,
Ali shot back under her breath, her senses alert for any sign of movement outside the nearby window.
It's my friends. They're in trouble.
She'd been able to sense Tanner and Gefnar's tension rising through their link, but she didn't dare reach out to them now for fear of distracting them in a vulnerable moment of combat. Vilsane shifted on his feet, wringing his hands in a way rather unbecoming for a man of his typical cool.
Well, there's not much we can do about that, I'm afraid. We have our own task to focus on.
Very focused, not to worry,
a voice announced from beside Allie's knee. Allie jumped, the power crackling in her suddenly held dagger nearly reducing Norik to a pair of smoking shoes before registering the lack of danger.
Would you stop doing that?
The goblin shifted his gaze from intently studying the intricate panel before them to blink up at Allie.
Oh, my apologies. I stood there for 34 seconds before I spoke. I assumed you'd noticed me.
Well, were you still invisible when you came in?
With Allie's divided focus, time had become rather nebulous, and she couldn't recall when the drain of her spell on her magical energies had faded from lack of attention. Norik's face scrunched up in thought.
I don't think so. I feel like that wore off about the time I entered the spire.
You weren't supposed to be in the spire,
Vilsane scolded in a strained whisper.
You were the diversion, nothing more.
But I can help,
Norik insisted. He gestured to the panel.
For instance, there are a number of transitive properties from the model Allie and I studied that can be utilized here, and they should be utilized quickly. A trio of our hooded friends were skirting toward the one you dropped inside the walls when I passed by, so...
Timely shouts rang out from the estate grounds, causing Norik's gnarled teeth to bare in a grimace.
That'd be the sound of that, then.
Allie growled as she pushed back from the panel.
You've got it figured out? Please.
She motioned for the goblin to assume her place, nudging a forgotten stool over with her foot. Dutifully, Norik scrambled up atop the stool, his bony fingers flying across instruments that rivaled those of Hattie's contraptions for complexity.
And that should do it,
the goblin assured the anxious humans beside him as he flipped a final switch. Movement flashed outside the window, and he offered a nervous laugh.
Just in time, too. It appears you're soon to have guests, Lord Deyrnas.
Good.
Allie nodded.
The defenses will keep them occupied. Vilsane, take us up.
Right, the nobleman replied with a gulp.
This way.
As the trio sped down the adjacent hall and made for the stairwell, Allie caught Norik's eye.
Hey, good work.
The goblin beamed so big, Allie almost wished she'd kept the praise to herself.
Things are easy. It's people that are tricky.
What an amusingly simple worldview. But perhaps we'll yet have use for the runt.
Even as she rankled at the use of we, Allie drew on the charade-touched power within her, ready to unleash devastating blasts against any assailants as she and Norik followed Vilsane back through the main entry hall. She didn't have to wait long. A half-dozen backlit figures, individuals Norik had marked as aggressive new arrivals, burst through the spire's main door, only to be caught up in a rain of gleaming weapons that peeled away from the war-strewn murals overhead to take tangible form. Seeing that her aid wasn't needed, Allie reserved her power, sprinting on with Vilsane and Norik for the stairs behind the entry hall to the chorus of cries from Solak's falling minions.
Might not be sporting, but neither was what they did to Dragon's Nest.
And it wasn't like the defenses would keep the cultists at bay forever. Even without mages capable of suppressing or dispelling the magics guarding the spire, the power would be used up eventually.
The Tower of Memories has a rising platform to the top level,
Allie prompted as they neared the broad stairwell.
Does your...
She trailed off at Vilsane's nod, but Norik preempted any empty promises.
The spire's in lockdown, I'm afraid. The platform will be inert, as getting to the top levels is meant to be more difficult now.
Not for me,
Allie sighed, stooping to grab Norik's arm as she also reached out to tap Vilsane on the shoulder.
Stay close. I never spread this spell over 2 people before.
Vilsane threw a wary look over his shoulder.
What spell?
Ali heaved Norik up from the floor and gripped the yelping Vilsane by the collar as both she and the nobleman were caught up in a dual cyclone of dark, crackling energy. Immediately, Ali felt her power begin to drain at an alarming rate, but flying would be quicker than just lending her allies speed. A straight rise outside the spire would have been even quicker, but her focus would be too divided to make any attempt at deflecting the inevitable missiles the estate's new occupants would unleash. While Norik practically cackled with glee at the abrupt, spiraling ascent, Ali could feel Vilsane's whole body tense as the trio banked endlessly upward through the dark, blurring stairwell. Seconds in, sweat beaded on Ali's forehead and gathered in her armpits, her focus nearly faltering as she sensed Tanner and Gefnar's desperation spike. Fear seemed to sink its claws into her, trying to drag her back to earth. Forcibly shutting out the emotions of her friends, Ali clung to a single thought. Up. For the moment, Tanner and Gefnar were beyond her help. She had to trust that they could handle whatever they'd gotten themselves into.
Yep, we're completely outmatched,
Tanner thought in a detached state of panic. So far, he'd avoided any direct combat with Shebwir's people, but the Lorsyn Guard members who'd once defended Mevod operated with admirable precision, flanking Gefnar and Forlaneld while cutting off any hope of help from Thradlos and his strike team. While fire lashed from Tanner's hands in infuriatingly small tendrils, Gefnar planted himself with a flash of Nomenkal's light from his pendant, serving as a ludicrous focal point for the scything bearkin-sized pendulum that Glimganut's greatsword had become in his grasp. The gnome's wild swings threw his Lorsyn Guard attackers off balance, allowing Forlaneld to dive left and right, sinking the tip of his spear through weak points in their opponent's armor. 2 had fallen thus far, with another wounded, but they'd begun adapting to Gefnar and Forlaneld's makeshift tactics, glancing aside the bearkin's follow-up strikes. Nelina, meanwhile, had leapt between a trio of guards who swept in on Tanner, her blade a blur as she fell into a slow retreat. But, with Meginna preoccupied with hauling her wounded son to the relative safety of the adjacent hallway, Tanner could offer his companions no assistance, his attention consumed by splashing fire against anyone seeking to skewer the vulnerable old bearkin. He still didn't know what had happened between Meginna and Curtis, but he wasn't about to let the woman who, but for a few different twists of fate, could have been his adoptive mother, die. The guards Tanner struck with his fire fell back at each impact, whether to pat out any flames that had taken hold, or to cower behind a shield in anticipation of a more potent attack. But any burns inflicted thus far had been superficial. Tanner's fire simply wasn't strong enough any longer to contend with the protection a full suit of armor provided.
And unfortunately, they're smart enough to keep their heads protected.
Some quick addition moments into the fight told Tanner that just as many of Thradlos's people had fallen as Lorsyn guards. 4. Meaning that, outnumbered as they were, the odds were getting worse for anyone not loyal to an ancient dwarf king. And he could hear the clunking footfalls of Lorsyn Guard reinforcements. They had to get out. Now. Gauging that he'd been bought a few seconds, Tanner summoned all his focus, trying to muster that same sensation he'd felt that night under Dragon's Nest after first acquiring his fire cloak. That cloak was a part of him now, melded into his skin and flesh by the cocoon he'd inadvertently formed over himself in the Aethelvir forest. It hadn't felt the same since, but if he could command its power like he once had... Fires swelled around him first like an aura, then coalesced into something like a planetary ring, caged and awaiting his command. "Hwatak!" Tanner yelled, as shimmering heat wreathed his vision. His eyes darted about the chamber, quickly marking anyone he considered an ally, and each of them dropped prone as Tanner flung his arms outward, sending a shockwave of heat that caught up anyone still standing, and hurled them off their feet. To Tanner's satisfaction, even Shebwir, who still sat coolly on the corner of Mevod's desk, flailed as he fell backward, eyes wide with shock. "Everybody run!" Tenor barked as he darted to help a dazed but unhurt McGinna drag Glimganut to his feet and heave him out into the hall. A final glance back into the chamber showed that fresh enemies were appearing from the far doors, those Tenor had struck of Shebwir's people sluggishly resuming their feet. Gefnar, Nelina, Forlaneld, Thradlos, and the general's 2 remaining allies covered their retreat, but there was no sign of the old gnome, reconcile. Then a voice sounded from beside Tenor's knee in the dim hallway, and after Tenor's heart resumed beating, he decided that maybe Norik was Veladrak's agent material after all.
I guess I did tell everybody to run.
I've much to tell you,
Wergisal was informing Tenor serenely, the rope that ran from his bound wrists bunched up and gathered in his hands as, even with his little old legs, he managed to keep pace with a foxkin bearing half the weight of the wounded, hobbling Glimganut.
My mistress has much to say about how best you and your compatriots should spend your time within the city of Lorsyn, but I was accosted by the city's authorities, as you may have surmised.
He looked Tenor up and down.
Remarkably competent disguise, by the way.
Thanks, Tenor grunted, determining that this conversation was probably one of the more normal things to happen to him in the past hour.
The goblin who tied you up and accidentally got you arrested gave me a makeover.
Wergisal blinked.
I see. It seems you've much to tell me as well.
Tenor shrugged under Glimganut's weight, forcing himself not to look back as he heard renewed shouts and clangs of combat echoing through the hall from behind.
Preferably later.
Without Thradlos or Forlaneld to consult for a direction, Tenor tried to remember how he and his companions had navigated the Gresdith mansion minutes earlier, applying the perceived reverse to his adjustments in course down the maze of corridors. Meeting up with Parganok's attacking forces outside may have provided them a reprieve from their pursuers, but escaping into the estate grounds was first priority.
If we get cornered, we're dead.
Thank you.
Megan's teeth-muffled words momentarily shattered Tenor's focus. He met the bearkin's eyes across Glimganut's lolling head.
Whatever your connection to Curtis, you've endangered yourself to help my son. I'm grateful.
Unsure quite how to take that, Tenor nodded stiffly, heaving onward toward a coming bend that seemed suspiciously touched by moonlight.
Well, even if it's not the right exit, I at least seem to have found outside for us.
He supposed, on a night like this one, that had to count as a victory. Norik and Vilsane stumbled across the polished stone of the dark, multi-windowed top floor of the Deyrnas spire as Allie deposited them just outside the stairwell. She alighted on wobbly legs, hoping she hadn't misjudged the need for haste. Though she wasn't drained, she was fatigued both magically and physically.
But the sooner we deal with whatever this is,
Allie thought, taking in the silhouette of the large, eerily familiar apparatus at the broad chamber's center, lit only by the last light of dusk and street lamps from far below.
The sooner we can go help the others.
She allowed herself to focus on Tenor and Gefnar through the link for the first time since rising from the ground floor. And warm relief flooded her as she found that she could sense both of them. Still on edge, but perhaps not immediately fighting for their lives.
Are you two all right?
She dared to whisper into the link.
What's going on?
Before her, the shadow that was Norik picked himself up, smoothing down his shirt.
I'm well enough, and I think we've certainly discovered whatever it is your house guests have been cooking up, Lord Deyrnas.
Then, his large eyes glinting as he turned to Allie.
Oh, you were speaking to... Yes, I suppose that'd make more sense.
Vilsane, meanwhile, glanced about in confusion, hurriedly slamming shut and bolting the thick stairwell door behind them.
We're alive,
Gefnar's strained voice returned to Allie through the link.
A few new developments. Thradlos is here.
Allie held a hand to her abruptly throbbing temple.
What? Why? Was going to kill Mevod, but his other advisor beat him to it.
Gefnar's response was accentuated by a grunt this time.
Still being chased. Battle outside. More later.
The plot really was thick enough already, in my estimation. Can't you mortals ever focus on a single thing at once?
Vilsane stepped to an orb embedded in the wall by the door, running his hand over it to quickly adjust the room's wall sconces and chandelier to emit a low, warm light.
The window will magically filter any light from showing outside,
he assured Allie when she shot him a sharp look. Wiping a sleeve across her sweat-darkened brow, Allie got her first good look at Solak's new contraption. It stood roughly 5 feet high, a circular band containing iron legs that rose to support a central housing, slightly different to the contraption Solak and his people had utilized in Varbia's Keep to travel to the past. And the design briefly reminded Allie of something, though she couldn't place what.
Fascinating,
Norik muttered, shuffling up to the apparatus. Then,
"Oh,
and,
yes, I see."
"Norik!" Allie snapped. "Care to share?"
"And quickly,"
Vilsane moaned, pressing against the wall near a broad window to peer down below through the thick glass.
"Solak appears to have dispatched further agents to find us."
"Any of them flying?" Allie grunted.
"Not yet."
"Then they can wait. Norik?"
Oh, yes, as I said, absolutely fascinating. How many other noble spires did you say Solak had commandeered, Lord Deyrnas?"
Vilsane peeled his eyes away from monitoring the scurried, muffled figures far below.
"What? All of them, to my knowledge."
Norik chuckled.
"Clever."
"Sure," Allie growled. "But why?" The goblin cleared his throat as he reached up to run his hand over different points on the apparatus.
"Oh, well, there are 21 spires still standing in, well, the spires, you see."
"Uh-huh," Allie prompted.
"And this device will only have 11 siblings. Therefore, the remaining spires serve as effective decoys."
Allie forced herself to take a calming breath. "Back up. How do you know there are only 12 of these?" Norik cocked his head.
"Well, by the nature of its design, of course."
He pointed to one of the iron legs that coiled up to form a point with 2 others at the top.
"Each one of these is precisely 1/36th of a projected spheroid, and any complementing devices will likely also have 3 prongs, meaning that 12 interconnected will form a complete shape that—"
"Stop!" Allie squinted down at the obedient goblin. "How in blazes do you know that this thing is supposed to connect with others like it?"
"Well, I just do," said Norik, frowning. "The intent in the design is just clear to me."
Allie's thoughts drifted back to her first encounter with Solak's rituals for Kravog, when she and her friends had disrupted the strange constructs in that stone room under Dragon's Nest. "Where we first saw Kravog face to mandibled face." Terror squeezed at Allie's heart at the memory, and she frustratedly tamped it down. "So, can we just demolish this one and ruin Solak's whole ritual?" Norik squinted at the thing.
"No, I don't think so. The equation will have redundancies that—"
"Equation?" The goblin's eyes narrowed even further.
"Yes, curious, isn't it? Anyway, when an integer is removed from one side, its equal and opposite can be dropped without compromising the integrity of the equation. There's still symmetry. We'd have to destroy at least 7, then, I suppose, and there'd be no way of telling which 7, assuming we're even able to locate them swiftly enough among the decoy spires."
Allie rubbed at her worsening headache. Her hope of concluding this business quickly seemed to have been as naive as she'd feared. "Fine. Well, we have to start somewhere. Vilsane, help me smash this thing?" As the nobleman nodded, striding over and reaching for his sword, Norik dipped his head meekly.
"Very well. I'd say a better method would be to eliminate the central point."
"Central point?" Allie blurted, throwing up her hands. "The blazes is that?" Norik blinked.
"Oh, well, in terms of the equation, I suppose you'd be helped to think of it as the equals sign, the point at which the two halves intersect. Each of these devices will have 3 legs, signifying its other half at the central point on which the equation hinges.
And do we know where that is?
Allie groaned. She'd almost have preferred having Norik talk down to her over simply omitting things he seemed to take as givens.
Well, yes.
Damn, Vilsane exhaled, following Norik's eyes as they drifted over to the far window, where the Tower of Memories stood tall and alone, set off from the Spires district. A third central point. In her mind's eye, Allie was swept far overhead the nighttime cityscape, drawing spectral lines from and between the remaining spires to intersect upon the Tower of Memories, in a series of overlapping triangles of vibrant green strands. Before she could even think to question why she'd envisioned this, the points and connecting lines seemed to shift, aligning into the unmistakable form of a great, coiled scorpion.
The Pretender! They are close to ascension!
Fear compounded on Allie's fatigue, leaving her knees wobbly as she slumped against the side of the apparatus before her.
We have to stop it,
she gasped. Vilsane gripped his sword hilt as a bead of green light began to swell from nothingness at the point where the 3 prongs of the apparatus nearly intersected.
It seems we're short on time. Can you fly us back to the Tower of Memories?
Even the thought of flying just herself across what now felt like such a vast chasm over the gilded buildings of the spires left Allie weakly shaking her head.
We delayed too long,
she scolded herself, and anyone else willing to shoulder the blame, in a whisper.
We've been focused on the wrong thing. What good is freeing this city if Kravog is loose to do what he wants with it? With Kavorum.
With the Nether Plane.
With all of Deyrnas.
Allie frowned, fighting for focus through a thickening haze of horror, weariness, and frustration. Whose thoughts had those been? The broad window between the apparatus and the distant Tower of Memories burst outward, allowing light to spill into the night as 2 lances of green energy shot away from the swelling sphere of energy within the apparatus. Was the orb spinning? It was impossible to tell with how perfectly uniform its surface was. One energy line extended through the night westward, exactly westward, and perfectly lateral with the ground, and Allie saw that it wasn't alone. 24 taut green threads sped unerringly across the spires from a dozen different points, each originating from the boasting obelisks of disparate architecture at the heart of the noble estates. Tracking the westward beam from the Deyrnas spire, Allie watched as each other line running between the inanimate sentinels of the district collided unspectacularly precisely equidistant from the spires the joined segments connected. The result was an eerie, crisscrossed mesh of overlapping triangles that cast the city beneath in a greenish glow to rival the shine of the moons. But what drew Allie's gaze was the third point of every triangle. The top floor of the Tower of Memories was lit up like a viridian sun, but the threads of green that reached from the spires southward didn't slope upwards to converge on the tallest of their number. They sloped downward. Allie stepped in a daze over to the window, resting against its shutters, which were now cracked with the violence of the ritual's starting. Crisp winds that smelled to Allie like the musty air of Hattie's workshop when the craftsman powered up a machine whipped in Allie's clothes as she struggled to take in what she was seeing. The second thread of green from the Deyrnas spire ran past Allie and down to the southwest, joining with 11 more toward a broad, open structure at the foot of the tower.
The Grand Chronograph,
Allie whispered. Norik was abruptly at her side again.
Yes. I suppose that makes sense. Synchronicity would be vital in a ritual such as this.
Allie didn't bother asking what that meant. She was too busy being slack-jawed at the droning, concentrated column of greenish-white power that seared back upward from the point of converging threads at the Grand Chronograph, to bore upward through the Tower of Memory's higher levels as if the magic-infused stone were the thinnest of paper.
Thrilliga. Ud. Orthwi.
The column didn't burst out through the tower's roof, though, instead halting within Thrilliga's laboratory to shine like a blinding lighthouse beacon over Lorsyn. A thought which absurdly prompted Allie to glance out over Barrel Bay. Dozens of ships larger than any Allie had ever seen, bristling with masts, armor plating, and what looked at this distance to be a strange form of enchanted artillery, banked about in the harbor, illuminated in the green radiance that shone from the tower. And it seemed they took the dazzling light display personally. Not to be outdone, the great iron tubes lining the ship's decks and holds began spewing arcs of expanding red flame, already as thick as tree trunks at the start, over the docks and shoreline of the city. More bells added their frenzied clangs to the ones Allie hadn't even noticed before in all the chaos, and the shouts of alarm and chorus of wails that swept south from the harbor nearly drowned out the indecipherable cries of recognition from below, as a handful of cloaked figures pointed upward, finally marking where Allie and her companions had gone. Allie stood, watching the absurd, chilling scene below, swaying on the precipice of the low window sill she stood in. Lorsyn, the city she'd grown up in, the city she'd hated for all it had taken from her, was burning, bathed in harsh, clashing lights of red and green. For all of her power, what could she do here now against such relentless destruction? What could any mortal hope to achieve when the world demanded pain and darkness on this scale? This was beyond her. This was the realm of the Theikour. To his credit, Sharad said nothing, only waited for Allie to surrender to the inevitable.
Blazes, I don't care if it's pointless.
Allie heard Vilsain snarl with surprising clarity, and she glanced blankly over her shoulder to see the nobleman standing over the apparatus, sword raised high overhead.
We've damn well got to do something! Wait!
Allie shouted, throwing out a hand toward Vilsain.
My voice.
It sounded like darkness given sound. The nobleman jumped at the command, his downward strike veering off course at the last second. His blade clanged against the stone floor near Norik's feet, causing the goblin to yelp and leap backward. Shaking his head as though to clear it of dust, and flexing his hands against the numbing impact of his sword against the unyielding target, Vilsain looked over to Allie incredulously.
What?
Allie didn't answer, her eyes instead sliding over to the slackless strand of green power beside her. Half smiling at the ridiculous thought that had just entered her mind, she called Biriak to her grasp, holding the base of the hilt, where the dark stone that had first bound her to Sharad pulsed with purplish power. She'd just seen that this green energy could carve through magic-reinforced rock.
Which means that, even if this fails, at least I might manage to hurt the passenger in my head.
Braced to dive away, in case the conflicting powers caused the stone to explode into shards, Allie pressed the hilt into the beam. And guffawed when the stone passed into the green thread, crackling and buzzing as she testingly ran the hilt along the beam.
The bond is stable.
Allie scowled. Had even Sharad not known if it would work? She drew her hand away, and the dagger swayed beneath the beam for a moment, succumbing to the pull of gravity and sliding down the length of the beam a few feet out the window. Then it vanished in a pulse of dark power and reappeared in Allie's sheath. Actually drawing the dagger this time, Allie turned a crazed grin on the respectively quizzical and wary Norik and Vilsain.
Allie,
said the nobleman, a clear guess in his eyes as to what she was planning. Again, Allie pressed the stone at the base of Biriak's hilt into the beam, willing translucent bands of energy to enfold her fingers, arm, and shoulder, locking the muscles in place. A simple spell, when the mind of the affected target didn't fight the paralysis.
Grab on,
Allie commanded her companions. Norik's eyes lit up in delight as he trotted over and slipped his fingers around Allie's belt, but Vilsain was decidedly less enthusiastic.
You can't be serious,
he practically whimpered, shuffling forward.
Your arm won't.
It'll hold us.
You don't know that the magics...
They're stable.
What if the beam?
I'll catch us.
What if I lose my...
I'll catch you,
Allie shrugged.
It's your choice, but I'm going, and Solak's people are on their way up.
She stepped to the very lip of the window, turning back out into the flashing chaos and churning winds of the night.
3 seconds. Decide.
One of Vilsane's seconds was wasted uttering a muffled cry. The second was spent darting toward Allie, and the third cinching his arms around Allie's neck. Quickly buffering and locking those joints in place with magic too, Allie stepped out into the emptiness of Lorsyn's night sky, and shot downward south and west along the thread of green, 2 squealing passengers dangling from her as she hung from her dagger.
You mortals often seem to act as though you're working with more than one life.
Ignoring Sharad's voice and the 2-sided screams from Norik and Vilsane as she plummeted through the night toward the Grand Chronograph and Future Plaza, Allie reached out through her mind to her other companions.
So, the harbor's on fire and the tower's been punctured. Maybe let Parganach and the others know so they can figure out what to deal with first.
Chapter 39. Within and Without. Tanner's feet nearly slipped from underneath him as he drew to a sudden stop outside the restored Gresdith mansion on a shiny east-facing balcony. One that thankfully has stairs leading to the ground. And hey, at least I found us an exit. He looked slowly up to the sky, first left to the towering red flames that assailed the harbor, then right to where strands of green funneled just south of the Tower of Memories, converging to bore up through its higher levels and shine across Lorsyn from the tower's peak like a blinding green torch.
I'm pretty sure they'll have noticed,
Tanner muttered in response to Allie's update, readjusting Glimganut's weight over his shoulder. McGinna was already pulling both her son and Tanner over toward the nearby stairs, granting Tanner a better view of the mayhem that had overtaken the terraced grounds that dipped away from the front of the mansion. Well, the different kind of mayhem anyway. Rather than the gluttony and strained revelry that usually filled the grounds of the Gresdith estate, drunken non-combatants cowered in corralled clusters away from the knots of grey-cloaked Lorsyn guards under Commander Parganach, street toughs, and presumably Mevad loyalists who defended against the assault from the unlikely alliance of crime syndicates, and a retired protector of the city. Arrows and magic flew in an omnidirectional swarm, impacting against shields, barriers, or bodies. Swords, spears, and other handheld weaponry clanged and thudded wherever the lopsided forces clashed on the synthetic tiers, on landscaping amid shrubs and splashing through fountains. Perhaps 100 Lorsyn guards stood against a combined force triple their size, with fresh enemies pouring in through the twisted, flung-open main gate. As he helped McGinna heave the wounded Glimganut down the balcony steps, Tanner saw through the open gate 3 familiar figures push into view. The ringleaders of this long-delayed coup. Karfaweth brandished what looked to be an old pike, while Langif was apparently content to utilize the short blades he typically carried on his diminutive person. Parganach simply carried a loaded crossbow over his lap, one hand on the handle as he manipulated the embedded half-orb controls of his hovering enchanted chair with the other. The old commander instantly seemed to mark Tanner and the others on the distant balcony, barking orders in his raspy voice and pointing their way. Suspecting he'd soon wish he hadn't, Tanner dared a glance over his shoulder to the door he'd just come through. As he'd sensed through their link, Gefnar was straining for all he was worth against the now closed barrier, feet planted and shoulder heaved against the door. Forlaneld, Thradlos, and the Sommonir General's 2 remaining followers matched the gnome's efforts against the hammering from the door's other side, while Nelina crouched a few paces distant, seeming to mold something on the ground. Just as Tanner's descent with McGinna and Glimganut down the balcony steps was about to obscure his sight, Nelina thrust a hand toward the base of the door. Tanner supposed he'd been expecting some grand magical display, but instead a beveled clay shape slid between shifting braced feet to lodge at the base of the door. At a simple snap of Nelina's fingers, the clay expanded around the seams of the doorframe, sealing the barrier airtight. As Gefnar and the others hesitantly backed away from the abruptly unwavering door, Nelina trotted after Tanner.
It seems a sturdy door.
I suspect they'll opt for an easier means of egress, rather than spend the time to cut through it.
Footfalls followed Nelina's behind Tanner as he reached the ground, alert for any new dangers. None of the fighting was immediately near, but Tanner didn't want to rely on them going unnoticed for long. A winded Gefnar plodded to a stop at Tanner's side, sweeping sweat from his brow.
This is crazy. What are we supposed to do now?
Stop those ships,
Allie's voice sounded through their link, sounding strained and focused.
I'll do what I can at the tower.
Tanner shot Gefnar a worried look. Are you at the tower? There was a brief pause.
Working on it.
Well, Master Shorehammer, Thradlos commended, distractedly gesturing for his last pair of underlings to form up protectively.
I'll admit to getting turned around in our retreat, but you backtracked admirably.
Yep, Tanner said with a cough. We're outside anyway. The tug of a smirk at the general's mouth was Tanner's only indication that Thradlos had caught his equal surprise to successfully leading them out, but Gefnar nodded up to the Foxkins conspiratorially.
Do any of you realize what you've done?
A voice bellowed from overhead as the fleeing band rounded the front corner of the Gresdith mansion. Tanner's gaze was drawn upward to a terrace just below the peak of the building's roof, where a bruised, hair-mussed Shebweir stood looking out on the battle below. Seemingly genuine sorrow drew the half-dwarf's features downward as he added,
I beg you all to lay down your weapons. Mevod is dead, but King Gamondel will welcome you all into his service.
As Tanner expected, no one on the ground seemed to know what to make of that, and the fighting resumed with barely a hiccup. With a bitter scoff, Shebweir swept around and vanished inside.
Sidnog, Dabian,
a withered but still commanding voice called out, and Tanner turned to see that Parganok hovered in an effortless arc up the estate's terraces to join his battle-wearied soldiers before the Gresdith mansion.
Is it true? Is Mevod eliminated?
It's true, Tanner sighed, gesturing vaguely upward to the flames and chilling patterns drawn between the spires in threads of green. Were the threads expanding? But, as you may have noticed, we've got other problems now. The commander nodded, spinning his chair about to face his troops.
The battle here is all but won. Launch an evacuation of the shoreline and man those defense towers.
Afraid those are not but defense rubble now, Langif announced coolly as he swaggered atop the broad steps before the mansion. And anyone worth saving will be best served evacuating themselves, I should think.
Karfaweth swept up behind, easily overtaking the short man. Blood decorated both of their weapons, but Tanner decided that Langif could have looked a bit less excited about it.
And, believe it or not, Karfaweth reported, we have yet another problem. My eyes on Mevod's copper stores tell me that while the fire ships hold everyone's attention, transports have docked by the storehouse, loading up months' worth of our finest ore.
Tanner gulped.
The Thalassan League must have plans for it.
Parganok swiveled back about.
What are they doing in Lorsyn? And how could they have orchestrated all of this?
With Mevod's help, said Megina, bowing her furry head in shame. With my help. I used my connections in Kanakuk to coordinate a circumvention of Litterog's blockade in the Griswold channels, carving a canal in secret at Mevod's request.
His arm already draped over her, Glimkennit drew his mother in close for comfort.
I only wished to bolster the citizens in 2 isolated cities, Megina groaned. Not to orchestrate the destruction of my new home.
It's all right, Forlaneld soothed, easing under his brother's other arm to replace Tanner and catching up his family in a stabilizing hug.
We'll find a way to make this right.
Tanner found himself blinking rapidly as he observed the moment.
For blood,
he whispered. He turned to Thradlos and the rebel leaders, the workings of a truly idiotic plan shifting over each other in his mind as he shared his next words across his group's link as well. General, Commander, Duke, Duchess. Thradlos and the others regarded each other with newfound comprehension at having their titles shared, but none made an aggressive move. Whatever this doyen person— oh, right, that's apparently who Mevod and now Shabuir was working with in the Thalassen League— has planned for Lorsyn's copper stockpile, you need to stop them from getting a hold of it. Allie, Shawl says she's handling whatever's going on at the tower, and I know a thing or two about fire. I used to play around with my dad's furnace back home, and this is just a really big furnace, right? If I can deflect those volleys from the fire ships back into the harbor waters— But even if you can manage it, Gefnar interjected, you couldn't keep it up forever. We still need some way to fight back against those ships, and they'll be built to handle fire. Tanner nodded reluctantly. And I don't think I could do much about the fires already spreading in the city.
Then perhaps I can be doing something useful after all.
For a few seconds, Tanner and Gefnar simply stared at each other in shock, searching for confirmation in each other's eyes that they hadn't just imagined what they'd heard.
Jack?
They both exclaimed in unison, while everyone around them exchanged quizzical looks at this new, seemingly one-sided exchange. Where are you? Gefnar blurted, overlapping with Tanner's, Are you close?
The itty,
came Jack's response.
And there's a full half-breed army between me and Lorsyn. And in race you probably provide help me earn that around.
Jack listened intently to the final words shared with her over the link, hoping she'd remembered all the names right.
Thank you,
she whispered back when Tanner, Gefnar, and an odd-sounding Allie had each finished chiming in.
But I'd best pay attention here. It seems we're starting to catch some notice.
Putting words to action, Jack lifted her gaze across the sprawling encampment of mongrel mercenaries that stretched southward from Lorsyn's walls. Moonlight bathed the foreground in soft whites, while the backdrop of the city provided a chilling display in a mesh of vibrant green and geyser-like plumes of reddest fire arcing up behind. And the entire landscape rippled with movement in torchlight as the sea of half-breeds, orcs, and the like scrambled about for a better view, or for direction at how they should proceed. Hundreds of them had marked Jack's advancing force, made up both of the Gorlith clan and the militia from Tredath and other nearby towns, which the Marshal of Benchware had summoned to the cause. Defensive ranks were being formed along the mongrel's southern perimeter, braced for violence amid the confusion. Jack was drawing near enough now to make out individual faces of bearkin, ravenbloods, and more.
Your friends are still within Lorsyn, then?
Luridin asked tentatively from Jack's shoulder, where his proportionately small horse kept him at eye level with the ember-mounted huntress. Marshal Wergold had been convinced of the merit in granting the Summoneer captain a horse, but she'd made no attempt to be subtle about keeping the man visually beneath her.
As if they would be anywhere else,
Jack sighed, smiling sidelong back to Desikin, where the Eagleblood walked behind.
I should really learn to stop doubting those who've proven trustworthy.
Desikin dipped her head.
Even the trustworthy can speak in error. Always doubt when it is prudent.
Jainaf and Tiraki, who also walked behind Jack in advance of the clan's meager fighting force, nodded upward in support to their sister and huntress.
I don't know what tonight may bring, Jainaf announced evenly, but doubt will hold no place in it for me.
Tiraki grunted her approval for the words of her fellow clan leader.
The time has come to truly put your destiny to the test.
She smiled conspiratorially.
Your people have done all they can to facilitate it.
Jack dipped her head in gratitude.
And the time has come to commit fully to my choice,
she thought, recalling her dreamlike encounter with Yorsong, the elven prophet revered by her people. Behind Tiraki and Jainaf, a swaggering Rithbane simply performed an exaggerated salute to Jack, punctuating it with a sharp grin. He didn't much care which way things went tonight, Jack knew, so long as whatever it was proved interesting. From Jack's side opposite Luridin, Wergold drew her towering steed up before the front of the procession.
That's far enough,
she declared, holding a hand up to halt the advance of the 7 companies of lightly armored civilian forces from Benchware and beyond, who'd acquiesced to her command. Archery lines had already been formed, bows strung but arrowless as they'd marched. Spears and simple swords were brandished by the infantry lines ahead of them, and the meager light cavalry of the half-regiment, largely sporting modified farming implements atop plough horses, was clustered to the left, right, and center of the formation, in anticipation of quick, harrying charges.
What a horribly imposing sight we must present.
Wergold twisted in her saddle to take in their forces and the far greater mongrel numbers that fanned out to meet them at barked orders from their own leaders.
You've certainly made good on your word to have the Lorsyn guard occupied, the marshal declared dryly, her silvery gaze settling on Jack from beneath a taut updo of her auburn braids. But you understand that, without summoner aid from within the city, the best we can likely hope for here is a harrying retreat. In which case, you'll be responsible for ensuring that your clan isn't surrounded and overwhelmed. Our role here is to delay and to grant the summoner infiltrators the chance they need to secure the city.
Jack bowed from the waist in her saddle.
In the interest of delaying, are you still willing to permit me to speak on behalf of our alliance?
It was only for the briefest instant, but Jack could swear that she spotted genuine fear tug at Wergold's features as the woman turned again to the mongrel lines to see that a broad-shouldered wolfkin had trotted up through the ranks, atop a midnight black horse, to regard the arriving force.
You may speak, the marshal said, swallowing. But I know this one. Don't expect diplomacy to be a familiar dialect to him.
Drawing a deep breath as Wergold withdrew, clearing her path, Jack shot a glance over her shoulder to the rear of the clan's formation. Ember's senses seemed to heighten her own, allowing her to mark the presence of her mother and eldest sister within the knot of magic wielders nestled behind the Gorlith archers. Though their numbers were the smallest of the factions who marched with Wergold, the oneness Jack's now divided people had fostered with the light of the forest for generations had seen them supplying the bulk of those able to erect barriers and launch magical attacks. Janissa stood with those prepared to oppose the might of Lorsyn, the loss of her arm seeming only to strengthen her resolve. And, far behind the rear of the formation in a defensible gathering of stones both native and gathered, would be Alanus and the rest of the clan's non-combatants, eagerly awaiting word on the fate of their loved ones. Each of these lives now rested squarely on Jack's shoulders as she nudged Ember forward with a thought, taking comfort in the smiles of reassurance she felt from Yetroith and Janissa. She held up an empty hand in peaceful greeting toward the wolfkin officer, drawing Ember up around 200 paces distant from the opposing archer lines, braced for a quick withdrawal. She'd been informed that, if an enemy was willing to talk before hostilities began, it was customary for them to match the gesture. To her surprise, and a brief rush of hope, especially after Wergold's pessimistic words, the muscular wolfkin did, handing off his spear to trot well within range of conversation, only stopping his mount 10 paces from Ember. This close, Jack saw bridled ferocity behind the wolfkin's cold, calculating eyes, and that at least part of the man's bulk was due to the dull black armor plating that covered him from the neck down, and blended, barely a shade off, with his minimally exposed fur. The armor was broken up only by a gray cloak that flapped gently about the wolfkin in the night breeze, and the plumage of what looked to be raven feathers about the neck.
In solidarity with his general, Rashuga? Jack wondered.
The wolfkin's ears flicked about in possible irritation as he briefly took in Ember, then Jack.
I am Theikour, colonel of the Mongrel's 5th Regiment, Lorsyn Alliance.
His guttural growling words reminded Jack of Garulf, the assassinated alpha of the wolfkin, but she thought better of mentioning it.
Greetings. I'm Jack, also known as the Huntress to some. With me are Tiraki and Jainav, joint leaders of the newly formed Gorlith clan, Captain Luridin of the Summoner, who serves as acting commander of the clan's armed forces, and Major Wergold, Marshal of Benchware and leader of our coalition.
Theikour swayed his head about, taking in those he perceived Jack to be introducing.
Well, Huntress, if you hadn't noticed, the city we're charged to protect has fallen under assault from the sea. Are you here to prevent us from mounting a defense?
We've come, Jack said evenly, to extend an invitation.
She motioned back the way she'd arrived.
Do I have your permission to have a friend of mine carry our words to all gathered?"
The mongrel colonel merely jerked his snout in what Jack took to be approval. Following a wave of Jack's hand, Tiraki hurried to her side, the memory stone atop her staff soon glowing at a gesture and some mumbled words.
"We're here in all hopes of peace,"
Jack reiterated, sensing that her voice now carried far beyond their natural span as the gathered ranks of mongrels shifted, mumbling to each other as she added,
"but in all readiness to fight. My friends are within Lorsyn right now. You may have heard of them as well. They're striving to defend this city against a new enemy in this war, the Thalassan League, who are here at the request of Shebwir ed Zrohigian, who has slain Mevod ed Treligan and assumed control."
Cries of disbelief rippled through the mongrels, but Madekar and others who looked to wear the trappings of officers remained unblinking.
"Meaning they've either just heard from their new leader, or—"
"Shebwir has made good on his promises, then. He's contacted us in secret weeks ago, telling us that our position of weakness in this alliance was soon to end, and that we would be spared in the coming destruction if only we would pledge our service to a dead king."
Madekar leaned forward in his saddle.
"Tell me then, does Gamendel live?"
"I don't know,"
Jack admitted over further shouts of confusion and alarm, now from both sides.
"All I can tell you is that even if Gamendel has somehow returned, I won't be serving him."
She raised a hand past the mongrel ranks to the burning Lorsyn and its meshwork crown of green threads that only seemed to grow.
"Look at the senseless destruction that is committed in his name. How he demands submission or death."
Madekar grunted.
"Do you not offer the same?"
"No,"
Jack said firmly.
"Those who do not wish to join us are free to depart in peace. But I urge you to look at our number, at city dwellers, wilderlings, orcs, goblins, and half-breeds of all kinds that can share a cause as equals. Look at the reformed ranks of the Samanir and the forces of Falconcrest and how they've welcomed in those of the One Blood and beyond. Perhaps a bit generous, but begrudging acceptance should count for something. Look at the rank attained by half-breeds such as—"
Her voice trailed off as, to Jack's amazement, the very wolfkin she'd been about to mention stepped forward to stand visible in the front line of mongrels behind Madekar.
"Such as Theikour," she finished, smiling to the Samanir captain.
Theikour returned her smile, nodding to Madekar when the mongrel colonel craned his neck about to regard the other wolfkin. There was no animosity or shock. If anything, it looked like Jack was witnessing the culmination of an earlier conversation. Deflating only slightly with a sigh, Madekar turned back to Jack.
"Your invitation, then. Make it."
At an encouraging nod from Tiraki, Jack cleared her throat.
"I'm told that my destiny is to unite the green, the natural world and its peoples. I believe that this can and should include us all. So, if anyone of your number believes in the cause of gathering all bloods and uniting to forge a better future for us all, I urge you to raise our banner high. Green of any form and any shade. All will be welcome within the Gorlith clan."
For a moment, nothing. Then a lone lionkin shouldered his way up beside Theikour, hoisting a staff to the sky that sported a green rag tied off at the end.
"Bafan,"
thought Jack, smiling warily at the pride and conviction in the lionkin's face. She hoped he hadn't just brought about his own death. Slowly, a handful of half-breeds who stood near Bafan looked to each other and lowered their weapons, fishing in their pockets to draw green rags of their own and lift them overhead. Hope sparked in Jack's chest. How many shirts, cloaks, and more of the Gorlith had been sacrificed to fill the bundles of such humble banners that Bafan and the clan's other secret ambassadors had carried on past Benchware, while Wergold's people had been distracted. Even as the thought came, dozens more rags were held high in a spreading wave from Bafan, some tied on weapons, others clutched tightly in various forms of hands. A handful of birdkin even fluttered up over those around them to raise their banners higher still, and many flapping streams began rising that looked to have been made of materials other than those of Gorlith origin. dozens more. Hundreds. Jack's breath grew shaky, and she found that, even in this inevitably fleeting moment as the world demanded swift action, tears stung at her eyes. In under a minute, fully half of the mongrel regiment held some manner of green cloth to the sky, with scattered more trickling up after as those swayed only in recent moments hurried to fashion something to add. Theikour, who'd drawn his horse about to witness the shifting tide, nodded slowly. It was the city's defenders who were now outnumbered. And was that a smile on the colonel's face?
"Any who remain loyal to me,"
said Theikour, fixing Jack with an appraising stare,
"I will command to stand down. If I may ask it, though, do you now plan to storm the city?"
Jack couldn't help a soft chuckle at his choice of words.
"In a manner of speaking."
Turning back down to Taraki and the Crockblood's still glowing staff, Jack announced,
"I would have all mages please report here to me. The people of Lorsyn don't need us rushing in as they flee, but if we're not doing battle here tonight, then we can put our combined strength to greater use in calling down some rain to douse those fires. Anyone else, be ready at the gates to receive, shelter, and direct those fleeing the flames. We'll have to trust in any Lorsyn guard not loyal to Shebwir to coordinate evacuations inside."
When she'd finished her address, she turned about to see that Wergold had trotted up on her side opposite Taraki.
"You outmaneuvered me,"
the marshal said flatly, her silvery gaze scanning the scene of divided mongrels and new inductees to the Gwarlith clan, as well as the chaos that was the lit-up Lorsyn beyond. Jack simply nodded in the older woman's peripheral vision, unable to bring herself to apologize. Wergold slowly turned to scrutinize Jack.
"Your force now outnumbers my own, meaning I can no longer claim majority rule in leading them. I and they were only here to be expendable forces in case of a battle, and to present a better front of unity in your efforts to avoid one. Not expendable. I wouldn't have treated their lives frivolously."
The marshal grunted, whether out of respect or disbelief.
"I suppose I could have seen your father attempting something similar."
Then, drawing her horse about,
"I'd best be reporting to Captain Lorsyn."
Jack swallowed.
"You don't intend to withdraw?"
Disdain at the notion flashed in Wergold's gaze.
"In the history of warfare, no volunteer civilian force has disbanded in an hour of crisis. I don't intend for us to be the first."
An involuntary, if minute, smile of respect came to Jack's lips, but then dozens of magic wielders began to reach her and Ember, requesting orders. Yatroith and Janissa were among them, both women beaming at Jack with pride. Blinking back further tears, Jack cleared her throat.
"Right, we need to act quickly. How many of you are familiar with manipulating weather patterns?"
Scant few hands went up, but Jack merely nodded.
"That's all right. How many are experienced in bolstering the magics of others?"
Chapter 40. Brighter than the sun. Allie felt as though she'd been plummeting in a slanted descent across rooftops for hours, though she logically knew that it had to be minutes at most. Her immobilized arm held her stiffly beneath an unerring line of green that left sharp afterimages in her sight. She'd grown cold even with the relatively warm night air whipping at her hair, skin, and clothing, and Vilsane's desperate gasps as he fought to cling to her had grown more than a little annoying. Norik, meanwhile, still issued occasional muted squeals of delight as he kicked off Allie, still clutching at her belt, to perform aerial tricks at any larger gusts of wind.
"Would you please stop that?"
Vilsane hissed down to the goblin. Allie could barely feel his weight through the magic that held her neck and shoulders stiff, but he definitely resorted to latching on with his knees as well, self-preservation overriding any noble sense of decency.
"I really don't think we need the jostling right now."
"Yes, your lordship,"
Norik sighed dejectedly, practically flapping behind Allie with her cloak, as all but his gripping hand went limp.
"Almost there,"
Allie growled, her heart hammering all the more as she saw that the thread they rode neared its convergence point with the others within the enormous timepiece of the Grand Chronograph.
"Would now be a good time to ask how you plan for us to dismount, then?"
Vilsain ventured weakly. Allie supposed she could understand the question. At her best guess, they were probably traveling close to the speed of a diving falcon, which would cause most people to feel some concern about how one might safely stop.
But you are not most people, and these two will likely be of no further use."
But Allie had made a decision shortly after departing Deyrnas spire, upon seeing that the thread on which they rode had swelled well beyond its original diameter. The purplish stone in Biriak's hilt was now completely lost to sight in a broad rope of green, displaying that the stone needn't encompass the whole beam. A realization which had caused a new extension of the plan in Allie's mind, only solidified now as they drew close enough to see more of Solak's cloaked minions scurrying about the tower's base, guarding the entrance.
"Just don't let go,"
Allie ordered through clenched teeth.
"I'll protect us."
"Don't let... Oh, Allie, no!" Vilsain wailed. Despite his protests, however, the nobleman gripped her all the fiercer as they shot along their path to seemingly splatter against the floor of Future Plaza beneath the Grand Chronograph. Norik giggled. Just before they connected with the point where the green threads from across the spires intersected, Allie conjured a buffeting force of crackling power that defied their combined cumulative inertia, similar to the magic she called on for flight. Unfortunately, catching herself and her passengers in such a way split her focus enough that the thin film of magic encasing her faltered, leaving her to feel all of Vilsain's considerable armored weight dragging her down. Growling as her muscles strained, Allie floated them just beneath the Grand Chronograph, thrusting Biriak's hilt upward once more, this time into the blinding pillar of green that lanced from the timepiece up through the Tower of Memories with the combined force of its gathered threads. Once again, her instincts paid off. In studying the beam on which they'd ridden up close, Allie had witnessed the faint, shimmering waves of power that had helped to propel them downward, much like the electric currents Hattie had spoken of in his machines. And the regular pulses of power in the combined pillar were unmistakably traveling upward, into the tower. Allie's shoulder was nearly wrenched from its joint as she, Vilsain, and Norik shot upward in the instant the unwanted stone in the hilt of her dagger bonded with the new and greater beam, the current hurtling them toward the tower. Stone had crumbled away from the spreading impact of the green boring energy, granting the three enough room beneath it to pass up through the floors. Glimpses of various studies and libraries flashed before Allie's eyes as she was flung up to where the gathered beam halted at the tower's top floor, and, reacting just before she and her companions would have painted Thrilliga's ceiling in grisly reds, Allie released Biriak, inhaling sharply of crisp-smelling air as she again caught them all in a brief aura of dark power that harmlessly negated their momentum and carried them up the last few feet. Teeth gritting in pain from the recent toll exacted on her shoulder, and from dual magical exertion, Allie dismissed the magics and let herself, Vilsain, and Norik drop the short distance to the floor of Thrilliga's lab, next to the gaping hole in the floor they'd just entered through. Allie's gaze shot about the chamber, taking everything in, if not understanding it. The beam she'd just ridden up through the tower funneled to a point, spilling into the vacant heart of the memory-viewing apparatus near the broad back window. Impacting against nothing, the green power throbbed and grew, now nearly expanding to fill the interior as wide as Allie's wingspan.
"That's what the other apparatuses reminded me of."
To either side of the apparatus stood Thrilliga's automatons, ersatz and verily, somehow seeming to monitor the swelling core of power in their headless focus. Overhead, and to either side of the intruding spear of green, the circular bands of magic that held many of the mage's tools and components spun impossibly fast, like wind gauges caught in a cyclone. Thrilliga herself stood atop one of the room's raised platforms, a small stack of spent wands at her feet, as she hurled spell after dazzling spell toward the dozen or so figures in dark cloaks, who leapt, flew, and sprinted about the lab, many raining return fire against the flickering ring of barriers the gnome mage had erected about herself. Another impossible flurry of movement across the way caught Allie's eye. It was Ud. The dwarf moved faster than Allie could comprehend, his feet and single fist cracking loudly against temples and midsections, even as he was already seemingly darting for his next target. But for every figure Ud and Thrilliga dropped, another seemed to manifest in a muted flash of black power. And the frantic, panting exhaustion in Ud's still swift step, as well as the way Thrilliga clearly relied on her cache of wands, swaying on her feet from already overextending her natural magics, told Allie that their plucky defense couldn't last much longer. "Calm, please," a voice that Allie conjured with hatred in her dreams commanded evenly over the rising, droning rhythm of the green lance skewered up through the floor. Instantly, every cloaked figure froze in place, encased in the same shimmering darkness that had heralded their arrival. Allie snarled, swiveling to face the tall, robed man who now stood next to the automatons, ready to blast Solak's chest open, and froze. A wide-eyed, trembling Orthwy was in the way. Staff planted near his feet and held askew, Solak calmly held the young attendant's arms behind her back, surveying the chamber from beneath blonde hair, not a strand out of place.
"Kill him!"
Sharad screamed.
"The life of the girl is nothing! Obliterate them both!"
Dark energy crackled along the length of Biriak's blade as Allie summoned the dagger and held it up, point leveled at Solak. One cold spear right through the heart. Solak sighed, looking to Allie disappointedly.
"I already feel badly enough for taking a hostage at all, girl. Don't go killing her and ruining all of our days."
Vilsane climbed shakily to his feet beside Allie, holding a hand out toward the teary-eyed attendant.
It'll be all right, Orthwy. Don't worry. We won't let him hurt you."
Allie issued a prolonged growl, snapping her dagger downward.
"No, he can't be allowed to."
"Where was your conscience in Dragon's Nest when you killed Crexus?"
"I'm afraid I don't know that name," Solak shrugged minutely. "My apologies. I've killed a lot of people."
Verily's chest glowed.
"He's taken command of the automatons, somehow,"
Thrilliga gasped from her platform, sounding as though she'd slumped against the railing.
"They've repurposed our memory viewer into something else."
"The focal point and the key to Kravog's release," Solak expounded readily. "And perhaps this time, Allie, you might listen to my reasoning as to why it's what's truly best for all of us." "Lies. Pay no heed to this fool's trickery. Destroy him and the heart of his ritual."
Fear nearly reduced Allie to a fetal gasping mess, but she forced her muscles to lock in place through stubborn will, now not magic, and shook her head slowly, glaring hatred at Solak.
"No. After all the pain you've caused, you don't get to speak."
She glanced peripherally to Norik and Vilsane beside her.
"No weapons until we have Orthwy out of his hands. I'll do what I can to block his magics."
Norik grinned toothily.
"This will be my first real exploit."
Even as Solak offered a resigned sigh, the three of them bolted forward, goblin, human, and vessel of a Theikour, and, at a flash from Solak's staff, his minions swarmed into the resuming fray. The blinding power within the apparatus, now unable to grow beyond its confines, issued a low crack, like thick ice fracturing under a mighty strain. Tanner's heavy feet plodded to a stop beneath him as he hunched over his knees and wiped frothy spittle from his gasping mouth. Blocks of buildings blazed around him in his final sprint for the harbor. But there'd been no time to try controlling the fires that already devoured the city. He had to try clipping the problem at the root. That's a pretty damn hefty root, he thought, lifting his gaze to the great sheets and towers of flame that spewed from the dozens of ships offshore. Tanner's heart twisted in anguish as he saw hundreds of figures flailing at the surface in the harbor's waves, the miners who'd been working when the fleet had arrived. Some had struck out for the shore in desperation, their wailing cries for their families a chilling harmony to the roar of the flames that surrounded them, but others seemed frozen in indecision, bobbing in the waves that once threatened to be their tombs, and which now offered a sliver of refuge. Or at least the illusion of one.
Geff, are you? We're at the storehouses. Tanner, the Thalassan League isn't just loading up the copper stockpile, they're loading up people and... blazes!
What? Tanner wheezed, staggering forward as he prepared to attempt something only achieved on instinct before.
I don't believe it. Ayamet and Yosid are among the prisoners. Blazes, why didn't they leave?
Tanner groaned. Should have known. Always one last score. No time to regret not making sure their hosts had truly left Lorsyn behind, though. Shaking out his limbs, Tanner heaved fully upright, craning his neck about to take in the enormity of the unending wave of fire that swept over the city, leaving him at the center of a towering, burning tunnel. He gulped. Brighter than the sun. Tanner raised his hands to the sky and thought of all that he held dear. The people and memories he cherished over all others. Growing up under Curtis's gruff but loving care. Forging a tentative friendship with Atresar that had grown into something more. Playing games with Drogal at the Iron Ladle beneath the watchful eyes of Sally Withers. Finding an unlikely purpose in the company of those who'd become his family. The patterns along Tanner's forearms began to glow as, fully centered, he commanded the tidal wave of fire to alter course toward a single point. Nothing happened. Tanner's features scrunched in concentration. Come on. Was it too far? Too much? What are you doing? Someone shouted from nearby, and Tanner peeked out from his eyelids to see that a drenched human man and woman were scurrying past him, in toward the burning city. He thought distractedly that they looked a bit like Orthwy. It will be all right, Tanner said, or tried to say. What came out of his mouth instead were words he barely recognized. Also, he was singing them. Instantly, the terror and confusion on the couple's faces relaxed, and they nodded, calmly brushing wet hair from their eyes. And a single cord of fire fell from its arc, with 1,000 others high above, to plunge into Tanner's heart. Tanner gasped, though not in pain. His gaze fell in surprise and fascination to the point of impact as his body simply drank the fire until it was gone. He looked back up to the flaming tsunami, cocking his head as a faint smile tugged at his lips. And he sang. Words of the Theikour spilled from his mouth as comprehension came to him fully. The fire and the otherworldly language were linked, he realized. They always had been. Equals and opposites. Creation and destruction. The power to shape, and the power to consume. Commanding this form of magic on such a scale required an understanding of both, and Tanner laughed, loud and amazed, amid his song at the inadvertent journey he'd traveled to reach this point. The tongue of the Theikour had made sense to him because he knew the ways of fire. Or was it the other way around? Well, if I survive this, he thought, singing now at the top of his lungs of forces he barely comprehended. I'll have some reading to catch up on. Overhead, the endless volley of fire crested prematurely, coiling back in on itself and descending on Tanner in a rush of sound and flame that overwhelmed his senses. In his brief glimpse of the sky, Tanner saw that it was thickly layered in dark clouds. His clothes burned away an instant before his dogkin disguise, and he grunted resignedly somewhere in the recesses of his mind at the prospect of finding yet another new outfit. He barely felt the fire's meteoric impact, but he sensed now that he sang about the stars. Gefnar shook himself, brushing off the unnerving sensation that someone was looking over his shoulder. Wait, how do I know that? Squaring his shoulders where he stood clustered behind a loading crane with Karfaweth, Langif, and a handful of their street toughs, Gefnar lunged from within his hiding place, sword raised. Not Glimganut's sword. He must have returned it. As he led the charge against the cloaked figures quickly attempting to load pallets of bound copper ore onto their waiting barge. From the knot of captives flanking the path from the broad storehouse gate to the dock, a wide-eyed Iomet and Yosed tried to wave him off as best they could with their hands bound.
"Dabian, no!"
Iomet cried.
"They have—"
A wave of power hurled Gefnar back and off his feet, his head connecting with the stony floor of the harbor.
"Gefnar!"
Dazed, Gefnar climbed back to his feet, seeing that fire, lightning, and further shockwaves assailed his allies from a cluster of staff-wielding figures that had just swept out from the yawning barge doors.
"Your shield, man! Give it to me!"
Someone was shouting, and Gefnar turned to see that Commander Parganok had swept forward in his chair, bracing behind the tower shield he'd just procured, and throttling his chair full speed toward the enemy mages. 1 second, Parganok was a few feet away. The next, he was impacting with the knot of mages after a sudden, almost imperceptible rush of acceleration. The mages were flung, flailing, into the harbor waters as Gefnar snatched up his sword, wading into the ensuing melee against Thalassan forces, who'd halted their loading efforts and drawn their own blades. Jack clasped hands in a ring of humans, gnomes, orcs, goblins, and half-breeds, eyes a vibrant white with the light of the forest as power channeled from the others into her. The two on either side of Jack sported a clear family resemblance, and one was missing an arm, causing Jack to rest the corresponding hand on the other woman's shoulder. Someone, or multiple someones, might have been muttering enchantments. Behind Jack, Ember loosed a loud, chilling howl to the sky, seeming to bolster Jack's focus all the more. Thunder cracoomed overhead, and it began to rain. A lot. Allie threw a fist for Solak's temple. "Yeah, take him down," power crackling in her grasp. But Solak batted the blow aside with a gleaming darkwood staff, leveling the glowing stone atop it at Orthui's back. "I did warn you," Solak sighed. Then Vilsane was there, catching Orthui up in his arms and spinning her about as a potent blade of magic sliced through his body instead. Vilsane offered a grunting gasp, collapsing to the floor, in more pieces than when he'd started. Solak blinked in the brief moment that everyone froze in shock. "Oh, has history repeated itself then?" He sounded genuinely curious. Allie snarled, falling in on the man with Biriak, sending a blast from its blade to carve a charred, gaping hole through his body. Blazes, no good. A barrier was there, deflecting the blast to shatter a small portion of the nearby window. Norik scurried forward, stabbing overhand repeatedly at Solak's leg, but the mage parried each of those attempts as well, wielding his staff as though sweeping the floor. As Allie prepared another attack, she spun at the last second, diving away from a lightning assault from somewhere else in the chamber. Thriliga's lab. And there's Thriliga, but where's Ud? And what's that glowing green thing? Chapter 41. The Ninth. Allie stabbed for Solak again and again, fury driving her speed as she glimpsed Vilsane's severed body on the floor in her peripheral vision. A wailing Orthui knelt over the nobleman, physically trying to draw him back together. "You'll die for that!" Allie screamed into Solak's placid face. "Again!"
"Yes, make him pay."
But Solak was far less drained than Allie magically, and he was more than quick enough to deflect the blows that rained on him from two drastically different heights as Allie and Norik danced about his whirling staff.
He mocks you. Leave the goblin to distract him and disrupt the ritual."
Allie's eyes darted over to where the green ball of energy contained within the memory viewer droned with radiant power. Even as she looked, a crack to match the peals of thunder in the stormy world beyond the tower caused the floor to shudder, and a deep, gleaming fissure was slashed in the orb. Solak's head snapped over to the apparatus, but that wasn't excitement in his otherwise stoic eyes. It was fear.
The power is too great, unstable. Break the focal point.
Ali channeled as much dark, crackling power as she could muster into Biriak's blade, unleashing the resulting blast toward the orb. It bounced off harmlessly.
This power equals the power you wield.
The doors to that tantalizing wellspring of endless might were thrown open in Ali's mind.
You must take it.
The form of a great spectral scorpion began to manifest in green energy to match the crackling orb it floated above, and a fresh wave of fear caused Ali's knees to buckle. She staggered back, collapsing to her rear and dragging herself away from the sight amid panicked gasps. Solak swung the head of his staff to connect with Norik's chest with bone-crunching force, sweeping over to stand by the apparatus and the passive automatons to either side of it. He looked up to the solidifying scorpion form, enraptured. Then, down along the length of the pillar that still shot up from the grand chronograph below.
At last,
he whispered, smiling like someone for whom all reality has found meaning.
It is time.
The familiar, deep chimes of the grand chronograph reverberated up from below.
Take my power,
Sharad screamed in Ali's terror-stricken mind.
It's the only way to save your world.
Sound seemed to fall away, save for the eerie echo of Ali's own shaky breathing. Bowing her head in broken submission, she reached for that dark ocean of strength. And froze. Her eyes found the automaton on the far side of the green pillar. The chest of its twin had glowed at Solak's words, but when Sharad had spoken, she'd seen it do that in response to the voice in her mind before she realized, after she'd shared the memory of Shala with Karfoeth.
Why is that important?
She wondered absurdly, her mind a haze of fear. If the automatons could react to the voice of a Theikour. A blur of movement swept from a point in the back of the chamber, and, in a brief, suspended moment, Ud hung in the air above the apparatus. With 2 arms. The spectral scorpion thrashed. Solak whirled at the movement, summoning the swiftest of his magics. Too late. Ud's arc descended unnaturally fast, and his gritted teeth bared in anticipation. The dwarf threw his metal fist against the orb with a force that Ali somehow knew would leave a crater in solid rock. Windows shattered outward. Anything not affixed to stone in the laboratory, including Ali and everyone else in the chamber, was thrown against the nearest wall. And, in a blinding flash of teal light and a sound like fracturing worlds, the orb crumbled inward and into dissipating shards beneath Ud's blow. In the brief second Ali had between when she heaved up from the floor and when her mind was left fractured, she looked weakly back to the orb to see that the pillar of green now shot out through sheets of rain into the night sky. And, standing near the twisted, mangled metal of what had once been the apparatus, was Ud, clutching what was once again the stump of his right arm. Ali didn't have to wonder long about where Ud's prosthetic had gone, however, as she saw that fragments of it were embedded in the stump, and all over his body, which was dissolving to match the orb Ud had just shattered. With a sad, loving look up to the platform where Thrilliga had half regained her feet, the dwarf crumbled into nothingness. As Thrilliga cried out in horror and loss, Ali felt a piece of herself be torn away too. The familiar and darkly comforting kernel of power at the back of her mind seemed to rip out from the root, and Ali barely caught herself on quivering arms as shock, unlike anything she'd ever felt, overloaded her senses. Head swaying as she fought to raise it, Ali saw the shadow of a great winged beast crackling in a purplish-black power she knew well, rise from what she could swear was her split-open skull.
You'll never break free, Kravog!
Sharad's voice sounded audibly against Ali's ringing ears.
And now, in your efforts to escape your cage, you've granted me form in this plane.
A soft, defeated gasp slid from Ali's throat as Sharad's dragon-like form swelled, and he swept from the broad, shattered window, spectral wings flaring wide, as though to bask in the green column of power that impaled the tower. The spectral dragon planted itself in its path, growing.
I did this,
Allie thought numbly. For the briefest of moments, she'd reached for Sharad's power. She had before, she realized, though not consciously and in small enough doses so as to convince herself that she'd only wielded her own strength. That assassin's arrow that had slipped beyond her sight, vaporized before it could reach Gwytherin. The final bit of magic she'd needed to cloak Tiraki and turn the tide of Jack's fight with Garich. And, just moments before, her hatred for Solak had driven her to draw on the dark Theikour's waiting power. And now, with her willing invitation for Sharad, the bane of her bloodline had utilized the ritual Solak had intended to bring Kravog to the physical world, to leave his reluctant tether behind. Who knew what terrors the vilest Theikour would unleash on Deyrnas? Allie's head fell, despair leaving her gasping on the floor. As someone who'd carried a piece of Sharad's essence, even she could only begin to imagine. Jack's hand went to her mouth as she took in the great spectral dragon backlit by fire that swelled to spread its dark crackling wings over Lorsyn. As it hovered above what had to be the Tower of Memories, green power spilling into its chest. The downpour Jack and the other magic wielders had conjured only heightened the growing sense of doom, and the peals of muted lightning that flashed in the dark clouds overhead now only left Jack's heart cold.
Allie,
she breathed. She could feel her friend's broken mind, her hopelessness. "Huntress!" Captain Luridin shouted, reining his horse in beside her. "What is it?"
It's Sharad,
Jack somehow managed to project through the constant rush of rainfall. A moment of dread-filled silence settled over Gworlith and Mongrel alike.
"What can we do?"
Tiraki asked softly. Jack pointlessly wiped rainwater from her face, clutching Ember for support.
I don't know.
The wolf turned his glowing gaze on her. You can do nothing. Stubbornness briefly flared in Jack's heart.
I meant to stand by like a helpless child.
Ember simply turned back toward the city. It is their time to act. Swallowing, Jack swung up onto Ember's back, taking in friends, family, and strangers as they looked to her, expectant for orders.
It's well in hand,
she said, surprised to find that she believed her own words. She nudged Ember through the mongrel regiment with a thought.
Continue facilitating the city's evacuation.
She lifted her eyes back to the chilling sight of the looming Sharad.
Good luck, my friends,
she whispered.
Don't make a liar of me.
The fight at the storehouse was over, won, but the barge had departed with a considerable amount of copper and most of the prisoners, Ayamet and Yosed included, despite Gefnar's last desperate push. Nelina had stepped forward to address the few abandoned Thalassan soldiers who'd surrendered.
Which of you is willing to go back and face the Doyen?
A human woman tentatively raised her hand.
Take that longboat,
the Tigerkin ordered, pointing to one tied off nearby.
And tell your mistress that Captain Nelina of the Sea Cat has chosen a side.
As the woman scurried away, the big spectral dragon appeared.
"Allie!"
Gefnar gasped. I feel it too. He's cast her aside like an old shirt. The gnome was already running back toward the tower, feet splashing against the rain-covered street.
"What is it?"
Karfweth called after.
"She needed me,"
Gefnar hollered back.
"And I wasn't there."
He ran as fast as his short legs would carry him, imagining Allie lying still and lifeless. He could still sense her, but only just. And she was about to give up.
"Allie,"
he shouted in his mind.
"Don't you dare! You can fight him! You can win!"
He'd never reach her in time. What's that rising hum? All he could do was lend his voice and hope. Allie's eyes fluttered open.
Gefnar?
If the gnome responded, Allie couldn't hear it over the new voice that entered her mind.
There's that fighting spirit.
She groaned. She almost wished it had been Sharad.
What do you want?
The words were slurred, barely intelligible, like she was losing her ability to speak.
To fulfill the purpose for which I was made,
Kravog informed her, urgency, if not fear, in the entity's reverberating words.
One of my brothers seeks to break beyond his boundaries, and it is my duty to subdue him.
Allie snarled, lifting her eyes to the form of the spectral dragon that was now well beyond the bounds of her sight past the window.
If you'd said destroy, we might have been able to talk.
That is not my master's way,
came another voice, accompanied by footfalls halting by Allie's head and the clunk of a staff settling against the floor.
It serves balance among the 8, for it is the 9th, the point upon which our reality balances.
Allie's glare shifted up to the passive Solak. It was the first time she'd seen his brow creased in worry, but she couldn't quite feel good about it.
To blazes with you.
Sharad will bring such things to the physical plane if he continues unchecked.
Blood flew when Allie spat.
So we stop him.
You are the only one who can do that, and you are dying.
Even if the unmoving Verily hadn't glowed within its chest, Allie would have known Kravog was telling the truth. Her mind was fractured, and no amount of magical healing could repair it. The world seemed to be getting darker.
Look to your hands.
Allie did. Power crackled there. She hadn't summoned it, and it was intensifying.
Sharad's final present. An overflow of his essence that will erupt in the moment you expire. All of this city and more will be destroyed.
Again, Verily glowed, and again, the confirmation was redundant. Allie could sense the power slipping from her control as it had that night years earlier, when her lack of mastery had cost Shala and many others their lives.
I can aid you, but I'm hanging on to your plane by a thread and slipping. Fortunately, there's a place where I can go, but only if you'll allow it. Your mind is uniquely suited to carry a piece of a Theikour.
Allie laughed almost giddily as Verily glowed once more.
You really are one. You should have just said so.
Will you accept? Solak urged sharply. Allie's eyes slid about the room, taking in the remaining cloaked figures under Solak's command. The teary-eyed, exhausted Thrilliga curled up on the floor of her platform. Vilsane and Norek's broken bodies, the battered Orthwi knelt again over the former. Sharad would have her destroy them and thousands of others in Lorsyn, then rain destruction on the rest of the world, if she did nothing. All she had to do to avoid that was to trade one near-omnipotent entity in her mind for another. Which was when she realized something. She wasn't afraid. Her failing mind raced to the first time the thought of Kravog had struck her with immobilizing terror. It was after Sharad's presence had entered her mind. Another crazed laugh spilled from behind Allie's blood-smeared teeth. It wasn't her fear she'd been feeling for the scorpion entity. It was Sharad's.
We put him in his place,
she found herself gasping.
And then you leave.
As you've just experienced, it's not a simple matter for a Theikour to separate from the mind of a vessel, one such as you. But I've no interest in remaining in your mind. My goals lie back in my home of the nether plane, and we can find a way to ensure that leaves your mind whole and free of a Theikour's binding together.
Verily glowed. Allie closed her eyes, lowering every mental defense she'd ever learned to raise.
Then do it.
The words had barely left her lips before it felt as though thick arachnoid legs latched on to the raw hemorrhaging portion of her mind and forcibly burrowed into the cavity left by Sharad's uprooting. Allie's screaming left her own ears ringing again. Chapter 42. Balance Point. Speed, wind, flying. Heat, fire, filled to bursting. Hold on, Allie, hold on. Vision returned. She was on her feet again, her mind whole, but changed. No time to lose. Allie sprinted for the blinding pillar of green light, planting herself in its path. She thought distantly that this was a rather stupid idea. Kravog's power enfolded her. It felt beyond any force of darkness from Sharad, the pure, binding force of cosmic balance. Unfathomable verdant energy collided with Allie, and she matched it, the green pillar now funneling into her chest, skull, limbs. She stood with the power at her back, her face to the window as she watched Sharad's immense dragon form be severed from the seemingly endless source. He thrashed, the sheets of rain rippling as he loosed a screeching cry into the storm. Allie smiled.
Tanner, if you wouldn't mind, he looks awfully vulnerable.
Though she supposed Kravog would try to stop her if what she planned was lethal for a Theikour. Shaking alert, as though from a dream, Tanner looked about to see that the flames around him had been doused by Jack's deluge, and that fire volleys still funneled into him from the stubborn or foolish Thalassin League fleet. And he abruptly had an image in his mind, a memory of when he and his friends had faced lesser specters within Varbius Keep, and his usual means of attack had proven unusually effective. He half-turned, gathering the flames that spilled his way into one hand, the other extending southward toward what looked to be a purple bat, now swelled to dwarf even the Tower of Memories, and which floated with a rather indignant flutter in its spectral wings, Tanner thought. Well, it's a dragon of sorts, so this is either really smart or really stupid. He thrust his other hand out toward Sharad, and a volcano erupted from his palm. The cheery-sounding words he sang to direct the massive cone of flame seemed suitably insulting. A small glint from the shoreline swelled to a searing wall of flame in the span of 2 heartbeats, contained just beyond the confines of the tower's shattered window. Allie stood among rainwater and scattered debris, sneering in triumph as fire lapped about Sharad's enormous spectral form, consuming it in seconds. Another soul-chilling shriek issued from the dragon, and Allie felt she could hear the vilest Theikour's final desperate howl of a curse before his voice was silenced in her mind forever. The flames dispersed soon after Sharad did, and Allie felt another spike of unease as she tried to move from the pillar of green energy that spilled into her back. She was locked in place as solidly as if she'd been buried in rock.
Well, now that's done, Kravog said, perhaps faintly apologetic. There's the little matter of what Sharad left behind.
Allie's lip curled in an impotent snarl.
I thought you said it would only destroy the city if I died.
There was a mental equivalent of a shrug.
Or if the power grows too great for you to handle even with my assistance. You're taking in a great deal of power, and until my brother's parting gift is purged, it must all be wielded for destruction. That is the nature of the might he wields.
Then what in blazes am I supposed to do?
Allie bellowed out loud.
Balance, Kravog informed her coolly. This binding works both ways.
Laughing in relief as he watched Sharad's form evaporate in the fire and rain, Tanner returned his attention to the ships still filling him with fire. Extending a hand toward them now, he issued a return wave of flame, fanning out beneath the one he gathered to the point of his other hand. Well, damn, he thought exasperatedly. Guess you were right, Gef. The fire splashed off the decks and hull plating of the ships to sizzle and smoke in the surrounding water. They did, at least, finally relent in their own onslaught, the gouts of flame spewing from the fleet quickly dying away. Tanner drew the last of their fire into his hand, sparing a moment to delight in how fire coursed through him like he'd only felt once since separating from Okizi. He stood at the ready, hands outstretched before him. From just offshore, the final stragglers of the miners swam furiously for the docks, and Tanner saw the Thalassan fleet coming about to follow them in. Ah, blazes, he muttered. I was really hoping they'd just leave. Ali's gaze cut through the dark and rain, watching as the Thalassan League ships closed in to make landfall. If they couldn't burn Lorsyn, it seemed they were content to wreak havoc another way.
So let us show them true destruction.
Breathing deeply, Ali relaxed into the radiant power at her back, and her feet lifted from the floor. Her focus bolstered by Kravog's, she mentally reached through the pillar to the grand chronograph below. Then along each thread of green that originated at a dozen different points within the spires. She took a firm hold on each in her mind. Then she pulled them out by the root. Great rending gashes were torn across the northern swath of Lorsyn as there followed the impossible sight and earth-splitting sound of 12 soaring towers, the pride of their noble families and estates, being wrenched from rock and dirt, their lofty walls shimmering in green power that momentarily kept them from snapping apart. A familiar hum reached Ali's ears, followed by the absurd sight of 3 figures latched onto a floating chair and shooting through the gaping rain-slick window to halt beside the twisted wreck of the memory viewer apparatus. Gefnar leapt down from the arm of the chair, eyes somehow seeming wider than possible now that he was drenched from the downpour beyond the window. Ali, what are you doing?
She's destroying the city I'm sworn to protect is what she's doing,
Parganach bellowed, drawing a knife and spurring his chair forward. The third figure planted herself between Parganach and Ali, eyes locked on the younger woman. Ali, explain yourself, Karfoeth demanded. I'm sorry, Ali gasped, unable to form a cohesive defense. Sharad's corruption was about to cause the power to burst out from her, even more violent for all she'd added to it. I have to destroy.
There, you heard her.
Parganach swerved around Karfoeth, only to be thrown from his chair by a blast from Solak's staff.
She serves the will of Kravog now,
the mage announced stonily, flanked by his remaining followers.
Do not interfere.
Gefnar's mouth fell open in disbelief, though not in the betrayal that carved into Karfoeth's features. He locked eyes with Ali, and she could feel him exploring her thoughts through their link. The ships, he breathed, his face relaxing into comprehension. She's destroying the ships. Karfoeth frowned, deep creases carving around her eyes as she fought to understand. The ships? Then, frantically, Not the barge, Ali. I am aboard it. Ali's focus faltered as fear stabbed her heart. What? I don't think I can. You can, Ali, Gefnar assured her, stepping forward to stand just below her, unchallenged by a wary Solak. Now do it. Save the day.
Better to kill her and not take the chance,
Parganach screamed from where he'd heaved himself half up on the floor.
She could destroy us all.
No. Gefnar's eyes never left Ali as he shook his head. I trust her with my life. Karfoeth gulped, but nodded. I don't pretend to know how you're doing this, Ali, but I know you're not the same person you were when my sister... She hastily cleared her throat, a smile breaking through her tears.
Show me that Shala was right. Show me you can save us all.
The memory of Shala and countless others she'd failed nearly shattered Ali's concentration, but she ground her teeth, focusing instead on the lives she hoped she'd changed for the better. And on Jack, on Tanner, on... She looked down into the implicit trust on Gefnar's rain-soaked face, and the simple, encouraging smile he gave her made her feel like she could command planets in their orbit. A primal scream issued from her chest and left her lungs and larynx raw as the levitating spires to the north rose through the rain, clumps of mud falling from their uprooted bases. They began to spiral and pitch in unison, soon visible as rotating lateral missiles that shuddered with potential energy, flinging rainwater from their sides as they spun, leveled toward the harbor, still bound in their web of green threads. Immense, whirling daggers. Then, with a deep gasp, Ali was left to fall limply to the floor as the power at her back evaporated, the threads tying the grand chronograph to the spires vanishing like impossibly quick fuses. And, as the fuses ran out, the spires shot forward in pairs with dual thunderclaps, each skewering through one of the great Thalassan ships closing in from the harbor. Geysers of seawater sprang up from each impact, spraying to the sky with every ship's demise. But Ali had fallen into Gefnar's waiting arms by then, darkness closing over her sight.
You did well, Gravog told her as the world faded. For a mortal.
Chapter 43. Familiar Faces.
Leave the way you came,
Jack thundered in what she hoped was a commanding tone. She imagined how bedraggled she must look, even with dismissing the heavy rainfall, the appearance magnified exponentially when her image draped over the entirety of Lorsyn's harbor. She knelt over her mother's stone basin, which Yatroith had hurried to recover from her belongings, in the long, uncertain minutes following the sudden calm to descend after the storm, fire, and green patterns had vanished. To Jack's perspective, she saw unfocused blobs, which she took to be ships, and the clearing night sky. Oh, and the buckled stone spires Ali had hurled into the harbor. Jack had nearly leapt back atop Ember to survey from above when Tanner had suggested utilizing the bowl of the bay as the far point of a communication spell. But she'd quickly realized that she didn't need to see it. It was already known to her through her link with the others.
Should probably discuss that soon.
Tanner's voice came to Jack's mind as the blobs in the basin before her began adjusting their headings and moving to one end of the bowl. "That's done it! They're retreating!" An angry huff sounded from Jack's shoulder.
"Damn, was hoping for a proper fight."
Jack sent a scolding frown over her shoulder to the dejected Rithbane.
"Not in the streets with civilians. Not if we can prevent it."
Luridin nodded where he stood across from Jack, arms folded and relief in his tired expression.
"Hopefully the Thalassan League will give up the fight altogether, and if we can broker peace with Rashuga and the Lorsyn Guard, maybe we can finally put this war behind us."
Any hope Jack might have felt was snuffed out as a masked face rippled into focus in the basin's waters before her.
"So, you are the huntress I've heard so much about,"
a faintly muffled voice addressed Jack from the basin. Jack dipped her head.
"I am. And you, I'm guessing, are this doyen I've only recently learned of."
A purring chuckle sounded, and the mask was deftly removed to show a wizened, though sharp-eyed face of a tigerkin female.
"Well, since you seem to be on such good terms with my niece, I don't suppose there's much point in hiding my identity any longer."
Jack's eyes narrowed as the certainty of the woman's implications settled.
"Firstly, if your niece is who I suspect, she and I have never been friends. And second, even seeing your face, I have no idea who you are." "Perhaps not," the doyen chuckled. "But others will." After tonight, perhaps it's better that there are no secrets left anyway. But regardless of your feelings toward Nelina, she's just sent me a message, and I'd greatly appreciate if you carried one back to her. No secret is buried so deep that I cannot find it.
Before Jack could object to being saddled with a message she hoped never to have occasion to deliver, the Doyen's image faded, leaving only still waters.
Fantastic,
Rithbane grunted.
No battle and a cryptic riddle.
He stomped away through sopping grass and mud.
Someone let me know when the drinks are flowing.
Yatroith leaned forward to spill the contents of the basin on the ground, helping Jack back to her feet.
Much has changed here tonight, I think. Perhaps in ways we won't understand for some time.
Fluttering forward, Desikan nodded.
I don't think even Shanadir foresaw anything like this.
Jack sighed, seeing that Jainath and Tiraki were busy directing Gworlith and coordinating with Colonel Madaquar, aiding drenched and burned refugees from within the city as they trickled out the gate.
Doing their duty.
A hand rested on Jack's shoulder, and she turned to see Janissa smiling to her.
It's all right, Jack. We'll see to matters here. You go and see to your other people.
Suddenly beaming at the prospect of reuniting with her friends, Jack leapt onto Ember's back, only hesitating in vaulting to the sky as she saw Theikour pushing her way through a sea of mongrels, Gworlith, and Samaneer civilian forces. Beside the soaked but still charismatic wolfkin was Bafan, his wildly mussed mane a stark contrast. She smiled down to them both warmly when they neared.
I suspect among the scores of people I need to thank, I'm especially incapable of expressing my appreciation for the two of you.
Bafan performed the closest thing Jack imagined a lionkin could to blushing.
I merely spread word of your mercy, Jack. It was your exploits and name that did the rest.
Theikour nodded, standing straight but at ease.
And I merely convinced Madaquar to hear you out. You spoke the words he needed to hear.
None of us act alone,
Jack insisted.
But we can still be grateful for the part that everyone plays.
She fixed a hopeful gaze on Theikour.
Do you think there can be peace now, between Lorsyn and Falconcrest?
The Samaneer captain's shoulders rose and fell in a tight shrug.
A better chance for it, at least.
His eye shifted to where Captain Luridin approached around Ember's side.
And greater still at having a company we thought lost to us returned.
Luridin swallowed. Captain Theikour, I have no company. I'm all that's left. Theikour's eyes drew tight with disappointment.
I see. Well met, regardless, Captain Luridin. I've encountered only your reputation, but it is spotless. If you'll return to our ranks, I'm sure General Thradlos will forge a place for you. You may report to him when he's concluded his business in the city.
The general is here? Luridin's eyes went wide. Jack cleared her throat, feeling awkward about taking off without announcing her departure.
I'll fill you all in on the events here tonight, she promised. Once I've cleared them up with my companions from Dragon's Nest.
Nodding to the captains, Jack caught a final glimpse across Benchware Company of Marshal Wergald and her steely stare. She set that problem aside for later in her mind, commanding Ember into the sky in a rush of furry wings.
And will preferably only sort out just who has unfinished business with whom in the morning.
A delighted grin split Tanner's face as he stood amid the charred, rain-drenched harbor, singing fire into form around himself. In the lulls surrounding Allie's stabbing ships with buildings and Jack's face filling the bay, he'd felt the need to do something with all the fire he'd drunk into his body. Afforded further fine-tuning with his meager command of the Theikour language. So now he sang, even as the fitting words sprang to his mind, and, the marks on his forearms and the muted sigils absorbed from his old cloak glowing along his body, he draped fire over his form, twirling about like a girl in a new dress as he watched the pseudo-fabric he'd conjured ripple and glisten around him. Pants, shirt, robe. One by one, he sang them into existence, his fingers illume, stitching threads of flame into tangible form. A heavy pounding of wings sounded from overhead, and Tanner spun self-consciously just as Ember alighted before him. Atop the great wolf, Jack looked warmly down to the foxkin.
"Those fancy new clothes don't set things on fire, do they?"
Tanner's face contorted in uncertainty. Not sure. He raised a sleeve up to her for inspection. She slipped off a glove, brushing her fingers against the material.
"It's warm, but no, it doesn't hurt."
Her face broke into an enormous smile, and she lunged from Ember's back, catching Tanner up in her arms.
"I know it's not been so long, but—"
"I know," Tanner laughed, gripping her just as tightly back. "It's good to see you too." Pulling back, Jack's face flickered with worry.
"Ali? Gefnar?"
Tanner motioned with his chin. "At the Tower of Memories. That big one." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the jagged stumps of spires that dotted the harbor. "Not any of the ones out there." Ember dropped to his paws inside the broken window of the tower's top level, and Jack looked around at the destruction in shock.
"I suppose I can ask what happened here another time."
Gefnar, it took Jack only a second to recognize him, even in his bedraggled disguise, looked up from the body he and two women, one gnome and one human, were huddled over, joy lighting up his face.
"Jack!"
He sprinted to her, wrapping his arms about Jack's neck when she dropped to a knee to match his embrace.
"Are you back?"
Jack deflated slightly, smiling into the gnome's face when they drew apart.
"I don't know. Whatever the case, things will be different."
Gefnar nodded his acceptance, his gaze sliding over to where Ali was laid out on the floor with a pillow beneath her head. Aside from her steady breathing, she didn't move.
"Is she all right?"
Jack rose unsteadily to her feet, barely even registering the old human man in a floating chair who conversed with another human woman a short ways off.
"I've healed her as best I can,"
Gefnar assured Ali's new visitors as Jack and Tanner knelt to either side of their friend. Even Ember flopped down by Ali's feet, but that could have just been from the toll flying across the city had taken on him.
"She's endured a lot of physical and mental trauma. Her body seems to have placed her into a coma to recover."
"Any idea for how long?" Tanner pressed warily. Only now seeming to register the fiery glint in Tanner's inexplicable new clothes, Gefnar was a few seconds in answering.
No. But she's recovering quickly."
He shifted on his feet, clearing his throat.
"I think it has something to do with the new pact she's made."
Four eyes snapped over to him.
"Before she did—"
Gefnar gestured vaguely out to the new landmarks violently introduced to the harbor.
"That, she mentioned that it was Kravog in her mind now."
Jack felt her own shock compounded with Tanner's through their link.
"Perhaps I haven't missed that."
"I think Sharad tore free and Kravog took his place,"
Gefnar blurted quickly, as though hoping it would sound less ridiculous if he didn't drag it out. The other two simply sat in silence for a moment, processing the news. Then Tanner shrugged. "I guess we're gonna be here for her when she wakes up anyway, right?" Jack nodded, hoping she was telling the truth.
"Right."
She clutched Ali's still, cold hand, glancing across the gaping hole in the floor to where the two women she didn't recognize tended to the prone human man. Only then did she note that the man was missing a good portion of his torso. Gefnar followed her gaze, his eyes drawn in sorrow.
"I did what I could for Vilsane, too. Thrilliga managed to hook him up to a synthetic heart and ventilator, but blazes, I've never seen anyone survive what he has."
Tanner dared a grin, nodding to the human woman at the man's side. "Well, he's got something to live for." Jack glanced about the strangers in the room, and at all that had happened, just in a single location.
I really have missed quite a bit, haven't I?
Don't take it so hard,
a grating voice comforted from her shoulder, accompanied by a weak pat.
I was here for it, and I'm still unclear about what happened.
Her eyes following the short arm, Jack saw a bruised, swollen-eyed goblin with his arm in a sling, nodding with seeming approval down to Allie.
And you would be?
This is Norik, Tanner volunteered sharply. He leaned in toward Jack. Careful how you phrase questions with him.
Indeed, I would be Norik,
the goblin said proudly, puffing out his chest, then seeming to decide the resulting pain wasn't worth it.
Ouch. By the by, has anyone seen the man who did this to me?
Again, Gefnar cleared his throat. Solak and his people took off, but...
Solak?
Jack blurted. Gefnar nodded. But he said he wouldn't go far. Maybe he plans to be here when Allie wakes up too.
It's a big group,
said the other human woman Jack didn't recognize, gesturing to the gnome.
Even in her grief, Thrilliga has said she's wanting to keep Allie here under observation. I suspect her lab will be seeing many more visitors.
Tanner frowned. Grief? What? His eyes went wide, darting to Gefnar. Ud? The gnome shook his head. Gone. He destroyed the ritual, but Thrilliga says he was ripped apart in the process. Tanner's shoulders drooped. Ah, blazes.
We'll mourn the dead,
the man in the hovering chair assured Tanner, bringing himself alongside. His gaze fell to Allie.
And admit where we were wrong, when those who need to hear it are awake.
A brief glance passed between the old man and Gefnar, the gnome simply giving a curt nod.
Right now,
Jack added, deciding that she could wait to learn everything as she reached for Gefnar and Tanner's hands.
I want to appreciate that we're all together, and that we've done something good here tonight.
The link bubbled over with mingled sorrow and accomplishment, as Jack shot a look out the gaping hole that was the chamber's northern window, watching as the flickering lights of the Thalassen League fleet trailed out of Barrel Bay.
Other fights can wait.
Reminded of her recent exchange with the doyenne, Jack turned back to her friends.
By the way, I've been given a message to deliver to Nelina,
she chuckled.
I don't suppose you know if she's anywhere close by? I know General Thradlos asked you to keep an eye on her recently, but she couldn't still be with you, could she?
The vain hope dwindled as both Tanner and Gefnar grimaced, shooting each other a look that spoke of mutual refusal to reply. They